Hello, good afternoon. Hello, hello, hello. How are we? Afternoon, morning, maybe. Hi, Ghost. Hi, Yanni. Oh, the poll. I don't know who did it. Is it Law, maybe? Law or Jazz, probably. Yeah, hang on. Can I close it? I don't know if I can close it. Give me a minute. I'll look into it. I'll look into it in a minute, Yanni. Welcome in, everybody. We are back on the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament today. Kicking off at about 10 minutes. Hi, Laura. Laura, are you able to close the poll that Jazz started yesterday? Because I think it was for a boss and then it never closed. Thank you. I appreciate you. We're back on Ignite today. We have got some fucking great games today. I think they're gonna be maybe some like surprises, but there's gonna be some bangers. We'll be back tonight as we did last week with the America games starting around midnight until about 5 a.m. for those of you that want to hang out tonight as well. Thank you, Law. I appreciate you. Thank you. So we're back. Watch party weekend. 4 days, 4 full days of games. And if we go to, let's have a look at how we're looking currently for the standings. We'll start with the EMEA of Z's. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to put me back into position here. So, as it currently stands, this is what we're looking at for the group stages today. What are you doing tonight, Laura? What's gong therapy? As in like a Chinese gong? Like the pan thing? So today, we're kicking off with Schmungus. Where are they? Schmungus L9. Because Schmungus lost their last game. Then we've got VP Yoink. We expect VP to kind of walk this. If Yoink win this game, VP, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We fully expect VP to win this. Then All Business OG Seed. And then Peps AlQ. So the rest of this weekend is the rest of groups. So we'll be finishing groups this weekend. And then we'll be doing all of playoffs next weekend. So we got some banger games for you. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a good day, y'all. Although my jaw is really, really hurting. My jaw is a problem. Supposedly they're healing. Okay. I mean, even if it's not psychosomatic, a placebo, if it works, it works. So, I don't know. Let me know how it goes, because maybe I could do with that. Hi, Amy. How we doing? You feeling okay? Is there lots of gong therapy people? I would imagine it's quite a niche. It's quite a niche business. No? Fuck it. Let me know how it is. It could just be like relaxing, you know. If nothing else, it could just be like super relaxing. Like, I guess like kind of like meditation vibes, you know? Feeling good. Okay, good. We're starting to feel better after last week. She's the next village over from us. That's cool though. That's cool. So yeah, we've got about 10 minutes before we start to kick off into the games. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a fun day. My I'm gonna go see the doctor after this weekend because I think I think my meds are making me grind my jaw, like tense my jaw in my sleep. I had no idea why. It feels like such a weird, excuse me, it feels like such a weird like side effect to have. But like I've woken up today and my jaw is just like I feel like I've sucked like 30 dicks back to back. You know, like just down here. So I've literally spent all night just tensing, like, you know. And I think it's worn my muscles out. So I'm gonna see if they can give me like a gum shield. Like a, you know, like a rugby player gum shield or something. Because maybe, I don't think it's going to stop me tensing, but it might help. I don't know. Hi, Disco. How you doing? How are you, by the way, Ghost? You doing all right? Just a little info for you there. But yeah, I've got nothing else for you. That's all I've got, unfortunately. I'm undecided whether I'm going to take a break today. I might stay on and just play some games in between. I'm going to see how I feel. I'm one win off, one above all. You're up to one above all? Holy shit, Disco. Who are you playing mostly? That's some good shit. I need to get back into GM, which is why I thought I might play some. I feel like I've not played games. I've not played any Rivals games for like 2 weeks now. So, I think we might... I'll see how I feel. I might need the break, but we might play some games in between. Got back on Balatro. Oh, back on the 100%ing. I stopped playing Balatro because for some reason, the one I was playing on my phone mostly, like when I was in bed, but apparently the one on my phone just won't open anymore, and I don't know why. I've tried like reinstalling it and shit, and it just won't open, and it won't go back to like my run, so I don't want to start over, you know? So I just kind of given up on it. Jasmine most played. Even now, like post changes as well. Came back after a month and made it to D2. Nice. What, on Rivals, Yanni? Who do you play, Yanni? I'm on console, but still top 500. No, it's a good achievement either way. Kind of, I basically just need to beat Gold Stake with every Joker now. As in, you have to use every Joker? That's fucking wild. There are so many Jokers that I don't really get. They're like, I don't really understand how to utilize properly. And like in what build, so I just kind of ignore them. And there's a bunch of them that just feel shit. You know what I mean? They just look kind of shit. So, yeah. Adam, Invis, Punisher, Mag. Solid. Super solid. All very, very meta picks right now. All very, very meta. I'm not expecting... Maybe Schmungus might throw some wildcard in. But for the most part, I would expect pretty similar comps today and throughout the rest of groups. You know, the focus on Punisher, Wolvie. We do get some minor changes tomorrow, including like the Thor buff and stuff. So maybe we might see some Thor. I don't know. I very much doubt it, given the tank pool right now. In Pro. But there was no change to Punisher. There was no change to Wolvie. So I think we're going to see very similar kind of Punisher, Wolvie, Psylocke, maybe some Storms, Winters for DPS. Tanks are probably going to be the same Emma Mag Strange group. Maybe we see some Adam.
Did we
Or
just
maybe we
become
see some
best
res
friends?
comps. Flex Dad, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? I flex play like Strange Mag on tank, Hawkeye fantastic on DPS. I'm glad that they're nerfing the Hawkeye Ice Arrow a little bit. That was kind of a dumb. I think they knew it putting it in, right? It was a bit of a dumb ability. So I'm glad they're kind of nerfing that a little. The Jeff Nato is a very slight nerf. I don't know if you guys... I mean, we can have a quick look at the patch notes, actually, if you want right now. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's not a lot. They're kind of very minor adjustments coming tomorrow. So, we'll quickly have a look at this before we get into the games. The big one. This is the absolutely fucking gigantic change, which I feel like a lot of people. Hi, Kale. Good morning. Hi, Jazz. How you doing? I feel like a lot of people are underestimating just how crazy good this is. We've been... I'm a Thor main, by the way. This is why this is such a big change for me. And why I want to kind of test it out when it's put in. After casting Awakening Rune, you can now manually cancel the Awakened state after a brief delay. So I'm assuming the brief delay is there to stop, like, if you're spamming the button to stop, like, quick canceling it by accident. I don't know how much that delay is, but this is huge. It's so big. It's such a good change. Because the big problem with Thor has been that you, with his survivability nerfs, you can't, like, dive in the back, guarantee a kill, and guarantee you survive. So you normally go, like, 1-for-1, if at all, right? So it's made it really hard for Thor to be as effective as other tanks. What this means now is you can dive in, get the pick, then cancel it. You're probably going to need to either throw a hammer to get the Thor Force back, which is probably the quickest way. Or you can use that to, like, finish a kill to get the Thor Force back, and then you can dash out immediately. So you don't have to sit there for, like, 5 seconds in this Awakening Rune, not being able to move or dash out. So you can get in, get a pick, and get out, which is huge. A huge change. I'm expecting to see a lot more Thors now. A lot more Thors. Maybe not in comp. Maybe not in pro, but definitely in ranked. I think we're going to see a lot more Thor. Moon Knight got a slight buff, 25 HP. Yeah, he's always felt very squishy, so I don't mind it necessarily. Yeah. He's not really that great in the current meta anyway because of the flyers. Star-Lord. They've adjusted the fall-off damage so it's slightly better for Star-Lords. Which I'm not sure why they've given him a buff, to be honest. I think this hero is still pretty fucking dumb, to tell you the truth. But here we are. So just 5% increase to the damage fall-off. Storm has got a slight nerf, 300 to her ultimate. I don't think this changes Storm too much. I think she gets it incredibly fast anyway from her abilities. So I don't think this changes too much, to be honest. I think what might be nice for Storm would be to have like a halfway between the speed buff that they gave her. So they gave her like the wind, her left click from like 100 meters per second to 150. I think they could drop that and put it like 125 in between, because it is a very quick attack animation now. So I don't think this changes Storm too much. Really. I think you're still gonna have an ult every fight anyway. Okay, we'll be getting in a minute. The team up. The Ice Hour adjustment, so reduce the damage by 5. And the big one is reduce the stun duration for enemies hit beyond 30 meters. So it means that if you're just sitting at the back and trying to Ice Arrow then headshot someone, which we've seen a couple of times in pro play, it's much harder. You have a much smaller window. This is a very mini stun, so I don't mind that at all. And the range of the spill damage is much lower. So big change. I like it. This makes it way less appealing. It's still okay, but it's way less broken. Jeff Nato, increase the time to devour enemies from 1.2 to 1.5. Again, I don't think this changes it too much. I think 1.5 is still very, not a lot of time to like react when they're running at your face. And they are very quick. So I just don't think this team up works. I mean, we've seen it not work in pro play. I think it's very hard to pull off. And it can roll over a team fight single-handed, but it's kind of just, it's the idea of like blowing your load, you know? Yeah. So I don't mind it. Again, it kind of deters this Storm pick a little bit. I don't mind it. And they've increased the Spider Nest cooldown from 20 to 30 for the Penny team up. So, not bad, not bad. All right, let's start.
Rivals Championship came third, so Zero being able to dethrone them was pretty important. As we can have a look and see Group B, and here was the biggest upset. It's fair to say, not just in the EMEA region. I'm talking every single region. Yeah, I'm even counting the EGODEF FlyQuest upset coming on for Virtus Pro in the lower bracket is not a.
Let me know if the volume's okay for you guys and you can hear me over the top.
In any part of Marvel Rivals Esports.
Yeah, I don't know why they've buffed Star-Lord, to be honest. I think Star-Lord is still very, very good.
Yeah, and
I don't really know why they've buffed him again, but
with Peps and Alcacia versus Pro,
I don't know. They seem to.
This is also the section where the teams that win will also make top 4.
This is the one thing I will say about the balancing in this game. I think in general their hero design and stuff is amazing. I feel like their balancing is fucking wild. Like their balancing philosophy is just kind of nuts. They keep buffing, for example, the same heroes, and there are heroes that just get left like completely left in the dust.
As we'll touch on, as
we that just don't get any love whatsoever, and it's kind of weird.
Are pretty daunting. A lot
but bear in mind, this is a very mini patch, right? We've got about 2 weeks, just shy of 2 weeks left before Season 3, which we're hoping to get some massive changes. Also, I'm going to run a quick ad now, chat, before we get into the first game. Don't forget, we've got drops on right now, so make sure you stick around. We've got some exclusive magic drops at the moment. Hi, Phoenix. It's a very good day for Thor players. I think it goes live tonight, so I don't think it'll be there right now. I'm pretty sure the patch goes live. Oh, it might be live now. Does anybody know? Has anybody tested it?
Walk you through all of this stuff, because the advanced pick and ban system is not something that people in ranked
use meta. We'll talk about the meta in a minute, Disco.
We have saves. We also have the fact that bans affect only
it's quite a big nerf for the penny.
So here
Jazz, thank you for the 40 stream streak. I appreciate you.
With the first bans coming through at the exact
same
time.
How you doing, Kale, by the way? You all right?
Before it then goes over to the side of the attackers who get that first slave.
Have you guys know this, right?
Answer back with another ban of their own before insta saving one of
so this is a really cool new pick and ban phase.
To the
so anything that you ban only affects the enemy, it doesn't affect you. So if you ban Psylocke, for example, you can still play Psylocke, it's just the enemy team that can't. And then you have saves to save it for yourself. So it's super interesting, it's been super fun to watch, like slight adaptations, and what people are like really scared of and stuff. It's really interesting.
Clash system or in the championship, where it's still the
this game is so imbalanced, but
your bans are not necessarily for you, they're for your opponents. So there is a lot of, basically a character can always appear twice in a ban.
Yeah, I do feel like it's a very like
Moxie, I might ban Magneto.
It's a very difficult game to balance, I think, and it's going to consistently be a very difficult game to balance.
Basically stops you.
I feel like supports are kind of overtuned in general, which creates these like very long drawn-out fights. We've seen it so much. Let me just we've seen it so much in these games so far in Ignite, right? The combination of Strange Portal, which just in and of itself just keeps these end games so enjoyable to watch. I don't want them to get rid of Strange Portal, by the way, because the end game fights in these games are fucking absurd. It's so fucking crazy, and it's so fun to watch. But the support ults and stuff, hi, do it. The support ults and stuff, like, they just maintain these fights for so long. But it's like, it's a difficult balance, right? You need to make support feel satisfying to play, and you need to make it feel impactful, because otherwise people are just not going to want to play it, right? So if you overtune it the other way, and you make DPS feel too good, or tank feel too good, the supports just feel like, why the fuck do I want to play this game? And I think that's the difficulty. There's become this very, like, there's become this very, how do I say this? Like, separation between the roles and very defensive nature about your roles. So, like, if you're a tank main, you know, you're like, oh, well, my role is blah, 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 and, you know, support role, blah, blah, you know, and there's this, like, weird separation in roles that people define themselves by. And I think it's a very difficult thing to make every role feel good at any one time. So, like, right now this season, tank feels fucking shit to play, right? Tank feels boring. Dive feels difficult to play. But you know, that's just the nature of a game like this, right? Swings and roundabouts. Some seasons are going to feel better for others, which is why I quite like them, like, trying to change things a lot sooner. Because when there is a really shit season like right now, we feel like we've just got to sit in it for ages, and it makes people, like, not really want to play it, you know?
To see, or you think that we should be seeing more?
But the balancing is.
I want to see, headed now into this week.
I was actually talking about this, not to get into, like, a huge rant about this, but I'll talk about this very quickly. I was talking about this on someone else's stream a couple of days ago. I think the biggest problem is they don't know their own identity right now. Ever since this game came out, they've been talking about how they want this game to be fun and casual and enjoyable, you know, for the casual community and stuff. But then they're also, on the flip side, investing a huge amount into esports and the competitive scene. And the honest truth is, you just can't have both. You can't. If you want to appeal to the casual player, which is fine and no issue, then you need to understand that this is not going to be an esports game. It's not going to happen. You can't balance it for fun and casual and have a thriving competitive scene. You can't.
Because some of these teams, I feel
but if you go the other way and you want an esport and you want this side of things, then you need to competitively balance it to make it enjoyable and fun to watch. You know,
rather than Magneto, I feel.
Are they quite loud?
It feels like, I think one of the things that you wanted to highlight is the
Hi, Mariam. How are you?
I think that was quite surprising when we sort of spoke about it. It's just like the different types of maps having that much of an impact on the draft system. I do feel like that's something that naturally
that is not awful, but Punisher shock. Do I need to turn myself up? Is that the thing? Should I just turn my mic up a little bit?
Games that we are seeing, the 4 best of 3s, are all incredibly important. If you win, you go to the top 8, you go to playoffs, and you also make your way into stage 2, going off, at least if any information.
Maybe that's a little bit better. I'll turn my mic up a little bit.
If you lose, you are eliminated from this tournament. You will not be making playoffs.
Thank you for the watch stream, Phoenix. I appreciate it.
Again, to be a
I'm good. Thank you, Mariam. I'm good. I'm looking forward to some super fun games today.
The top end of, like,
super fun games today.
Stage 1 in EMEA.
I've got my aircon on full fucking blast. It's boiling in here.
You lose today.
And I've got my lights on and shit as well. It's fucking hot.
Yeah, Schmungus versus Low 9.
Do you guys want to see Bruce, by the way? Look at Bruce with all his gay pride love, huh? Look at his pride flag love. What a legend. I dressed him up yesterday. All good, do it, all good. Enjoy. Right, so first game up, Schmungus. We are going to have Schmungus versus L9 for Series 1.
And it's one of those things
Schmungus looked pretty shit. If I'm honest, I think they got absolutely steamrolled in their last series, so they've got a little bit to prove here. But I don't think they really care. I was watching Boga a little bit the other day, and he was just like, we don't really care that much about the prize pool and stuff. We're just here to have fun. So I don't think they're feeling nearly as sweaty as everybody else is in this tournament. But I think, if I'm honest, I think L9 are going to take this. L9 looks really, really solid. They've looked pretty good in both their series. They just couldn't really close it out, but they've looked pretty okay.
Able to flex over to the Bucky too, but the star of the show for me was Wolver. Wolver on the Strange, finding these Eye of Agamotto, shutting down Blood Carrier's push his time.
This quality is so terrible though.
For low 9-2, you're coming into this.
I have spoken to them about the quality of the streams, and I showed them examples of the quality of the streams, so they do know it's a problem. Hopefully they've fixed it for today, or at least working on it. Why has he got a crown? Because he's a king and or queen.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that we get so much impact out of all.
I'd be very surprised if we don't get a.
So many options for
I'd be very surprised if we don't get a Venom ban actually from L9.
Right?
If I'm looking at L9, I would rather take Andrew off Venom than like an Emma ban, who traditionally is very like
incredibly strong ultimate. Then Invisible
who's generally
like a push pull. Force Physics is really good in being aggressive, but also stopping Wolverine.
Okay.
Just diving on top of you
who's been really good. So I think Disco, you asked about meta, right? So meta right now in Pro has been, tanks wise, it's been all Emma and Mag first prio, with then Strange and Groot kind of sitting behind that. We've seen not a single game of Thor. We've seen some Venom, but only from Schmungus, really. And if Venom needs to get back on point really quickly. We saw one Penny game, which was hilarious, but did not work. We've seen a little bit of Thing, but not really that successfully. In terms of DPS, it's been all Wolverine, Punisher, the two biggest high priors. Because Punisher is fucking wild, and Wolverine is just like solo one games. Bit of Storm, bit of Psylocke as well has also been doing pretty well. A Human Torch has also been insane. We've had a few Caps as well for tanks, but Human Torch has looked fucking unbeatable as well. So I'd expect to see some Human Torch as well. Supports, it's been permaban, pretty much either permaban or perma-save Luna, Snow, Loki as the top priors. With then, I think Loki is the most banned hero actually from that graphic they gave us before. So Loki's just fucking ridiculously good. Cloak and Dagger has looked insane as well, as always.
It's a good showing so far.
And Invis has looked really good, particularly into these Stranges. We've seen Strange be really popular, so Invis has been a really popular counter into that to make sure he can't get his ult off effectively.
Well, you're never playing Loki again at this rate,
Jeff very occasionally when they want to try a Storm team up, but it's not been that successful. And then we have seen some rescom. We've seen some rescom. Adam Mantis. We've seen quite a bit of Mantis actually. Because what's been happening in the draft, and we'll see this today. What's been happening in the draft a lot is people banning out like 3 or 4 supports. So ban out Loki, Luna, Invis, for example, and then you're kind of pushed onto a Mantis because you need like a secondary support ult to keep up. So they've been forced onto these kind of Mantis comps. So here we go, game 1.
There's a lot of new faces in here because I might be seeing the drops Moxie. Again,
let's go. Game 1, Schmungus L9.
Okay, Vanguards are going to be taken out immediately, but
so nothing different here. Emma, Mag save, probably.
There's going to be a Magneto save for low 9, not the Captain America save for Saint Moto, which was a
I'm going to imagine they want to ban Luna or Loki here into an Emma save.
Happy to play the Doctor Strange as their second Vanguard.
I would imagine.
Can now start targeting
there's the Loki, probably into an Emma save. Or a Venom save, actually. Probably a Venom. They're going to go for the Emma. Okay, we're probably looking at a Loki Luna ban here, or both. I'd be very surprised if this is not a Loki Luna 1-2. They banned the Venom. Oh, I like it, actually. I like it. I like it. Now probably Loki Luna bans for L9. There's a Luna for both sides. I wonder who they want to save here, though. Do they go for Strange for Boga, or do they go for a Cloak and Dagger? They go for the Wolvie.
It's a lot more gambly. It's a lot more risky.
I don't mind the Wolvie.
I don't think we really saw all that much of it last week.
We didn't see much of them do it, but Ultron.
The save of the Ultron means that almost surely are going for that triple support.
I mean, yeah, Schmungers are
so we're probably looking at a Cloak and Dagger. I would ban Cloak here, or Loki. No, Loki. You ban Loki for sure. You ban Loki.
Might be able to take out another strategist.
Wow, they're gonna leave Loki up. I don't know about that from L9.
Especially because Captain America.
Maybe that's a direct. Maybe Boga is saying, "Hey, I want to play Strange, but this Invis is gonna be a problem because we know Boga likes Strange." So maybe they're like, "Hey, I'd rather play into the Loki if we know we're gonna play Strange." So I don't mind it. And they banned the Cap from Saint. We saw Saint in day 1 be fucking insane on Cap, so not massively surprised. This, I don't know, man. This looks pretty good for Schmungus, if I'm honest.
To make sure that final judgment is dealing even more damage.
A very standard comp here from L9. We've seen the Punisher. We've seen the Psylocke. Jerky on this Psylocke is an absolute monster. So watch out for Jerky. They are an absolute monster on this pick. But a pretty standard 2-2-2 comp from L9. But I just feel like you've given the Loki and the Ultron their sustain for this frontline tank duo is just going to be nearly impossible to get through. I think the only way they get through this frontline is with the Punisher ult, to be honest. So if Schmungus can play around this Punisher ult, I think they're going to be in a really good spot here.
Ready to sort of
let me know if the volume's okay, guys. Can you hear me very clearly over the other casters and stuff? If there's any like crossover, I can turn it down. Let me know.
Low 9, pretty late on in the process of signing up, came through the
obviously, I'd rather you hear me. And here we go, game numero uno. Let's see what this team's about today.
The Psylocke to try and hit into this backline. Desley on that Loki is going to make it a little bit harder for that Psylocke fate of the Dance of the Butterflies.
So interestingly, they're not running the Ultron. Schmungus have actually changed to a BP Star-Lord. So I don't know. Maybe they wanted to save the Ultron as like a last-minute pocket, but we've seen teams do this a couple of times. They save a hero, then don't play it. Maybe it's a bait. I don't know.
They're missing a substantial amount of sustain.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine.
This is all going to come down to how confident is Necros feeling on this BP, I think. He's going to be the one that needs to get these picks. Boga gets a nice double, though. This quality is still terrible, isn't it?
The eliminations are going back their way. A disengage, not losing too many bodies. Whilst Schmungus have actually built up a couple of ultimates, but still wailing on a couple.
Jesus, they need to fix this.
No surprises that he's been able to build up the over Gonski, everyone being
all right, KG's got the cloak ult. Percentage taking over for Schmungus. It's going to be pretty hard for them to get in here. There's going to be on Saint to try and make some room, I think. Interesting focus on BP. And there we go. They managed to pull them back onto point, which is quite nice from L9. Craggy's got an ult. There's a lot of ults here. This is going to be, I think Gonski and Crisis are going to double pop. There goes Gonski with the cloak on site. I'm surprised Crisis is not cooking over the top of it. Jerky gets a nice kill though. Here goes Wolver. Lock in. Doesn't get picked. KG gets Jerky though.
just keeping Schmungus alive for the time being. KG managing to take out Jerky just before the ultimate might have been potentially used. Means that this is not a bad
Craggy gets the kill.
The contest is still there from
Craggy pop in.
But whittled down. Craggy was the one that started that fight with the Galactic Legend. He's 50% having.
Can you guys check? Do you guys can you guys check something for me? If you head to the Marvel Rivals stream, is it the same quality for you guys? I just need to know if this is a me, like if this is a me problem or if it's for everyone. Because
which did span an awful lot of time, but now low 9, they've
I don't
got
know.
the ultimates. The question is, can Crisis actually find this value? They're potentially going to have to pair up Feast of the Abyss.
Is it the same ID if you go on it as well?
Schmungus don't have the sustain ultimate, but they do have Desley with the regeneration domain and the Loki clones, which means the Feast of the Abyss feasts on air.
Okay, coming up. Schmungus looking good for point 1. Oh, Wolver gets a double O with Jerky in the back.
With the Dance of the Butterflies as support able to cut through. This should be low 9.
Yeah, this should be a nice take from L9. I think you backed up and reset here. Definitely a Schmungus. Oh, he gets Craggy just in the end.
He does have his ultimate already for the final judgment. So really, it's just a case of buying time.
Necros has got theirs, but it's a Black Panther, so who knows? How you doing, by the way, ID? Welcome in.
So that the two can be used in sync, which means that Punisher is going to be able
I have spoken to them about it.
As long as he plays,
because like right now the quality is perfect, right? The quality is great, but as soon as it gets into a fight or into a game, the quality just goes like uber dog shit, like unwatchable dog shit. Oh, that's nice from Wolver. That's so nice from Wolver. Some of you who may be newer to Rivals or newer to Rivals Esports might be wondering what the fuck he's just done. But we've seen this a lot from Mags. They're using their ult not just to take out supports, but to soak up DPS ults, like Iron Man ults, Star-Lord ults. It's such a nice way to not have to use your support ults, but still soak it up, you know? Nice take from Schmungus, though. Game 1. This is quite a good map for BP, I feel like, at that point particularly, because there's so many, like, little corridors and angles you can isolate people on. And dance around the point, so
Schmungus have been really good in these domination modes. It's a lot more
I like
of
it.
a intuition coordination kind of play.
I like it. I think it was a mistake from L9 to let this Loki through.
Yeah, low 9 are going to be mixing things up entirely. Crisis actually sacrifices the final judgment.
But I mean, look at healing, dude. KG already with 11k. Cloak and Dagger is just... The problem is Cloak and Dagger is dominant, but it's still worse. Even though we've seen Cloak and Daggers absolutely destroy games, it's still so much worse than Loki and Luna, right? Just because of how dominant those two are.
Like, so much hinges on Jerky and Saint-Tomoto, this duo hit squad, being able to...
And also, I will say, I've said this all tournament long, I do not like the Psylocke into the Loki. If you know that Jerky's going to want to play the Psylocke, I just don't understand why you keep the Loki in. So I think this is a bit of a draft problem from L9. Craggy doing really nice to dance around these pillars.
It's sort of their fight to be taking. The invisible boundary is available for Pink Clone. But that's pretty much all there is to go for. Both teams holding out for the time being, but the Eternal Bond is going to be the...
Oh, KG's forced to Eternal Bond in the spawn. They do win the fight off the back of it, though, so... That's really nice identification, actually. Usually you'd look at that and go, that feels a bit forced and out of position, but L9 were pushing into them, so that was really nice timing, actually.
And Schmungus will be able to pick up the point.
Schmungus looking not bad in game 1 here. Saint's got an ult. Crisis has got an ult, though. This could be big. This is all on Crisis right now. Crisis and Jerky both looking. Wolver's been a bit quiet. So Saint needs to, like, whittle them down. Jerky getting a nice pick on Necros. That's one. We're probably going to see everybody pop right now. Saint's just getting absolutely mauled by this Star-Lord. Oh, really nice from Andrew, though. Really nice from Andrew. Oh, gets jerky. Ooh, good dash. Was kind of forced to pop the ult over the top, though, so Jerky's kind of had to waste that just to survive. Necro's getting these picks on the back line. Look at how much Craggy is bullying this Venom. Saint finally gets the kill. There goes Crisis. He still is holding onto this ult, by the way. Crisis has not used this yet. Hi, Raze. This is the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament. Yeah, this is the pro tournament. $3 million on the line. All good, Ricky. Much loves. Hi, Galaxy. How you doing? Welcome in. Nice pick off from Craggy. Boga's got big ult opportunity here if you can walk it. They don't have any other ults, though, so this might be a difficult hold. So I think they're probably just going to try and ult build a little before committing. Crisis has still got theirs, so I think they're trying to bully Crisis out. Boga's going to look. He's going to drop and look. Watch this. He's going to drop and look. Here we go. He's dropping right now. Huge push. Huge push from Pink Clone. They were so ready for that. Pink Clone has been a demon on this invis. And KG gets Crisis as well on the back. This is a wash for Shmungus. And this is a reset angle for low 9. What's up, Baba? How much? How much what? How much for me? Or how much in the tournament? I believe Shmungus' best player is KG. KG's a demon. How much money for the tournament? The other side. Now Chris is going to have the best descent. Galactic Legend coming on through for Craggy too. Desley can get They're going to try and take this top side. Jerky's nearly got an ult, but this is going to have to go massive if they want to fight this. And just think about the ult economy. They win this fight, they've still got to win another one. Look at the percentage. Crisis gets a nice pick on Necros, though. Necros may have got a bit greedy. KG sitting back, waiting for the opportunity. They've got their ult as well. Pink Clone gets Andrew. Oh, that's a really nice routing from L9. And they haven't even had to use their ult. Actually, L9 could hold this. Jerky chasing as well, gets Desley. L9 could actually win this because they did have to use the Venom ult, but they've still got 3 online. They've got Wolver, they've got Jerky, and they've got Crisis. If they can get a support ult here on Pink Clone, because Gonski had to use theirs, this could be super, super winnable. But for the eternal bonds on either side of Cloak and Daggers. Hi, Harry. Welcome in. All good, all good. Welcome in. For the EMEA, it's 250, 270k. Boga with a huge ult. With the Emerald over the top, that's massive. Craggy as well. Can they get the kills? Oh, I think this is done. Oh, they're getting the invis ult, though. They are on site. This is actually maybe winnable. They need something to work with, though. Saint gets a kill on Desley. But here come the picks. Craggy, Necro's getting a pick each, respectively. Craggy is just demonizing these tanks. This is why I hate Star-Lord as a tank player. Look at the amount of damage this dumbass hero is doing on these fucking tanks. It's ridiculous. He's just untouched. Look at this guy. I mean, they're still trying, but game 1 goes to Shmungus. Game 1. John, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
I mean, that point on the map has given us some
Hi, Glitch. How you doing, buddy?
Last fights that are happening.
So yeah, it's the $3 million is a bit of a misnomer. It's $1 million for each stage of the tournament. So this is the end of group stages this weekend. Then next weekend is the playoffs. The winner of the playoffs gets the lion's share of 250,000 for each region. Or for EMEA region and for the NA region for Americas. And then the other 2 regions, Asia and Oceania, are a bit less because there's a lot less teams involved.
But it's really
but it's about $1 million for each stage of the tournament,
those kind of chaotic fights. It was
culminating in 3 million by the end of the year, I believe.
Domination. But man, it really suits them.
Not a bad first showing from Shmungus.
Like the Loki going for the copy of the Cloak and Dagger and then holding onto the
I think this is a draft issue.
You don't get pulled out of
if I'm honest.
Early.
I think if I was Shmungus, I think I would be saving the Venom over that Emma, because if we go back to the draft, they saved Emma and then Venom got banned.
And then that 12
I think you want Andrew.
Can get extended if
sorry, I'm talking about the other team. Sorry, fucking brain not working. Sorry. What I was gonna say about L9 is you want to ban that Loki if you want to play if you know you want jerky on Psylocke. So I think that's where they fucked it.
That continues all the way for your duplicate. So what you can actually
when is the chat a $1 million giveaway? When I have $2 million given to me ID, and then I will happily give $1 million of that away to you guys.
Free ultimates
happily
for the price of one, which is absolutely crazy.
I'm Money, just hanging and watching. What are you up to today, Glitch? You streaming later, dude?
L9 wanting to do a little bit more.
My jaw is so bad.
But we're gonna go for a quick break. When we come back, it's their choice of map.
And we'll see if they my jaw is so bad today.
Against Shmungus very soon, so don't go anywhere.
Cool game one. Cool game one. So if we look at, if we take a quick look at where we're at right now for the group stages and what we're going to be doing today. I don't know if you can see this on TikTok, but hopefully you can. So we're currently doing this game, Shmungus L9. Winner of this goes to the lower bracket semis, which will be played tomorrow. We are then going to get Virtus Pro Yoink. So we're doing all the lower bracket quarters today, basically. So these 4 games. AB OG Seed, Shmungus L9. Peps RQ should be a fucking banger of a game, by the way. This should be a banger of a fucking game. VP Yoink, I think, is going to be a bit of a wash, but I'm looking at this one. This is going to be a great game, I think. Then tomorrow, we're doing the lower bracket semis. I believe, and I think, is it just the lower bracket semis tomorrow? No, lower bracket semis and upper bracket finals tomorrow. Then the lower bracket finals on Saturday, which are BO5s, I believe. I think the upper bracket and lower bracket finals are BO5s. And then the grand final on Sunday for each region, which are BO7s. Calling my bank now. Okay, bet. Just thinking about food. Currently went outside with Smudge. Cute! VP Yoink will be a good series. Do you think? If VP show up, it's going to be a fucking wash. VP are the strongest team in this region. Or were widely considered the strongest team in this region before this tournament. And were undefeated before this tournament, so... Not to say that Yoink are bad. If VP show up, though, I think Yoink just don't have a chance. I never told you this. Weird statement. You remind me of one of my groomsmen. He got into an accident like 5 days before my wedding. Oh my god. That sucks. I'm sorry. Do you mean like looks-wise or just generally? I will take it as a big compliment. Yeah, I've had one protein bar today, Glitch. Because I couldn't I can't eat anything else. Today my jaws I've been clenching my jaw in my sleep. So that when I wake up, it's just like completely fucking achy and dead. Hi Woo, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh god, it happens, such as life. Yeah, unfortunately that is the truth of life, isn't it? Good dude, though. Yeah. Sounds like it feels your groomsman. Maybe a mouth guard. Yeah, I'm waiting for the doctor to see if I need a mouth guard. Studying for an exam. Oh boy. Aren't all exams over now? Are they not all done? You gotta wear a muzzle in your sleep. Maybe mouth tape? I don't know. I think it started when I'm on these on my ADHD meds. So I think it's a side effect of my ADHD meds that it makes me like, because it's basically meth, right? So I think a side effect of it is it makes me like tense my jaw. Particularly my lower jaw. And I feel it happening throughout the day, but obviously when I'm conscious, I can manage it a lot more. When I'm unconscious, it's doing it anyway, but I can't stop it, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Just something I'm going to have to deal with, I guess. And I just got to find a way to deal with it.
The side that they choose.
So if you're just an absolute tearing domination team like Shmongus is, for example, where they can do a lot of damage, if you lose your character,
simply mewing.
You can't take us to Hell's Heaven, for example. Or,
no.
I think that's one thing that I may have many bad habits in streaming and being on camera. But I'm pretty confident in saying that at least I'm not a fucking mewer.
But it does feel a little bit like the
or what is it? Mewing and mogging? Is that the other one? Mogging? I've heard that one.
Our first objective for a good amount of time. There's a couple of nice little stall ideas.
I find that shit really annoying, if I'm honest.
You do also see some
it's just unnecessary.
Keep stalling out the defenders, which.
And so what is it? It's where people go like, you know, like they do this. They
pick this map as a side.
Suck their fucking cheeks in.
Is an interesting one because, like you said, we see so many different compositions.
All
for
good, all good.
Different areas of the map that you fight
I stopped cheek biting. I stopped bouncing.
Of the season,
oh, do you?
And the Rocket, sort of. I'm not saying cheese,
yeah, leg day. I like
mozzarella.
Leg day is the worst for it.
Composition was coming on through. You would grab something like a Rocket Raccoon, like, Adam Warlock.
He's a really solid caster, dude. You know, I'm not gonna shit talk anybody because I like him. I think he's really good. But he's probably the worst defender at the moment.
That very small room, so
for mewing.
Very quickly, and then you would run either the Penny or
I think he's a great caster,
but you would then run something like maybe a Strange or a Magneto to be able to bounce onto that point and make sure
bouncing is a really bad one for me. Bouncing is a really bad one for me.
You would actually be able to complete full holds.
I bounce like I'm doing it right now. I can't stop my legs and stuff bouncing.
That little small room. And what people have started doing is
no, but I like Leg Day a lot. I think he's a really solid dude.
Spawn cheese comp, and
all the casters are super nice. To be honest, I can't be mad. I can't be mad that I didn't get a gig. They're all really nice.
Mantis, and they picked up a Punisher or a Storm or a Moon Knight or a Squirrel Girl or a combination of all of those.
Here we go.
And they've just thrown spam into that room, and that spawn holder has snapped within the first fight.
Game 2. Let's see what they swap up.
Domination up against Blood Carudo in the elimination bracket on Sunday.
Thanks.
They chose to take them afterwards and win on because they reverse swept. Yggdrasil's path.
Yeah, leg bouncing is one of my biggest like physical tics that I just can't stop. Oh, they protect the Loki. Oh, this is fun. Yeah, you ban Mag surely and protect Venom, right?
The birth of this game, right? So it's a little bit like take them to the newest map that is probably a little bit more adapted meta too.
Wow, surely they just get Venom banned out again. They're really prioritizing this Emma. I wonder if Andrew has been putting a lot of time into Emma this week, and that's why they're happy to like let them waste the ban on Venom if they want it.
Yes,
because then it opens up other things later on in the draft.
Traditionally see low 9 are going to be barred access
to
both the Emma and that Magneto,
and then surely they ban the Luna as the last, right? For L9.
Out of that Loki too. They're also going
and I would expect Jerky to pick up this Psylocke again, knowing that they don't have to deal it into the Loki now.
Has been cut in terms of value that it can be finding.
This Wolverine save is confusing me because it doesn't look like they want to play it. But maybe they're doing it... Again, so here's my theory about what Shmungus are doing. I think they're saving the Wolverine to deter any kind of group pick or strange pick. And try and, like, make them feel nervous about taking those tanks without having to ban them directly. Just by virtue of Wolverine being so good into them. So I think this is a bit of a psychological choice here, which I don't mind, even if they don't take it. So we know Saint is probably going to hit that Venom, right? We know he loves these kind of dive champs. But it stops Wolver, who now can't play Mag and doesn't want to play Groot now because they could just Wolvie into it, right?
Counter dive. Loki is really strong here for counter dive, plus the fact that you're going to have regeneration domain, which is a cooldown, but the value that it brings.
This is kind of spicy. I want to see what they lock in. And we're on Midtown, which is also one of the reasons I quite like this Wolverine idea. Maybe I'm over like glazing, and maybe I'm bullshitting. But I feel like Groot can be like really solid on this map as well. So I wonder if they go for the triple Vanguard that we've seen on Midtown. We've seen a lot of defensive teams on Midtown start with a triple Vanguard with Penny to try and burn as much time as possible in the beginning, even if they know it's not going to be perma. So I wonder if we see that from Shmungus.
A bittersweet symphony that might be happening for L9.
Have you been tested, LG?
Already getting pretty spicy. We sort of expected things to maybe
that's hilarious idea, by the way. A little bit more. I've just bought a new desk, so
giving us some interesting tidbits. Durkee's going to be over on the Johnny Storm, Human Torch. That combination.
Right, so we've got air strat here, Jerky and Wolver. They're solo tanking with this Wolverine on the other side. I mean, if you're Saint here, you're playing into a fucking Winter Soldier Wolverine. If you stay alive, it's a goddamn miracle.
Is going to be receiving that Guardian shield and already just getting to put so much poke pressure down onto the side.
And we've seen how good Human Torch is, so I think this is not a bad choice from L9, actually. I think this is a pretty good way to deal. We haven't seen Wolverine do anything yet. Necros is just kind of, I guess, chilling. There goes KG. First ult down. Craigie gets a nice pick on Wolver, though, to kick it off. Oh, it's just a war of attrition, isn't it? Like, as soon as Saint goes down, like, how do you sustain, like, how do you take these fights? And Saint is going to have such a hard time staying up against this, like, double tank busting comp, right? Like, look at what they're doing, Shmungus. Shmungus are, like, they've completely abandoned the idea of dealing with these flyers. And they've just said, hey, we are going to mess up your tank, and then the rest of it is fucked. Like, look, straight in on Saint. Here goes the big one. Crisis needs to get a lot done here. Boga's kind of stuck in the corner. He's probably going to get done. They managed to get Boga. Invis ult is down. Oh, this quality is just so fucking awful, isn't it?
Keep healing through that one. That's another reason why Lone wanted to combine both of these players, but Shmungus have that strange. Boga fell early in the fight, so he will be able to instantly set up another teleport coming on for Necros. Launches directly out, trying to find a grab. Last stand is going to be in play. Gonski went for the copy of Invis Boundary. Can they find anything? The grab potentially to get one of these players outside of it, but Necros with the last P turns onto the Bucky, or rather the Punisher fully instead, to make sure that Crisis goes down. There is no firepower in Low9's composition, lacking that Punisher.
Sorry, I'm just sending them another message. This quality is fucking awful.
Both Doctor Stranges in play, the head-to-head that we wanted to see, both of which having the eye of Agamotto.
I don't know about you guys, but when the fights kick off, I can't see shit, dude. It's like, it's fucking unwatchable. Nice take from Necros. Gets taken out, though.
Just skirting across the sky, not being able to see or catch anything, and the elimination's going well.
L9 walking it over.
He's been really good at these sort of redemption arc fights. But even he can only hold
that's some nice picks from Wolver.
Just over 3 minutes for L9 to get to the point of this.
And Crisis has built up another ult as well.
Most importantly.
Yeah, and they've already pushed so far ahead. Securing all of the space for the Flyers is absolutely.
Torch is a huge problem, Glitch. Not just on this one, but we've also Torch is really good on this map, but we also saw on Idrisil Path. Dude, Torch on Idrisil Path, the convoy is like fucking unwinnable. Like, it's unwinnable to play into that hero. And we see Shmungus switch into the triple support comp, and Necros going to the Ultron. I think they've finally decided to try and deal with these Flyers, right? Which I kind of like this a little bit more, if I'm honest, just because you've got a dual tank in Andrew and Boga. You can bully Saint anyway. You need a way to deal with these backliners and DPS. Here goes the double. Instantly wrecked. Instantly wrecked. This is why I don't like this team up particularly. Craggy just insta pops the Punisher roll, burns that storm, and then it's fucking done. Huge from Necros though. That's a big Ultron ult. What the fuck?
Wasted from Shmungus on this defense.
This is smart from Shmungus. This is taking space away from a composition that has.
I can't hear lyrics when I listen to music. I have to really concentrate on the lyrics. That's interesting. I don't really have that issue. My issue is I get earworms a lot. So like if someone sings like a line of a song, it can be stuck in my head for days. And I'm really, really susceptible to getting like earworms and brainworms like that. I'm like an advertiser's wet dream, honestly. I'm so easily influenced. Here goes Crisis. That's such a good Delta split though from Shmungus. They all just fucking get round that corner, play the vision, and now it's done. That was such a nice retreat from Shmungus. Huge stun on Saint as well. Bogo with a double on the back line. Oh, Shmungus are playing well, dude. Shmungus are playing well. That was such a nice flow, dude. This is the kind of thing you don't see in ranked, but you only see from like well-versed teams. That full team peel back together to play that and know that, like, to not give Crisis any kills and then to push back in with Cage's cloak immediately, and they all push back in off it. That's such a good team play. Oh, that's rude, Jazz. But true. I mean, they do get a couple of picks here, but like, it just doesn't seem worth it, does it? And we see Crisis switching to the Hela and then getting rolled. And look at the versatility that Shmungus is showing, right? Craggy just like, oh! Craggy! Dude, showing off that Punisher. What? That was kind of fucking ballsy from Saint, to be honest. You have to do something, right? It's all or nothing play, but that was fucking ballsy. I respect it. I respect it.
Potentially.
Low9 came in with a composition that had so much snowball potential. The problem was that it got melted. Quite literally.
Yeah, that shit happens to me all the time. Yanni, all the time.
From his team. They understood the second that they saw.
I've currently got a Jesse J song stuck in my head. The one that I played at the start of stream.
Just getting an absolute gallery to fire onto.
Yeah, L9 L9 needs to find a solution here. Shmungus are showing quite a good bit of flexibility and adaptation.
You aim with Loki, you don't aim directly at them, you aim for you aim so that you can get the most amount of splash heal onto the ground.
And you can see some adjustments here, looking like they're going to go triple strat Ultron comp to try and hold on the defense, which I don't mind, you know, like just try and sustain like a motherfucker through it. Put Crisis on this Punisher for the team fight wins.
Like, is where they got on the map good enough?
And triple healer into something like a BP as well could do really well to keep each other up through this BP dive.
Momentum.
But we'll see. All it takes is kind of one pick off for this L9 team comp to fall apart.
One fight needs to be won on B after the A take. If the A gets taken at all, Low9 cannot go for the spawn hold because you're just in so much danger of being stuck on a bad composition for multiple fights in a row. As Saint Motor's on the Venom, but Andrew's still got that ammo. If they try and go for this dive, you're just getting Diamond Form grabbed.
And it looks like L9 are going to give them a bit of room and just try and play this corner. Necro's insta-swapping to that Wolverine. Seeing the Groot and going, okay, this guy's mine. Nice kidnap, though. What an angle. What the fuck? There's no way you expect that angle usually.
Panic, but nothing more than that. The Ultron out from Jerky this time means that there's a little bit of a swap up as Craggy's gone.
Good stall out, though, from Low9.
Boots on the ground, to say the very least.
Wolver gets Necros before he gets taken out. This is going to be a bit of a back out angle, I think. Saint getting KG as well. This is definitely a reset. Oh, Craggy, though. Some nice shots.
Started to follow, but Craggy is always very good at turning what looks like a 4 versus 6 into a 1 versus 6 in favor of Craggy almost.
They've got final judgment and a
nice attempt from Necros. I respect it. Ultron over the top. And Craggy immediately with that ult just nails him.
If you try and pass out of it, you get slowed and you get melted by the final judgment that Craggy is going to.
And I think that's just an easy push forward, isn't it? Here goes Crisis.
Crisis tries to find the hero moment. Gonski with the God of Mischief
manages to finally get Boga. Oh, good pullback. This is a really nice pullback from L9.
The skin of their teeth and judgment from Crisis come through with a
really good awareness from Crisis to pop that ult and see the turnaround fight. And this is a story of Punishers right now, isn't it?
To be able to prevent it from getting value.
They should be aware of it. Most players at this level are very good at knowing exactly when gut instincts start to cut off. A last stand from Necros could catch them out and maybe provide a little bit more space. Saint spotted in the back line, diving in.
Saint's just being annoying. He's not really getting like kills or anything. He's just been irritating and making them look backwards. Oh, what a wall from Wolver. Holy shit. Did you see that? Oh my god, Wolver just smurfed it. I don't know whether he heard him or what, but that little side wall was crazy. Boga didn't get anything from that. Here goes Craggy. This needs to be big. But the Loki domain is down. Craggy gets nothing. Wait, L9 are holding this. Wait, L9? Huge showing, and they're gonna stagger the Emma as well. Oh, this is so rude. Oh my god, dude. This is so rude. They've staggered Andrew massively. 50 seconds left. That's so big. L9 are looking really solid. This is like one fight in it. No ults, only Deathly. They've got one Invis, no ults even close. Necros might get theirs, but they've got to deal with Jerky, Crisis, and Saint all having their ults at the same time. I don't know how you win this as Schmungus, honestly. Jerky's popped theirs. There goes the Invis. But KG... Oh! They threw that Invis ult quite far forward. Huge Groot ult from Wolver. Crisis gets Necros as well. They've held it. Oh, L9 with a huge game 2. Oh, it's not over. Huge game 2 from L9. What a defense. Oh my god, what a defense.
What a play from Low9.
Oh, we've got a series.
And at the same time
okay.
And final judgment.
We have a series.
So targets that Schmungus just don't have enough
Crisis just going fucking crazy.
Every single one of them in time. They go for the Ultron, but that just means that Crisis on that Punisher is free to let it rip with the final judgment, quite literally shredding down all of those players from Shmongus stuck inside that Groot ultimate. We said that it needed to be long stalled out fights coming on through from the side of Low 9, that they needed to actually give their Punisher the space where they could pocket him and make sure that
big game 2
should be in this meta. And that's
I really need to learn Punisher. He's so boring.
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit in the break as something to sort of highlight for this
yeah,
one.
I mean, he's not a complicated hero.
First map. Is that his fault?
He really is just like, he's kind of like the basis of hit scan.
Duelist in a sense that he's not getting the resources that he needs.
The only, I think the only like tech really is like how to use your zips aggressively.
But I'm curious, right?
But in terms of like gameplay, he's very, very simple. You have a shotgun, you have an assault rifle, you hit your shots, you're going to do well. If you know when to switch, when you're getting dived on, you're going to do well. And if you pop your ult at a reasonable time and just follow people, you're going to get value because the ult is just fucking ridiculous.
Low 9 got the Loki. They specifically wanted the Loki, and while yes, Loki is going to struggle into healing flyers, Loki is absolutely
yeah, I really like the Loki adaptation from Low 9, and I think we're seeing a huge amount of Loki prio in general.
Regeneration domain, because that was the thing. Like, we saw so many times that when Craggy and Crisis went head to head in terms of just utilizing that final judgment, Shmongus would be able to keep that Punisher up for longer. But with Low 9 being able to come on through with that regeneration domain, overlapping that
yeah, he's not a difficult hero to learn.
Any strategist ultimate coming through at the same
but I
time,
like this Loki adaptation. So I wonder if we're going to start to see some change here into like a Loki first ban. Because what we've seen up until now has been pretty consistently across the board. Mag ban or an Emma ban into a mag save or Emma save for the first 1-2, right? Pretty across the board. But I wonder if for this last game especially, we might see an instant Loki ban from both.
This is a pretty decent series, all things
considered. Or
there's still quite a bit on the line when it comes to
whoever is the second team to pick, you could probably, because you do the 1-2, so you save before they can ban another. So if they haven't banned Loki, you can just do the Loki ban into Loki save again.
First qualifying spot for playoffs for today is going to go. See you soon.
Yeah, I agree, Yanni. I also feel like they need to ban out the invis if they want Boga to get if they want Boga to do work on this Doctor Strange. We know how good Boga is on Doctor Strange, right? He's an absolute demon on this hero. But if you want him to shine, I think you've got to ban this invis. I think this invis is too much of a good counter. In general. So yeah, I agree. I think they just got outdrafted in game 2. This is what's quite interesting about this draft phase. It's turned it much more into like a MOBA style, like pick and ban phase, which is super interesting as a spectator to watch, right? And there's also a lot of interesting like analysis and stuff you can do with it, like we're doing right now, to talk about, you know, why they're choosing to do certain pick bans. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. We are going to do the NA ones tonight as well, Phoenix. Yeah. I'm just deciding whether I should take a break or in between the two, or whether we should just come back. Whether we should just come back, take a break, and then come back and do the NA ones tonight. Because I haven't played for a while, so we might play some in between. I haven't decided yet. We'll see. But yeah, we'll be doing the NA ones all week. The only day that might be slightly different. So the schedule, like, in general, is about 3:30 till round about 8 to 9 o'clock, depending on the games for the EMEA. And then the America games start at midnight. So usually I'll be back on at like 11:30. The only difference is tomorrow, because I'm seeing some friends tomorrow, so I might be a little bit late. Don't forget to claim your drops, homies. There are some exclusive drops on the stream today. So make sure you stick around long enough to get those. Hi, Ghost. We're watching competitive rivals. My cleaning work got stopped by a dead vacuum. Boo. Well done for doing it, though, Ricky. I bet you're ready for summer. I bet you cannot wait for summer. I think we got some banger America games tonight as well. Who have we got tonight? Oh, yeah, we've got Ego Shikigami, which should be a banger. Jobless and Fly. Apparently, I didn't watch these games, but apparently Fly Quest Solaris is a great game. A great series. Then we got Shroud NTMR and Citadel Techie. Today. It should be super fun. We got a good day. We got a good day. Okay, people just not understanding what this is for. I think people are clicking on this stream thinking this is the main stream. They need like a pinned message. Wild.
Second open qualifiers, right?
This stream, by the way, if you don't know what this is a clean feed. Right? So that if I want to commentate over it, if I want to like cast over it directly, I have a clean feed without the commentators here. But we're going to use this one for now.
So that is the question. It can't be Shinshibuya. Shinshibuya is out of the map pool, as I'm sure many people are very happy about. That point C on Shinshibuya has been the bane of every single attack side's push. For literally the inception of Marvel Rivals Esports.
It's 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon when you're completely done, Ricky.
Call of Djalia coming on for, but I feel like that might benefit Low9's playstyle, especially given the fact that even if Saint Moto does not get the Captain America, he's going to be
Dusty
going
have not looked
Venom,
good though.
And Venom being able to attack Call of Djalia, be able
Dusty
to
tried a Squirrel Girl with maybe the most heinous
crosshair
I've ever seen in my life.
The
but they tried a Penny Squirrel Girl and it did not work, let me tell you.
Keeping that space intact.
Yeah,
like not even
seems like a pretty good
not even close, by the way.
That Shmongus had a routing attacking side against OG Seed where they pretty much won every team fight that they were in, but they were really proactive in catching out OG Seed as they were trying to reset, trying to regroup. And I think that that's going to be important up against Low9. It did feel that we were talking a little bit about Crisis not getting the resources that they needed.
Oops. Wrong team, homie, but it's all good. We won't pull that out.
Crisis to get the resources that he wants in some of those fights, which is proving a little bit harder to do in Midtown.
And then you're done?
Yeah,
you're totally done, Ricky, now for like 6 weeks after that?
Remember, Low9 having lost that first round of domination, they got to choose which side that they wanted to opt for, and they opted for the side that got the first save.
I cannot look at this caster without seeing Plum.
Come through, they immediately got to protect and ban out that Loki
it's
from
like,
being able to bar them from
I can't do it.
And that definitely felt like a really big win condition in terms of
resources like, they were able to every time I look at him, I think it's Plum.
Much more so on the defense, and Loki is very strong on the defense because you have the opportunity of putting your doppelgangers wherever you want before the fight begins, as opposed to an attacker side Loki where a lot of the time you're burning those cooldowns either at the very opening stage of the fight or halfway through it. So the cooldowns are going to be coming through a little bit later into the fight potentially than you actually would want them to be able to combat some of those ultimates.
Game 3.
Shmongus having lost.
It's all down to this.
Means that they can stop Low9 from picking that side immediately.
Remember, this is an elimination day, by the way. This is lower bracket. So losers go out.
So we did see Low9 doing something a little bit interesting.
Yeah, Louis, I was going to message you guys. Can one of you message me to arrange tomorrow? Just because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do both.
Is that well, first of all, is that something?
So either you or Mads, if one of you messages me and we'll sort out tomorrow.
So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
But I'm looking forward to it, buddy. It's going to be lovely to see both.
Taking out some of the strong supports. It does feel like Vanguards. Yeah, you have Magneto.
This has been so much work. I don't know if it's
considered
lucky.
But Captain America feels really good. Brute still feels strong in the right hands. It's just
so here's the question, right? I think this is the question for the draft for Shmongus. Do they still put the Emma Prio on for Andrew, or do they give him a chance to? Do they give him a chance to get on this Venom, right? Give him his fucking Venom. Let him create the space.
More expensive ultimate from Storm.
Or do they want to put this prio on Loki?
Just throwing it out there so people know to not expect a Moon Knight meta with his
I was going to message you after the EME games anyway,
but
Moxie,
like, would you want L9 to stick to your guns here?
I think so. I think if you're low 9, like the thing about low 9
all right, here we go.
Is that they're very flexible.
So same prio, nothing different yet.
Likes playing the Venom. Like if they get full meta, they're gonna be happy that
they swapped in rigs though. This is big, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. Necros is not gonna play this game. They swapped in rigs to play this game, which is this changes things.
Low 9, yeah, there it is. They're gonna be buying the Loki and probably saving it so they get one second Loki right now.
They get the Loki again, dude.
So here Schmunger is probably thinking again, like, what, really? So Magneto seems like the obvious one. Not going to be a save for quite some time. But now that you've played a couple of rounds against this team, like Schmungus, what else is causing you issues? Would you even consider taking out the Punisher?
Luna probably.
Or does it feel like
Luna and Venom.
Rotate to something else like the Winter Soldier?
Yeah,
this is what I think they should have priored the Venom, dude. I think they fucked up the draft.
If Schmungus are playing dive, it should be noted, however, that Rixie Chu has been subbed in, and
I think they should ban the Invis here. If I'm Schmungus, I would ban the Invis. Now, what do they save here? Do they save the Psylocke knowing there's no Loki? They're gonna save the cap for Saint. This is big. This is so big. Yes, this is big. This, honestly, this looks good for L9. Oh, and they banned Jerky Psylocke? Oh, interesting. They give themselves the Luna. Okay. Their Luna is pretty disgusting.
Hey, you got the Lunar Snow saved on the
side. Do you take
out Schmungus, which I guess if you're the Loki,
do you take out Strange, maybe?
Licking your lips. That's a fantastic ultimate to be able to copy, and you also get Saint Demotus Captain America.
Invis?
Which does feel like, again, like, there's not too much pressure put onto low 9, putting onto Schmungus, sorry, when it comes to that support backline.
Okay, this is kind of wild. This is kind of fucking wild. They've given Saint Cap, which I think is such a mistake, dude.
Used to playing. It might also mean if Rixie chooses
I really like L9's draft here. I much prefer L9's draft.
Can play over the Punisher, potentially the Star-Lord. Maybe we get to see the Star-Lord, which Dark Souls 3 team have come through. Schmunkers have liked to run that composition on
They can swap just like that. Yeah, they can. So you can have a sub and you can swap in the sub. So obviously Necros is like, I don't know, maybe he's egoing. I don't know. You know my feelings on that guy. Fuck that guy. So I'm happy to see them swap him out.
Just the way that they did on mid-time push, then the Hela coming to the mix is going to complicate things.
Are you streaming today?
Significantly, especially if the Hela is starting on defense.
My room is built by the devil himself.
Already developed and potential.
Oh my god, that bad low.
From something like an Invis, so your Hela can just play nice and safe behind a Guardian Shield in that first fight, and that Flyer never makes it off the ground.
Yeah, so this feels almost strategic.
OBSCUR blew my fucking mind. No spoilies. We are just, we've just got into the monolith of the Paintress, so no spoilers. We're playing it very slowly, but I've heard the ending is pretty fucking wild. All right, game 3, y'all. L9 Schmungus. We see Wolver going back onto that group. It was so successful. Jerky holding this Human Torch. And we've seen this a lot. This high ground is prio for this map. So they're going to do a fighting portal here. Just get in. Craigie going to try and take out Wolver, I think. And it's just going to be a fucking brawl. KG Boga, immediate kills. This is a huge TP angle. And I think that's going to be an immediate point. That's rough for low 9. Really nice portal play. Right on the edge.
Well, you at least not playing for a draw on this point. You've made some good progression.
They still hold it, though. Then they're going to need to touch. There goes Saint. Just trying to stall out. Jerky over the top.
They try and contest this. But Schmungus, much like
they get the TP, so they could contest this, actually. It's not fully done. Crisis is just sat here in the fucking turret. Oh my god, if they pulled them back? Shit, that's a great TP from Wolver. The change from the Groot into the Strange to take this point is great stuff. Great stuff. And we see them kind of corralled in this corner. They're going to push out now. Desley does have an invis ult to get them on the site. KG's nearly got theirs. Huge freeze from KG. KG needs to survive. Riggsy gets Wolver as well on the backside. Crisis just kind of popping from this high ground. He hasn't moved from here, really. But they do get the point, Schmungus. So they're kind of split up here. And I think this is just going to be a die and reroute. Yeah, Schmungus kind of snuck the point in there.
Walking away on this giant symbiotic thing. I don't even have the words to describe it.
I think you're a little bit further ahead than me, Luna.
It starts on its merry way just after you use the final judgment as well. You do have some really good ultimates if you're low 9. You've almost got the freedom charge too, and an Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun doing Claire yesterday. The problem is I want to play Claire Obscure in my off time as well sometimes, but I don't want to spoil it now for you guys because we've done all of this run together so far, you know. So we'll keep with the once a week slow progression. Maybe we'll step up to twice a week once this tournament's done to finish it off. Nice slam on a Saint. But like huge amount of ults pop from L9. They're going to need to win this fight. Crisis gets the first one. And it looks like they are rooting them back. But that's a heavy ult investment for that. If I'm Schmungus, I'd pop it right back. There we go. Tried to get onto Jerky, but Jerky snuck around the corner. That's a huge kidnap to get everyone on the high ground, though. Craggy does get Saint. Look at this angle, dude, from Crisis. Oh my god, Crisis just got such a demonic angle on that. Gets a couple, Jerky over the top. And L9 stalling it out, but everything is popped. Everything is popped.
But not quite enough to get any eliminations on your side.
Only Boga left with an ult.
What you need to do as an invis,
and he's got another TP. That cooldown came back off. They're going to take the high ground. The problem is, though, like, you need to bait out this invis push to try and get a good ult off here. Because he's the only one with an ult to try and take this. They have got round them, though. Oh, that's huge from Boga. Oh, there was no follow-up. That was such a good ultimate from Boga as well, but where was the follow-up? Jerky on the backside just nailing everybody else. That was such a good timing. You saw the invis use that push, and Boga just immediately went for it. But you deal with him, then you've got the low-key domain down, and that just kind of spoils all of it, right?
Jerky has had free reign up until this point, potentially.
Schmungus struggling to get some purchase. L9's defense has been really good. It's been really solid.
Another final judgment ready to go to try and keep a hold of this objective. Just sitting on the high ground.
A lot of ults for Lonan as well. They have the much better ult economy for nearly 5 ults. I think Schmungus have to wait for Craggies. I think they have to wait for this Punisher ult. They're trying to take this high ground again. And they do get it. But they're ready, they're waiting. 5 ultimates. How do you fight this? Wolver kind of whiffs. Straight into a shield. There goes Rig. Over the top. But Crisis has already called it. Wolver gets a pick. Wolver gets a pick. Oh my god, they get Craggy. Oh no, they get Craggy. Dude, L9's defense looks super solid. I don't know if Schmungus can get in. There's the supernova over the top, and oh my god, it's a root. It's a root. L9's defense is so good.
There's just 45 seconds left to keep things moving, and it feels like it's been a good few minutes before.
Do you mean me, Luna, or the person casting the mainstream?
Crisis halfway to another ultimate. He has been absurdly strong, and now when you've got a lot more freedom of the low key to support Sintomoto and the Captain America, it's gonna be hard for Schmungus to get things going again.
Out of the fire into the pyro prison, Schmungus denied any space to potentially counterplay Crisis on this Punisher turret.
Saint just poking and prodding around the back. Crisis goes again.
But also sustain. Final judgment.
His focus is really clearly Craggy. This is like last fight. They need to win this fight, but I don't think they're going to do it. Riggs does get Gonski, though, after switching onto that Ultron. But Crisis over the top is just getting these kills. No one is touching Jerky. Jerky is completely left untouched on this Human Torch. And I think, oh my god, what a hold from L9. What a hold from L9. Crisis, like, I don't know if you can give him Punisher. You focus so much on trying to deal with Jerky and their Psylocke and their pocket picks that, like, and don't get me wrong, Jerky is, like, destroying them. But, like, Crisis secretly on this Punisher is just causing so many issues. The guy casting right now is...
Whether it's the Galactic Legend of Rixitude that was playing over on Star-Lord, it felt that nothing was really coming through at all
my brain is
on the side
my
of
brain
Schmungus.
has stopped.
Now that
What's
they're
his name?
defending, Low9 don't have too much pressure to get on the map, but Schmungus
Why
also had
brain
good
not
holds
working?
over on Symbiotic Showdown. It'd have to be a
I'll tell you in a
to
minute.
win out here.
They need to be able to find a pick onto Jerky or Crisis.
Ryan, thank you. Yeah, it's Ryan.
These two duelists getting to stay alive at the same time is a situation that Schmungus just can't deal with.
How's this my casting for Marvel? He really said I don't know what this goofy symbiote thing is they're pushing on the floor.
Looking at the Punisher and the torches
Ryan Central, thank you, Ricky. Yeah.
And vice versa.
Yeah, I don't want to
resources into that Punisher of utilizing Jerky's pyro prison uptimes as
talk about the other casters on stream. I have my own thoughts on some of the choices.
From the pyro prison. Oh no. Wolver sets up the counter portal.
Oh my god, is he gonna get this?
Does he manage? Well, Catchbog has been able to find 4 people off the map before.
Yeah.
From the side of Low9 pulls for it.
Nice attempt. I respect it.
Is one that we've actually seen from L9 before over on Central Park. Just opening the doorway, a turret to set up from Crisis to hopefully have
I'm very actively trying not to talk about the other casters and stuff, because obviously as a caster myself, and losing out on this casting gig, I have my own thoughts and feelings, but not something I want to particularly talk about on here. I'll save that for elsewhere. Okay, no TP to get in here, so it's just gonna have to be brute force. Rig gets a nice pick on Saint. I think this Ultron could be a really nice swap to hold here for Schmungus, running this triple support to try and keep everyone up, especially without the TP played now. I would maybe like to see Wolver swap back onto the Groot here though.
Hungry for, but also they are just sticking bodies on
just to try and push into this first point. So they're going to take this high ground. This is what we've seen pretty much consistently on this map.
And really, it's just Low9 holding things out. They're not too concerned about it, just waiting out the storm to an extent.
Crisis built up an ult though. They're probably going to pop it right now. Here we go with Gonski over the top of that Lunar ult to keep him up. And here we go. Wolver's already got one. They're all stuck in this corner. Crisis gets another, and this is just going to be a wash. Like, you have to expect this. As soon as this Punisher gets this ult, you know they're going to pop it with a support, and you just can't do anything. They need to find a solution to these Punisher ults, because they've got to hold for 4 minutes 30, and they've just got to get it up this ramp. This is looking so good for L9. If I'm Schmungus here, this is looking real bad, and I don't know how you hold it. This is going to have to be an unreal hold from Schmungus. Craggy does get a nice kill over the top with the help of Riggs on that cap. But that's kind of all she wrote. They do force the Invisol out. Burger and KG both holding a couple of ultimates, but no one is dealing with Jerky. Okay, here we go. Andrew trying to get some value with this Emerald. It's a nice angle. Gets pinks everyone, actually. That's really nice from Andrew. Riggs over the top as well with the ult. That was a really nice angle for the Emerald. And that's a good hold. Shave off some time.
Don't have space that's immediately theirs. Punisher is a brilliant duelist when you have the
Hi,
space.
Savage.
When you can add every single fight at the beginning.
Nice early pick, and they've still got Boga and KG on these ults. This is kind of doable, maybe. This is kind of doable, but look out for Crisis. 89%. This is what they're going to hold for. Gonski is going to go right now. There we go. Crisis is going to pop it over the top. Oh, Gonski doesn't go yet. Here we go. There goes Crisis. There goes Gonski over the top. And they push them all the way back. You need to get the kills with this, though. This is your big play. Crisis gets them with the Eye of Agamotto from Wolver over the top. And I think that's going to be all of it. I don't know if they've got enough in the tank, Schmungus. They are kind of holding them off with the Invisible, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There it goes. L9 with the win, 2-1. And Schmungus is out. Schmungus is out of this tournament. The content creators put up a good fight, but they had nothing to do with this Punisher. Crisis just absolutely destroying them every time that they get an ultimate. And I think, you know, for me, I think this comes down to a draft issue for Schmungus. I think they off the back of game 1, they felt really confident, and L9 just have a better read on the game, I think. Crisis going 29-2 is outrageous. 31k damage. Double the damage of anyone else on Schmungus. Really good comeback from L9. They are looking, honestly, like they might do a really interesting lower bracket run. They're looking pretty strong.
There's a lot of promise on this team. If they want to put more time in, they can definitely reach.
Who have they got next?
Top 8 finish.
Yeah, and if you're on the side of low 9 too, everyone who's going to be matching up against this team.
Oh, AB, OG. Listen, I think L9 could make a hell of a run here. They could make a hell of a fucking run here. They look really solid. They look really solid. That's some good stuff. Well, we had a bit of a close series 1, but Schmungus are out.
Like you said, the fact that even though Schmungus were able to get the one-sided Luna, it was only one-sided Luna until,
if I'm honest, I wasn't really expecting Schmungus to do very well. As I said, they just don't care enough, which is totally fine. That's not a slight on them. They don't care. They're content creators at the end of the day. They're not pros. They did really well to get this far, but they've all got careers of their own. They don't really care too much about as much as other teams. So, you know, I don't think they'd have put in the prep work that L9 have, and it shows in their drafting. Their drafting, I think, was a problem.
There's literally a time gate that is attached to each of the effects. So if they're not careful, if they're not making sure that that Punisher is being kept up from every single part of healing coming over from that team, when Gonski swaps over to that damage boost,
sorry, chat, 1 second.
It all falls apart. Crisis with his final judgment gets shredded, but they do such a good job of making sure that his health bar just does not drop in those really crucial moments.
It was a hell of a series for Low 9. Like, I 100% agree with the point of just maybe what they've shown might be counted before, but it's not going to matter too much, at least for the rest of this week. You are playing for seeding, playing to, frankly, just avoid some of the stronger teams, but we were sort of looking at it more of a sense of avoiding Virtus Pro. But that would have been a case of Virtus Pro if they had gone through 2-0.
Luce, are you in here?
Before we go any further looking into that series, we do have an interview from Low 9, and I'd missed who it was that we're talking to. We're about to see in a second.
What the fuck is this?
An issue, but I mean, Moxie.
What the fuck is this?
Fantastic showing from them overall. Full stop.
Hello?
Yes, it absolutely was. And hello, Jerky. Congratulations on the win. Give us a little bit of a rundown on that last map.
All right, here we go. Let's hear from Jerky, see what they got to say.
In EMEA where Vanguards have been the thing that everyone has saved in that first insta-save slot. And you opted for the Loki without revealing too many secrets, without revealing all of the source. Why did you guys prioritize the Loki over a Vanguard save?
Well, I think our Vanguards have the advantage where they're really versatile and they can play everything, and I don't think our team is necessarily made up because of our Vanguards. I think
Saint honestly looked pretty good on the Venom as well.
We're just a really good team, right? So we don't need a Mag, for example, or we don't need a Emma, for example. I think we just prioritize what's our comfort pick, and we just rolled with that.
Yeah, they didn't do anything to this Human Torch.
Do you feel like it's a bit of a misplay from other teams then, are also like being in the scene a while, very flexible on the characters that they play to be sort of putting so much pressure into getting either Emma Frost or Magneto first? Because there's a lot of, like, Saint Tomota's a fantastic like Vanguard, especially with his like Captain America being able to put focus on that. Do you think it's like a misplay that people are focusing too much on taking out the strong Vanguards when the supports are the ones that are definitely being focused the most?
Well, personally, I just think that a lot of other compositions work for a lot of other teams, right? There's obviously the res comp, I'm not sure for the exact name, but there's a res comp where there's an Adam, Mantis, and whatever, and we don't play that, right? And some teams might prioritize that, some teams might prioritize the Mag, some teams might prioritize the Emma, so I think it's just preference, and I think a lot of really good compositions work with a lot of different teams.
Hope you're proud of yourself, Luke.
At the end of the day, it's just preference.
I hope you're good. Sorry,
and is it preference the reason why you're running the Torch? Because when those patch notes came through, everyone might maybe have overreacted and said, okay, Torch is just gutted. Is there a reason why you think that Torch is still strong?
Well, I think the Torch last patch was just really strong, and he was just completely overtuned. But now he is kind of on a middle ground where he does work with a lot of comms, but also doesn't work in others. So I think he's in a really good state right now. Where
I think people just can't counter him,
but not always. So I think he's a really good character right now. He works in a lot of compositions, but also, without being too arrogant, I think the enemy team just had the human candle Necros. So yeah. I think that's why I picked the Torch there.
I mean, you gotta assert yourself whatever you can, I guess. But it does mean that you sort of go on further into the tournament. You've had
we'll talk about Torch in a minute. Well, I think Torch is a real problem.
So far. Like, it was a loss against All Business. It was win against.
This is the first series, Alex.
What did you take from that first loss against All Business? That's a hard game because we haven't seen them play for a bit. They've progressed. We're going to see them a little bit later on today. Like, what have you taken from last week into this week when it comes to your own performance? Is it looking at the draft? Is it going, wait, let's put more stock onto getting our support players onto their strong picks because our Vanguard's better? Like, certain maps? What has been the focus of this week that has led to you getting to this spot?
Well, without revealing too much, I think we're a team that's new, so we didn't have a lot of time to practice and to really test out those bans. So getting into this tournament, we didn't really know what to ban exactly. We were just kind of,
I think people are starting to like get it now, right?
But now that we actually got some practice in and scrimmed quite a lot, I think we maybe not perfected the bans, but definitely improved them. So I think the draft is going to be way different against All Business.
Thank you, Jazz.
And I think it will go in our favor this time. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Shaky. Once again, congratulations on your win. We'll let you get back to the rest of your day.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
All right, Series 1 is done. That is a 1-1. No, that is a 2-1 to Low 9. So Low 9 move on to the lower bracket semis, where they are going to face either AB or OG Seed, which we'll see a little bit later on. The next series I believe we're getting is VP Yoinkada. This is either going to be a fucking insane banger, or it's going to be a one-sided VP stomp. But I really kind of hope that Yoink show up, honestly. I would love VP to get tested again after their pretty harrowing defeat to Rad. If you do want to watch this series, because it was fucking amazing, by the way, it is just posted on my YouTube. So go and sub to my YouTube if you want to see these games. We're going to be doing most of these series. Will go up on my YouTube. Maybe not the lower bracket quarters today, but most of the games from tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, as well as all of next week's games, will be going up on that YouTube for the tournament. So make sure you are on there. I'd super appreciate it. Let's talk about Torch. I hope you're good, by the way, Alex. Hi, Cal. A good candidate for spare parts? What? Are you planning on surgically removing my organs? Because I'm going to tell you right now, Cal, I don't think any of my organs are working properly, so Let's talk about Torch. So I think we talked about this last week. For those of you that were here watching the games with us last week, I think a big part of the problem with Torch and why he's still like so good. The most obvious direct, if you just think about the game, right? The most direct feeling is, okay, well, any hit scan is going to counter a Torch, right? Hello, Hawkeye, Punisher, Star-Lord, Winter Soldier, any of these are going to do really well into Torch. But it's about the play style, right? It's about the way that the Human Torch plays. So if you watch a Torch, their side strafing speed is so fast that it's actually really hard to hit them anyway. And they usually are playing some kind of cover because their side to side and up and down strafe speed is really quick compared to like a Storm or any of the other flyers. So if you have your movement on point, you just don't get the options to fucking kill him anyway. And if they're being pocketed by the healers, even remotely, or there's an invis and the invis can shield him really quickly, you're just never going to get a kill. So while strategically you may be like, oh, this is solid. This is going to be a solid pick into a Torch. Like the way that he plays is just, and we've seen it so much. If you choose Idrisil Path, specifically that map, I think you have to ban Torch. That's a map specific ban, but I think you have to ban Torch on that map. It's too good. It's way too good. It's too good. How are you, by the way, Cal? You doing all right, buddy? Been making my portfolio all day. As in, like, for web design, you mean? Or, like, app design? To put out to prospective businesses and stuff? Hello, Hawk. I don't have the ults to alter fights. I would disagree with that. I think both of the ults are actually really good at turning fights. The problem is the timing. Hella's is quite easy to counter, I would say, rather than they're not good ults. Particularly with what we're seeing with like Strange, Mags. The support ults very easily counter Hella. The Hawkeye less so, because I think Hawkeye can actually damage through support ults. But we're just not seeing much Hawkeye in general, you know? Surprisingly so. And I think we're going to see even less now with the team up nerfs. Man, I really hope we get a Thor. I would fucking love to see a Thor today. We're not going to get it. But I would love it. I think the way I was thinking about this yesterday, because I'm gonna make a video about Thor. I'm gonna make a Thor guide when the tournament's over. I was thinking about Thor earlier in the changes. I think if you view him as a DPS with health rather than a tank, I think he can be so fucking good. Like, we need to change the conversation around Thor, because basically he's kind of like Mr. Fantastic, but they're just in different brackets, you know? But I think if you view them the same as like just tanky DPS, rather than like a second tank, you know, I think he can be really good. Kind of dumb question, but I have the feeling the meta's very specific. Like, it's a lot of mirror matchups, except for DPS. It has been for a lot of it, Woo. But I think this is where we're going to start to see a little spice in these kind of later stages of the groups, as people like figure out ways to counter these mirror matches. So we have seen a lot of Emma. We've seen a lot of Mag. We've seen a lot of Wolverine, Punisher. But I think some teams are going to show us some interesting picks to try and deal with. Or at least I hope they do. I'm making a website, game dev, app dev, websites, editing. Jesus. Is it not much harder to like... Is it not much harder to apply for jobs if it's more generic rather than like specific... Like a specific portfolio, Alex? I have no idea. That's not a jab. I've no idea. I'm genuinely asking. They're decent against Torch, but they're also not as effective Punishers as Star Lords. True. The Punisher role is the main reason I think he's a massive problem. He does pretty good damage otherwise. But the fact that his ultimate just like hard counters kind of everything in the game, realistically. Like, it counters pretty much all the support ults in the game. If they're running a rocket, you can burst the rocket res very quickly. Any of the supporters, you can burst them through it because it's just way too overwhelming damage. And people have started figuring out that if you drop a support ult at the same time as the Punisher ult and make sure he can't die, you're going to roll over the fight. Either the team backs the fuck off and gives you the space so they don't die to it, or you all die and you roll over the fight. It's like a free win. And it's really quick to build up as well. So I think if they're looking at Punisher nerfs, I would look at ult charge. Slower ult charge maybe, or more energy to pop it. And maybe just dial the damage down a little. It's kind of wild. But let's have a look here at VP.
With these players, you sort of have that experience and knowledge to go on and push through. It does feel that with
for those of you who are newer to Rivals esports, VP before this tournament were the undisputed best team in EMEA. They were undefeated. They were 23-0 in games and were just like dominant until they lost last weekend. That was their first loss. So we don't know what form they're coming up with here.
So it is a huge surprise, as we can see here.
This could go either way.
Match that they did go on to lose, but they had some really shining moments. Fi on this Torch was an absolute standout. Nevix is one of, if not the strongest groups in the world, potentially matched only by Black Sow coming on through. So they have so much pedigree, like you said, a lot of stories, a lot of experience. However, so too does Young Kanda, and like I said, Nevix's group incredibly strong, potentially world best, but this one player is probably the closest, if not the one that surpasses him. So I cannot wait to see a Nevix versus Black Sow.
Yeah, Young Kanda, maybe not too surprising that they were sort of in this stage of the tournament. It was a very easy win, I'd say, over Dusty going into that elimination bracket after losing their first series. But you look at the players and you can't necessarily neglect
I'm just
the
talking to them about the
had,
quality.
but majority of them representing Fnatic at the last Invitational. You have some players like Melio and Line Pro going in different directions, and then Etsu, that I think used to be on the LG squad, moving over. So the actual like players that they have on this team are pretty well tenured. Granted that it's not been a very long and laborious scene for the Marvel Rivals esports scene. So there is a chance that Young Kanda could do damage here. They're probably just a little bit frustrated of like, why did we have to get Virtus Pro? How are they down here with us? Like, it should have been a little bit more straightforward.
Sorry about that, chat.
They have to do the unthinkable, it feels like, in order to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, one thing that could be the difference maker in this match as well is one of the heroes that we've started to see more and more. Very much the star of the show in the
that makes sense.
EMEA,
That makes
and not
sense,
just the EMEA, but also a lot of other regions too. It's Cloak and Dagger appreciation time. It's Terror Cape exclamation time too, because this one ability has been breaking health.
I'm not going to make a habit of complimenting you,
of this tournament, and
Alex.
it's on a
I've known you for a good few years now,
which is absolutely
you're a smart cookie. You're a very, very smart individual.
That travels almost 25 meters, and if it catches on to you, you get blinded,
got
which
zero
is
doubt you'll
obscure
find
vision
something.
for a 10-meter radius for 1.5 seconds. However, the true lethality to this cooldown is the vulnerability that it applies.
This fucking hero, dude.
28% increased damage for 3 seconds.
Is it 28%?
Sources, and it is something that Rad Esports.
Holy shit! I did not know it was 28%.
Again and again and again. Fade's Terror Cape applications were some of the best.
It's 28%,
and one of the up-and-coming stars that we're really getting to see in the EMEA region
what?
is Vertigo for Yoinkanda, who loves playing the Cloak and Dagger. So that one.
Well, that needs a fucking nerf.
Or Virtus Pro are going to have to find a way to work.
Has it always been 28?
And it also feels that when you have less of the Lunar Snow, the less of
Bro,
the
what the fuck is that hero?
Like big support ultimates. Eternal Bond is very good for that. Just being able to.
No wonder I keep dying to Cloak and Daggers. They pop their they cape in my face.
Also will provide damage.
Then they fucking beam me for like 1 second and I'm dead, and I'm always like, wow, that damage seems crazy. But I always thought it was just the damage from the left click, which is still kind of crazy to be honest on Cloak. But that explains a lot, the fact that I'd take 28% more damage for 3 seconds. That explains a lot. Shit. Hey, we're learning today, chat. We're learning.
Means that Virtus Pro bit in the backside by it in the last series against Rad, which they lost pretty heavily. Not quite going to be banning it out first.
I mean, anything is always good for you right now, Alex, right? Any experience. So let's get into it. Game 1, VP Yoinkanda.
In terms of those compositions coming
and so far, pretty samey. Emma and Mag Cryo.
Not going to be able to ban that one out. What they can
Luna ban into a Mag save, I would imagine here.
Which is
a Loki ban.
First, that Yoinkanda don't get their hands on a super bolstered
probably a Mag save incoming.
Now we get to see what Virtus Pro are going to decide to save. This might be where we see the Magneto. Well, yeah, it is going to be where we see
probably
the
into a Loki Luna ban, unless they're feeling spicy. If we go standard, we're probably looking into a Loki Luna ban here,
so that they can use the Meteor Arm, the one-shot potential to try and shut down the Cloak and Dagger mid Eternal Bond dash.
One thing that we have been hearing through the grapevine is that Virtus Pro, like we
probably double Luna bans, unless they
week.
feel like they want to do the invis, but double Luna bans most likely.
Tournaments. They have been
now, do they save the Punisher? Because Sparker was going bananas on this Punisher.
If they go for a bad period,
so I would expect
come together and improve.
Cloak.
The Cloak and Dagger seems to be the improvement that you would expect them to be making. Are there any other characters that would even be considered at this rate, or do you think Virtus Pro are like, yeah, we want to make sure that we get that at least?
Yeah, I feel like you want
ban the
Virtus
invis.
Pro to take the Cloak and Dagger immediately.
So I think we're likely to see a Mantis.
Banning out the Cloak and Dagger.
Mantis comp here from Virtus Pro, given the support banning.
Fire's Torch is going to get absolutely bolstered on up.
Punisher save?
Also the team up ability giving
what
him
map are we on? Hell's Haven.
But with VP protecting the Cloak and Dagger, it means that if Yoinkanda go for a save of the Cloak and Dagger themselves, we're going to be seeing that both of these teams have that same win condition. They're going to be both being able to have that Terror Cape up and running.
Ban the Punisher, maybe? I would ban the Punisher, honestly. Although Monk was not playing that.
There's the adaptation.
And they're going to take the Cloak. They're going to ban the Cloak.
They saw it against Rad. They want nothing to do with it.
So I guess
VP have some crazy Cloak PTSD here.
Into this meta. You would have
much higher prio on Cloak than we've seen so far.
Beat them, and they did it by going for basically the same draft twice. Let's just copy that draft. Let's see if we can
okay, interesting.
But it does feel like even from the picks alone of Virtus Pro of
you can still see the priors though are very much the same, you know, between tanks and supports.
Not to say that they don't understand what or even looked into it too much. They're just not really that fussed about the Cloak and Dagger.
oil shot.
Well, the Wolverine can just in the
I would give it a few days. I would give it a few days in that case, you know.
Get everybody
it might take them a while.
The invis boundary or lost stand too. You can do that with Eternal
if you guys don't know how the maps work, by the way, because the maps are being done a little bit differently as well. The first map is always a domination map. The second map is always a convoy, and the third is always a convergence. It's a random who picks, I think it's a coin toss who picks map 1. Then the loser of game 1 picks map 2. And then obviously the other team, whoever picked map 1, then picks map 3.
with that cloak and dagger are definitely going to be doing
that's the advantage
a
of winning
lot of
the coin toss,
significant
obviously.
damage outbursts. Their
If it goes to 3 games,
cycles
so
are going to be immensely
let's get into it. Let's see what they swap onto. And it looks like VP are running the res strat.
Is going to just speed everybody out of the spawn.
This is interesting. They lost to the res strat. Oh my god, is this an actual Widow? This is the first Widow. I love this. Dude, I love this from Monk. Okay, let's see how... I really want this Widow to put in work. Let's see how this plays out. Monk is sitting on a Widowmaker. Not Widowmaker, fucking Black Widow. Jesus, get your game right, Nick.
Captain America, Psylocke just trying to get out of dodge, but Etsu...
So, early take from VP. They're running this res strat that they lost to pretty handily against Rad. So, obviously, with the support bands, they were kind of pigeonholed into this.
Does that they bounce back? And we're seeing some Black Widow, which is not afraid to pull out.
I don't know if you can misread the composition.
This is kind of tough Black Widow map, though, isn't it?
They were going to be up against Torch.
Oh my god, they just got railed. I kind of feel like this is a really difficult Black Widow map. Especially into a res comp, it feels tough. Oh, sorry, are they really loud? Oh, sorry, the volume is still really high from before. Sorry, chat, sorry, chat, sorry, chat. That should be much better. My bad, my bad. We have a Widow. I love this. So Virtus.pro getting a good amount of percentage to start with. Black's really nice pickoff on the back. He just fucking launched himself across that point. But the rest of the team pushing in off the back of that cloak ult. And here come all the reses, and they are ready to go once again. It's really tough to play into a res comp, though. And Monk gets picked off by Sparker.
Hasn't really been much damage to do.
Dritto was getting all of the healing. Immediately has.
I mean, they're going pretty heavy dive here for Yoink.
You don't really prioritize the Atom here for the Karmic Revival. You prioritize the poke pressure to be able to keep Monk Mother off of these angles, and also
lots of ults. Finn's got theirs, Spark's got theirs.
They try and jump in. If the dive is committed,
this is going to be a really hard push from Yoink.
From the Atom, sleep from
nice pickup from Sparker. That's gonna bring out the res. Finn gets such a nice double in the back, though, with the Eye of Agamotto. Sparker's already rezzed. Doesn't quite get a kill, but they do finish off the Emma with the help of Nevix on that mag, and Sparker's just going nuts. Sparker's just going fucking nuts on this Adam Warlock. That's a fucking wash.
Very straightforward fight for Virtus.pro so far.
It's really interesting what we're seeing is we're seeing the DPS players play the Adam. Because there's so much value you can get from playing this Adam in DPS.
We all know what happened. I've gone over it enough.
7-1, dude, on Sparker. Sparker is usually their Punisher player, by the way, on VP. For any of you that are kind of watching this for the first time. So they've put their DPS on Adam Warlock, and man, is it working. Because it's so free, right? You use your aim, you pound them, and if you get taken out... And, like, look at what Yoink were running. They were running a Black Widow Psylocke, which is all about getting these individual picks rather than this big team fight win. So it feels really tough playing it into a res comp. You get the pick, they come straight back, and then you've expended all your resources.
Virtus.pro, they have had motivation now to try
and VP are gonna TP, get on there first. So here we see the adaptation. Vertigo actually going for the rocket for a res of their own, which is quite interesting. And then Monk switching onto the Human Torch. This could be really good as long as they can keep Monk alive. And here goes Fee over the top. Immediately gets Monk. Immediately isolating in the back with no help.
really good spot from Fi to sort of see that wild.
Are we able to get the magic skin up in this bit?
Thank you very much for subscribing. Hi, Milky. Really appreciate it. Okay, bye. You can get the magic skin from me. I have the exclusive drops this weekend. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it very much. Ooh, nice try on the Psylocke. Big Eye of Agamotto though. Huge Eye of Agamotto from Finn to claw that fight back. And Sparker just rolling over it. I think Yoink are just... Damn, VP showing this res comp is very good. I think this is a statement game from VP, if I'm honest. This feels like a statement game to say, hey, we lost using the res comp last week. We're going to show you that we can still run this, and this is not a fucking weakness. This feels like a statement game.
They do have to be careful though, as Blacks and Etsu can both close up the distance of where that Comic Revival is cast. Fi on that Star-Lord is scouting out too, trying to figure out where is this Psylocke.
Yeah, I don't know Ryan that much from VCT. Is he very well known in the VCT scene? Because I have some opinions.
And this eternal bond is almost pure ego and hubris coming out of Dreedro. He has the freedom to do it.
Yeah, just straight down. This is a fucking wash.
And for Virtus Pro, they're looking comfortable.
As a wash.
Back into the form that we expect them to be in.
I appreciate the sub, thank you.
And for now, yeah, Sparker can sit on this Comet Revival all he wants.
You would need to do 3 healer if you Adam DPS. Well, no, Adam is still technically a healer, but he's just more like focused on the DPS. We just become best friends, you know. Maddie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing?
Having a couple of things to work with. I guess
VP just kind of dominating this one.
Yeah, so
hi, Jamie. Yeah, we're back on the Tawny for the next 4 days. Here goes the Assemble, trying to get in on this backline. VP immediately back out Nevix. Nice shield from the Emma to block that Maggle. And also really nice Emerald as well to stop this Star-Lord. Or make this Star-Lord think twice about using that ultimate and popping back in. Oh, huge Eye of Agamotto there from Finn. Oof, there's just nothing you can do as Yoink, is there? There's just too many fucking problems. Finn was all ready for that TP. Did they get on in time? They do get on with the rocket all over the top, but that rocket is going to go very quickly. It's already gone. Finn gets a pick on Etsu. I don't know how you do this as Yoink. This is a statement game from VP.
Very clean so far. The portal just diminishing. The fight's holding on for dear life as the eternal bond from Dreedro.
Yeah, it's too much. Cloak ult down. Oh my god, look at this fucking cloak. No fear. Yeah, that was a bit of a wash. We thought this series might be a bit of a wash. This was the one I thought might be the quickest, to be honest.
For Virtus Pro, that they were missing strategist ultimates that could provide sustainability because they never had to use them.
Yep.
Solar Resurgence never.
He's gonna Val probably just learning the game.
Dancer the Butterflies was always coming out to an Adam who had Soul Bond, and it is
I'm not gonna talk about it on here, but yeah, I'll DM you it later. But yeah. I think Rivals. The only thing I will say is I think Rivals is a very different game to cast. And doesn't necessarily have the same crossover that a lot of other games might.
It doesn't matter that your Mantis from Saipe is tied to sustainability for her resource when Cloak and Dagger has that much healing potential.
Oh, for sure. Like this sort of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Welcome in, Maddie. If you just want to lurk and enjoy, please feel free.
But I think
it's lovely to have you. Thank you for the follow.
I would say that Sparker's ultimates were that good, mainly because he didn't use them. We can't have an opinion on them either.
Yeah, really solid statement game from VP.
Like final hits, which with that right click.
So here's the problem now for Yoink, right? Here's the problem for draft number 2. Do you ban the Adam to just stop this res comp, or do you let them have it again and play something into it? Do you try and match? Do you mirror match the res comp, which is what Rad did in the series last week? They mirror matched it and beat them out. They just got the picks that they needed to take the fights. Are you confident in playing a res comp? If not, you need to ban this Adam because they're very clearly happy to run it. But then you also let open things like the Luna or the Loki. So do you have an answer for that instead? You know?
Such a stellar job of just scouting, of checking.
Hi, Natures. How are you?
See whether or not map number 2 is going to be just as dominantly sided to Virtus Pro, or if Yonkanda can pull it back. We'll be back after this break.
Go. Game 1. Bit of a wash. I'm good. Thank you, Natures. I'm good. I'm good. My jaw hurts like a motherfucker, but I'm good. I'm grinding my, intensing to grind my jaw in my sleep. So I keep waking up and it hurts like a bitch. Alrighty. So let's have a look where we're at. L9 already in from the last series here. In the lower bracket semis, which we're going to get tomorrow. So we'll see these tomorrow. 1-0 right now for VP. After this game, we are going to be going to All Business OG C to see who is going to play L9. And then we're finishing off with what I think is going to be the banger of the day. I think Peps and Al-Q are going to be the fucking banger series of the day. Yeah, it's like my right side jaw that hurts more, so I think I'm tensing my right jaw more. And it's making talking this much. Yeah, because I've been talking so much as well, like it's not helping at all. But yeah. I do love the fact they tried Black Widow, though. And I think Black Widow is not terrible, but it just, you can't run it into a res comp, dude. Like, Black Widow's entire kit just is countered by res comp. So it's, I don't know what the idea was behind that. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they thought it was a bait. I don't know. I feel you after suffering from Monday. Wait, what was Monday, Ricky? Just don't talk. We could do it in silence. Do you guys just want to? Do you guys just want to watch and I'll just shut the fuck up? I'll let the casters do the talking. Hi, Ran. How are you? Welcome in. How you doing? Are there limited channels for the drops? Yes. There are some, like me, who are watch partying it and have been given access to the drops. The main channel has it. Some Marvel Rivals partners have it as well, I think. I think they've been given access to it as well. But there's I'm in a Discord with like all of the managers and with like the casters and the managers and stuff. So we've all been given access to it as well. So there'll be some casters that are not doing it today. There's like Dogman, who's an NA caster. I know he's watch partying at the moment. He's got drops on. I would imagine Leg Day as well has them on. So there are, it's not just my channel, but. It's good. Thank you, Ran. Good. This is series number 2. The first one was real good. I assume you play Marvel Rivals yourself. And if you do, let me know who you enjoy playing. Game 2. Shit, that happened much quicker than I thought it was going to happen.
Probably going to be coming out on top.
All right, let's see how they adapt the draft.
Where regions are potentially going to, we know regions are going to be
so same samesies right now. Mag, Emma Save. Probably Loki ban into Emma Save.
They come back after a loss against Rad. They bounce back in with a new composition.
Oh, Luna ban into Emma Save. One of the two.
They've been investing, learning how strong.
It's going to be the second half of this draft to see whether we get some adaptation.
As Loki is going to be taken off of the board for for Yoinkanda.
I'd be pretty surprised if this isn't an Emma. Yeah.
As well.
Probably looking at double Luna bans on both sides respectively.
For both sides, Ryan, do you think we're going to see Cloak and Dagger make another appearance in the ban system now, though?
Potentially.
What's your fave game to play, Ren?
I saw a couple of people like looking through, the watch parties
so
and stuff.
I won't have it, especially anyone that's higher up. Yeah, you won't have these drops milky for yourself, yeah.
Like, oh yeah, you need to take up the Adam Wall.
There we go, the Loki double Luna ban.
About this yesterday, Moxie, where it's like, it's
do they
specific. You have to think
save
about
the cloak again, I guess?
How they either connect via team ups or just synergize really nicely with other
Oh no, this is VP.
So, yeah, it probably is a smart idea to not allow.
Yeah, they are going to save the cloak.
But I guess like
I would imagine they want to ban the cloak as well. VP is their last if they don't pick it up right now.
And if you don't get to
I think they need to ban Warlock here. I think you have to ban Warlock. Otherwise, you're just going to get res comped.
It's a bit of a pick your poison thing.
Dude, I think they're just going to get res comped again, aren't they?
The last time they prioritized the Wolverine. And there's the Cloak and Dagger save. Okay, there we go. So yeah, for me,
I don't know about this from Yoink. I just feel like they're going to get res comped again. It is a convoy, so maybe not as effective on convoy. So maybe they don't do it. And it is a Racco as well.
They thought that they would be
this
up
map's
against
fucking
Groot
stupid.
Coming on through from the side of Virtus Pro, and maybe they wanted the Wolverine for things like
but
the Strange.
why would you not? Like, why would you not as VP? Sparker was just popping on that. I don't see why you change it.
Just shut down anything that tried to find an isolated target.
And they're on the defense. It just makes sense, doesn't it? Triple support, res comp. Maybe they're just gonna do the Warlock Rocket though. This is this. I don't know if you guys have seen this. There's Warlock Rocket combo.
Through anyone at the initial stage of dive,
so it's like
where dive is at its strongest since you're going
what chat is ready? What do you mean? What do you mean, Bucky? In this one?
That we get to go to. We've seen
in the
this
Twitch chat
very rarely as Yoinkanda decide to take us here. One of, in fact, the latest map pool.
Do you guys know each other?
To see from Marvel Rivals, which Virtus Pro have been able to full push in the past.
Wasn't it a waste saving someone that was already saved? No, because it's their team specific.
On that last point.
Yeah, it was a weird map because the Fire Straight's doing the exact same thing.
Maybe refresh Milky.
Pro into the latest map. Maybe to just
Ran, could I ask a favor? Could you just pop a quick message in? I don't know, say whatever you like.
Fights and have the objective still moving.
Oh, do you think it's someone else?
And just maintain the control of this objective, and everybody has to be like cleared. Everybody has to be eliminated full team wide.
Yeah, that team specific, Ricky. All right, so we got Fee on this torch. Fee is an absolutely demon torch player, and so I think outside of Idrisil Path, I think this is probably the best torch map right now. This is such an unreal, like, such a good fucking torch map. There's so much like cover, so much high ground to play around, so many flank angles. Is this me? That might be me.
Pro's first corner and stopping Etsu from finding any value on the Psylocke, and because the Psylocke is losing to the Adam Warlock, the Psylocke's not there to take out the
and we see Yoink going here for the Mantis as a dual support. We've seen this quite a lot. When a lot of your picks have been taken out, we've seen the Mantis be the kind of go-to fallback support for most teams. A nice few kills from VP though to hold it down. They finally get Sparker. That's big from Blacks. Baiting out the res. There we go. That cooldown's on. That could be really big. If they can pick off Sparker again, this res comp is kind of this semi-res comp with this Mantis. Mantis is going to be done. Etsu, though, on this Psylocke. Oh! Getting these picks. They need this. There's that res as well. No reses for either of the supports.
A little bit more precarious for Yoinkanda as they're trying to get past this corner, but Monkbutter moving over to the human
Supernova over the top.
The Supernova first. Psionic Seduction trying to
Finn gets a nice pick. Who wins the torch 1v1? Fee just backs the fuck out.
So little of it, but they're so good at just being irritating. Even if they lose this fight, they're going to buy so much time, Moxie.
Yeah,
oh, it's a 1-for-1. There goes the Born again. From Sparker, brings it back up. Snaze, though, on this Emma, is putting in a lot of pressure on this front line. Huge pings. What a fade. Oh, my God. What a fade attempt from Blaziken. Nearly got it.
Takes the Vanguard down.
That was huge.
Correct. If you mistook the strategist for a duelist with the amount of damage,
Odran.
Been able to pump into the forces of Yoinkandas. They have not been able to find a way of
Orion. Oh, Orion. Apologies.
Blaziken's approaching that eternal bond, but Jordo's got one to mirror. Finzi with the Eye of Agamotto 2 can catch on to all.
What is that wall? Hello? That's the thinnest wall I've ever seen. Oh, it's 1 HP. Oh my god. Oh, that's such a feels bad for Fee. Oh my god, that's such a feels bad for Fee. That Mantis is 1 HP, and then by the time he sees her again, she's already back up. Nice push from Yoink off the back of that pick. They burned through the res comp as well. Nice. Monk is putting in some work on this torch. And Ed's getting some really nice picks in the back on this Psylocke.
Two corners that this objective has been able to go behind.
They're going to TP back in to contest.
Ready to go to add a little bit more damage onto this side.
Oh, he's looking straight away. Finds the Mantis, but she gets the ult off. Oh, she gets the ult off and she survives.
Manages to get their own soul resurgence out just in the nick of time.
Emma trying to ping Fee, but survives. Etsu going.
But I'm not seeing any blue names in the kill feed going down.
There goes the assemble. Vertigo gets a nice pick on Sparker again, who is getting picked off on this map. I think it's a lot harder to keep Adam alive on a map like this because it's way more open. This is really nice from Yoink. And Black's finishing it off on the backline. This is really nice from Yoink. 2 minutes on the clock.
But this time bank, it's miserable for this attacker's side. They've still got one of the worst points to be able to push, point C, where Virtus.pro are going to have access to the high ground, all of the cover, to hide their torch around these corners so that fight just does not get picked. And Monkmother, the opposite side, he's got to contest with the torch, he's got to contest with Sparker on this Adam. Etsu on this Psylocke is looking for an in, but the protection from Virtus.pro is almost immediate.
Sorry, chat, 1 second.
Picks the Psylocke out, Dreadro aggressively sends the Eternal Bond so that Virtus.pro can go for more, limit the space that Yoinkanda have open to them for this next push, and now Virtus.pro can establish themselves on these angles, make themselves so hard to be able to oust that Yoinkanda are going to have to overcommit, overextend into their space, which is going to feed them directly to the angles, the LOS of Sparker and Fi.
A lot of ultimates been sat on for Virtus.pro, so the seduction is going to be the first used, and pulling the human torch that's right in the air, just a sitting duck to be cleared out in hand. Etsu caught by Nevix. The Carbon Crush is going to maintain control for this defensive side. And it was just Virtus.pro biding their time, waiting for Yoinkanda to be a bit more out in the open. And with all of the ultimates that they've been sat on, conserving, they only used the one.
True, but it was Eternal Bond from Virtus.pro. That being said, Tridor is about to have another Eternal Bond, having used it in the fight prior. Yoinkanda have an Eternal Bond of their own. Etsu have the dance of the butterflies, but no! The dance floor is shut down immediately by the torch. 5 picks Vertigo 2 before Soul Resurgence can come on through. They're all stuck in one small space. Monkmother with the Supernova trying to find anything, but Fi's playing.
Sorry,
burn hotter. And unfortunately for Yoinkanda,
okay, nice pick from Etsu. Oh, double kill from Cyber though. On that Mantis.
Same adjustment too. Like, I really like the macro, the foundations, the fundamentals that Virtus.pro playing with. Like, yeah, you're on the high ground. It's hard.
They've got quite a few walls to work with here. Sparkle's got theirs, Fee's got theirs, Drydro. Fuck me, that's a tongue twister. Drydro's got the Cloakle to walk on, but 4 for Yoink as well. Blacks is silently putting up a huge performance on this cap as well, putting up so much pressure. Over the back.
Side as overtime is going to be triggered. Soul Resurgence and the Dance of the Butterfly lapping over each other, but the elimination's not quite cutting in. This Dreedro has found up yet another Eternal.
Ooh, nice pick on Vertigo.
To shut down some of these ultimates that Virtus.pro been thrown in, but it's looking a little bit like the last point in that Yoinkanda leaving it to right to the end, able to have enough sustenance to survive a little bit longer, but they have to push this point up these 2 slopes all the way to
damn, Snaze is just like no fear, just walking up on them. Gets the kick as well.
It's so late on the clock.
And they don't have the
They just fucking walked it up that ramp. I feel like this ramp is so difficult sometimes to hold because of the high ground. But they are just walking it up. They don't give a shit. Etsu gets Sparker. Oh, here we go, though. It's OT. This is what they need. Fee just went crazy. Oh, my God. Fee just went fucking bananas. What?
It cost them everything in the fight before, and Virtus just sit on the comic revival, don't even need to use it to fully revive the entire team. They're just picking up key players.
That Starlord switch just insta won them that point. Hello?
On that Emma Frost to come back into the mix, and they can just get so aggressive with
Were VP 23 last week? Yeah. VP were 23-0 before the Rad game.
I just want to listen to the
and then from the Rad game, yeah, Rad game is their first defeat
really
in officials.
It's just this in the background.
Oh yeah, the music design in Marvel Rivals is amazing. I think by far my favorite score is Hell's Heaven Overtime, because all of the different maps actually have their own overtime music scores too.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to listen to those properly. I like the opening to Yggdrasil's Path. Just the guitar, the grunginess of it. It feels for Yoinkanda they need to really pull out a hell of a solo here to sort of bring things Pro. We did see them not finish the map against Fire Strays, but like we've been alluding to, Moxie, it was like in that final choke where you got under the ground with the robots coming out of the wall. That's where things can often get stuck. Virtus Pro don't need to worry about that. They just need to get it pretty much to the end of point B.
Oh, Fire. Oh, do they manage to get a pick? Mantis damage boost and Black Widow. Does Fire find anything right here? If they get a first pick before Yoinkanda have control of corner, this defense changes up entirely, but no one peeks, no one egos. Virtus Pro swap to what they actually want to run out with. Fire onto that Starlord. They saw how much value it had. It's going to buy so much space.
Okay, sorry, chat, sorry. Did we just become best friends? Newton! Oh my god, wait. Newton! The player Newton?
And that Starlord tears the Psylocke apart.
Oh, let's go. Welcome in. Dude, that was such a mega play. That was such a mega play. Oh my god, I love. Sorry, I'm typing to the organizers right now about the quality of the stream. So sorry if you see me just typing. It's because I'm also talking to the organizers as well about the gameplay not being great quality. Yeah, that was such a mega play. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you.
And basically to Rio to don't be rash.
That's so funny that came up on your feed as well. All right, let's catch up with what's been happening here. So VP still been kind of stalled out. Fee going over the top. There's the Psylocke. Finzi gets a nice pick on Vertigo though. Etsu not getting much value from these Psylocke ults. It feels like this res comp is just overwhelming them again. Huge Agamotto from Finn. Gets two. Blaziken gone. Monk is having a hard time staying alive against this Starlord. And man, Yoink needs to figure out a way to deal with this constant numbers advantage, right? Because VP are just like 1 and 1 and 1. You get the pick off. And I think they need to change off this Psylocke. I don't feel like this Psylocke is getting the effectiveness they need to keep on top of these reses, right? Sparker's got a res. Fee's got their ult as well. No support ults to speak of. So if Fee knows this, and they could pop this should just be a free team fight win. 4 minutes on the clock as well. There goes Assemble over the back. Black's getting in their back line. They do get Cypher. Is there a res? Fee gets Monk. There's the res from the Mantis. Ooh, nice try from the Emma to ping Fee. Stop that Starlord ult. That was a really nice 1-for-1, but Sparker is just popping in the backside. Shit, the bed. Thank you, Newton. It was lovely. Yeah, hopefully, feel free to hop back in and enjoy the watch party commentary.
Pretty much
enjoy the scrims.
on the Star-Lord today, just making the most of the
maybe we can get some secret info from your scrims.
It's this almost like peel of just being aggressive, able to chase up people.
Drido popping the cloak.
And now
oh, it's done. I think it's done. I don't know if they've got enough in the tank to stop them, right? They've got no support ults here. 90%. Here's an attempt. But, like, they just group, and there's nothing they can do. Monk over the top as well. Gets the damage. Blaziken does have the ult. I think you're going to have to go straight away. There it is. Cloak ult down. But do they have the damage to get through it? I don't think so. Sparker goes down. Finn gets another really nice ult as well. Blax is trying. He's trying to pressure this backline, but I don't know if it's enough. They've actually held, which is kind of nuts, but Spark is sitting on a res, so any damage you do right now, Spark, as long as it's Sparker can stay alive. There goes Cypher. Does not have the individual res, so does Sparker try and pop it, or do they save it for later? Monk gets Nevix. Here we go. There it is with the two. Cypher gone down. They need to stop Adam walking up. Nevix gets res as well. But hey, that's a big cooldown. That's a big cooldown down. Vertigo can pop. There we go. 1 for 1. Etsu gets Cypher again. But Vertigo goes down. V over the top. Oh no, it's done. The Star-Lord is just free right now. Oh my god, it's done. VP 2-0. VP 2-0. This res comp looks scary.
The top dogs are black.
Kanda, however, unfortunately not participating any further in stage 1, and if they want to make stage 2, they're going to have to run a little bit more of an in-game gauntlet to get there, whichever way that looks. But yeah, the death of Virtus.pro greatly exaggerated with how things have played out today. Adapted nicely, 2 games to Cloak and Dagger, the MVP. Is probably an omen, I suppose, of what exactly was Virtus.pro's problem and what exactly they fixed up.
I need to see the stats of the assists. Yeah,
okay,
there it is, 36. So,
yeah, fucking wild from Fee.
Had more assists.
Holy shit. 35 and 2. This is
I'm just gonna let
this rescom looks scary.
Just
what do you do about Sparker?
A couple of seconds to sink in. A Cloak and Dagger had more assists than a Mantis whose job it is to give damage boosts to your duelists and potentially Sparker as well.
What do you do about Sparker?
Might as well, let's be honest, being another duelist.
Bit of a statement, bit of a statement series from BP,
like,
I think.
Aggressively utilizing Eternal Bond can be very tricky for teams to be able to pull off. However, the fact like Kanda didn't really have anything that could punish. There was no Magneto on the other side. There was no Iron Man, so no one-shot potential, which means that Drido, every single time Eternal Bond came out, the goop on the floor might be purple, but for Drido, it was just a green light of go, go, go into aggressive Terror Cape to catch everyone from Kanda, who was stacked up and not in front of a shield, which would have blocked the Terror Cape application.
It's also worth adding that Dredra had more assists than the opponent, Cloak and Dagger and Mantis combined, which goes to show how much of a strong performance he's had. And I remember it was him that I think when this advanced draft system was added in, that he was like, it's too simple, it's too straightforward, because teams were just first banning Torch every single time. I think he's probably kicking himself because he's everything happened since with the draft system really impacting the support players more than anything. But
I'm a slam to invisible silo.
That's how it feels.
Oh, I missed that. Shit, who's that?
It's a dominant win.
Sorry, it's because I'm having conversations on Discord as well at the same time. So I'm missing things.
A little bit of a question
I apologize,
across
homies.
the rest of this tournament. Even going further on into this group, if we do see a rematch against Rat,
quick series 2-0.
Right, we still could see them in the.
I told you that was going to be a wash, though. I kind of called it. I thought that was going to be a wash.
Do some damage to Virtus.pro. It's made this whole tournament feel wide open, despite the fact that Virtus.pro have bounced back seamlessly after.
Just to confirm, like you guys are all seeing the same thing, right? If you go on if you go on the main broadcast, like separately to watching it from me, are you still seeing the same issues with the quality, or is it only my stream that's getting it?
And two, they thought that
that's what I'm trying to figure out right now, right?
Themselves in interviews many times they would only scrim American teams.
So if you guys go to the Marvel Rivals channel and you watch the game through the Marvel Rivals channel, is it just my channel that's having this issue, or is everyone who's watch buying and stuff also having it?
Because then you're taking Terracape's 28% damage vulnerability for 3 seconds, and you're combining that.
Well, the VODs will be milky because the VODs that I gave you were from my stream.
You send that onto something like a Star-Lord who has the means of going aggressively in. He's got the.
I just need to know if it's my PC not handling the bit rate, or if it's.
He still has all of this.
If all of you are getting the same issue.
Because he's got 2 iframes attached to his 2 stellar shifts, which also automatic reload to his primary.
How are you?
And all of a sudden, you're creating an absolute monster. And you know what's even crazier, Ryan? We're not playing on the next patch, but next patch, Star-Lord's getting buffed.
I cannot believe they buffed Star-Lord. Like, I cannot fucking believe that they buffed Star-Lord. Look how good he is already. It's insane.
And we're going to talk to Sparker. And Sparker, if you like, we'll start off.
Oh, let's talk to Sparker. Here we go.
We can't talk about today yet. Last week, that first series loss against Rad. What went wrong? But also, what was your reaction afterwards? It surely was like we were bound to lose at some point. It's better to lose now than say like the grand finals of Ignite, right? We can bounce back.
I mean, yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you gotta lose at some point, right? And if it is for seeding, then who cares, you know?
Good attitude.
So,
good attitude to have.
Because we're starting to see that she's an insanely strong strategist in her own right, and she's also now either getting banned or saved. What do you think about the strategist makes her as strong as she is?
I mean, she has like the blind that does so everyone does like 25% more damage to the target. I think that's a
28. We found out.
And also her ult is really good because you can cover so much area. I think she just has like a good kit, and I mean, people get forced to ban all these other supports, so you usually just end up with Cloak or something like that.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot more Cloak Prio actually.
Can you talk to us a little bit about like the Adam Warlock pickup, because I think we sort of saw like how the draft looked against Rad, like them using and sort of almost exploiting the Cloak and Dagger stuff. I think a lot of people were assuming that you would just sort of take what they did and carbon copy it across and use it today, but it feels like you've sort of taken that and then almost improved upon it, right? By adding in this sort of triple support lineup. You've got the Resurrects as well over on the Kamet Revival, the Ultimates, the team-ups and stuff. Like, was that something that you were sitting on beforehand, or was that a...
I mean, I think Rescom's quite common in general, right?
About what we could do, how we could like influence the draft, and then you realized that this was something to maybe work towards.
Well, we've practiced a lot of comms, so we know how to play everything, and we just play based off bans. So we thought this was the best, and we just picked it.
Yeah, I do think Yoink fucked up not banning the Adam.
In this tournament, you have the potential of going up against some teams, but also maybe being able to find your way back up against Rad Esports. Do you have anything to say to them? Do you think would anything be different if you guys matched up again, say, next week?
Well, we will be better prepared for them next time. And I do think we had a bad day, so we will do better next time.
Sure. I mean,
I love these awkward interviews. I love these awkward interviews so much.
Win the whole thing. So I think if there's a team
they always pick the people who don't want to fucking do it.
It's probably you guys, Parker. So thank you very much for joining us. Again, congrats for making playoffs. You still got games tomorrow and stuff. So we'll let you go, prepare, relax.
Ricky, are you here at the moment?
Thank you very much.
So yeah, Moxie, it feels like it's business back to normal.
I'm going to put a message in my chat.
How they dealt with that, and I think the reaction is the appropriate one. It's easy to almost get a little bit panicked and emotional because the team that never loses lost, but really, Virtus.pro are just like, yeah, and we
for any
move on. And like I just said, plenty of teams have done the losers bracket runs to go on and win a whole tournament, so Virtus.pro are capable of that at the very least.
Yeah, just like Iron Man, it very much was inevitable. And I think like it took a lot of pressure off of them as well. And it's going to be them moving forward now in that lower bracket run. We have to find out who they're going to be up against though. Peps versus Alcatu is going to be coming through, but that is not our next matchup. Our next matchup is going to be very, very different. It's going to be All Business versus OG Seed. So this is going to be one that you absolutely do not want to miss. But unfortunately for you, or maybe fortunate if you're a little bit behind on those drops, we'll be back with it after this break.
Okay, Series 3. Okay. Thank you, guys. Lovely, lovely. So next up, I think we got a banger. I think we got a bit of a banger next. These last two series should be super fun. AB versus OG Seed. AB have had a bit of a crazy run so far. We had that amazing series versus L9, which was still, in my opinion, the best series of the tournament so far. It was fucking wild. They then got they got their ass handed to them pretty hard by Zero in the upper brackets. Zero just kind of washed them, to be honest. And OG Seed got done by Shmungus early. Looked really good against Zero, but also 0% just looked fucking terrible, if I'm honest. So we've still got something to see from both these teams. So this could be a really good close fight between these two. And the winner goes on to play L9. I would love AB to win this because I want an I want an AB L9 rematch because the first series was so damn good. So I would love a rematch here. So without bias, I'm personally hoping that AB put in some work in this one. And then to finish it off, what I think should be the best series of the day, Team Peps versus AlQ. I'm hoping this is also going to be a super fun game. Sorry, that wasn't the best series of the tournament. This was the best series of the tournament, but this is also a super fun series as well. If you haven't seen the Insomnia Team Peps series, it's on my YouTube, as all of the upper bracket games and stuff, or all of the semis and finals will be on there too. So make sure you go and sub if you want to watch the games. I'm also live on YouTube as well, so you can go back through the VODs and watch them all. But yeah, dopey dope. Okay. Give me a sec, Melky. I'm going to run a quick 60-second ad. Go grab a drink, grab a snack, y'all, before the next game. This is a good time to do it. Before we get into series number 3. If you don't want to change it entirely, just fix up the one you've already done a little bit. Make the one you've already done a little bit cleaner, and we'll just use that one instead for now. Yeah. What are you up to today, Maple? Nice hair. Was that to me or was that to the guy interviewing? I love the fact I don't know a lot of these players yet, right? So we're part of what's fun about this tournament is like we're learning about all of the players and their personalities and stuff like that, you know, their gameplay, stuff like that. So we don't have those established like personalities yet in the scene. But they keep choosing the most awkward people to interview, and it is hilarious. They've done it the entire... I don't know if they're like purposely targeting that, but like the majority of interviewing that they're doing, they're picking people who just clearly don't want to be there, you know? I mean, it's quite atypical of gamers, right? A lot of people are not... a lot of them are not like personable, or as personable as, let's say, creators are. Or someone like me, for example, but it's funny. It's funny. I like the attitude from VP though. I like their attitude to it. They lost and they were like, hey, we were gonna have to lose sometime. I'd rather lose in groups where, you know, they can make a comeback and they can go to lower bracket, right? Rather than lose out in have their first loss in like semis or something, right? Where they're just done. That's a good way to look at it for sure. AB OG Seed. Give us a game, guys. Come on. Give us a good series. And then we got some good America games tonight, too. For those of you who might be popping in for the first time for the drops, we are covering all of the EMEA and the America games as well. So we'll be back tonight for the America games until about 5 a.m. So make sure you, if you do want to see the America games as well, pop back for that. As we're about to get into series number 3. Dude, Twitch chat is so weird. I don't know if you guys feel this way, right? When I'm watching any of the like when I watch any of these like big streams, right? Or any of these, you know, like VCT or Marvel Rivals, the official channels, dude, the Twitch chats are so weird. Like people say the weirdest shit, don't they? Yeah, that'll do for now, Milky. That's all good. That's all good. That'll do for now. Cool. Done. Thank you, mate. All right, sorry, I've already done it, Milky. Don't worry about it. All good, mate. All good. Any tournament favorites starting to emerge, like teams that have been slamming? I think current EMEA is probably Rad. Rad is probably pretty heavy favorite right now because they took down VP. So VP were the team we just watched. They were the heavy favorites going into the tournament, but then obviously because they were undefeated. But then Rad have really showed up and they're looking really, really strong. Insomnia also looking really good. So this upper bracket final that we get, is this tomorrow? Yeah, that we get tomorrow is going to be a fucking incredible series. So do not miss this series. If you're only going to come to the stream and watch one, make sure you're here around 6:30 for this Rad Insomnia upper bracket final, because this is going to be fucking bananas. And I can't wait. Yeah, for me, I think Rad are the heavy favorites right now. BPB looked good, but I feel like they've had a pretty easy run. So we haven't seen their best yet, for sure. You know, Rad have had to go through the heavy favorites to get here, so they're probably the ones that I'm looking at mostly right now. Yeah. In Americas, 100T look really fucking good. Sentinels look pretty dominant, so I think Sentinels, in my head, are currently the kind of favorites. But 100T or Envy, in fact, both of these could definitely give them a run for their money in playoffs. If you guys don't know how this works, the top 4 teams, so anyone that hits upper bracket final or lower bracket final is going to playoffs next week. So Sentinels, Nemesis, 100T, and Envy have already secured their spot in the playoffs. Grand final is just more for seeding and stuff. And for bragging rights. Oh, good, Murky. Oh, good, mate. Thank you. No, that's not first game tomorrow.
I think it's kind of like losing your passport in a
foreign country. Let's get into it.
You only make that mistake once.
Let's get into it, homies.
Never do it again.
Well,
OG Seed versus AB.
Both of these teams, so no Meteor M's. Punish is going to be having
standard
a little bit
bans
more of a cushion of safety.
So
Emma
far.
Is still a very
Probably Loki ban into Emma save.
A lot of teams, as we've already established, once their next section comes on through, pull out the final
Luna
to sink any of the momentum.
I can't imagine we'll see much different.
The
The only question is, do they ban out the torch? Because we've seen Tuzi absolutely destroy on this Human Torch.
What they decide to save.
And it is Krakoa, which is a pretty good torch map.
To have the mirror Emma pick, and indeed, there it is.
There's the Emma pick.
Now get to go into the triple bans. Which role do they try and target remove?
It's whether they've been involving themselves.
No,
in the
playoffs is not a LAN.
The
mid-season. The mid-season, kind of like MSI for League, is the first LAN, which is happening next month. We'll go through everything after this game if you want, and we'll talk through all how it's working. Because the season is a bit weird, the way that they're doing it. Like, it's not, people don't get $3 million from this one tournament. Ignite, the Marvel Rivals Ignite is their name for like their tournaments across the year. So that's including, it's kind of like a format of League, where they have like a mid-season LAN. Then they do another season of groups and stuff like this, and then they do like an end-of-year final, like later on in the year, in like October.
Okay, and confident letting the Psylocke through. But
so Cloak save, Invis. This is pretty standard. Nothing. I mean, this is pretty much mirror for mirror what we saw the last 2 series.
So Tuzi is instantly going to grab that Psylocke.
They get the Psylocke though.
This is the first time that Psylocke has been able to get through
the
ban system against all business. OGC probably going to take the Captain America out now. Indeed, there it's going to go. But still,
yeah, there goes Cap. Oh, they give him Psylocke with no Loki in.
All business in the past. Against Virtus Pro,
yeah, kind of similar to Apex, I think. At least, yeah,
the hero that
is the vibe.
Played was Tuzi on the Psylocke.
Can the lower bracket finalists also get into playoffs?
Incredibly impressive.
Yeah. So the playoffs, while they're picking, we'll do that. I'll just show you quickly now. Playoffs is the top 4 teams. So whoever is in the upper and lower bracket final from groups, these 4 teams.
Make sure that it leads into an elimination.
Sorry, 8 teams. So the top 4 from each group, from Group A and Group B, they're in the upper bracket and lower bracket final. Then come to here, which is playoffs, where the top 8 teams then play another double elim, and then obviously the grand final, the winner of this, takes home the victory. Does that make sense to you all?
The first major event. The previous ones, they sort of had top 32, top 64 finishes, but they have a lot of experience in the past.
Sleepy kitty.
With each other, just know with each other from the scene because
all right, starting with Krakoa. We've seen a lot of Krakoa this week.
Players pop up and all business are the same. They're going to be able to use that kind of stuff, and that synergy.
Krakoa is probably the most popular domination map to start with.
Something that we should point out, though, is that OG Seed are on the composition that Virtus Pro used to mitigate all forms of Psylocke threat.
Here we go. Double TPs. We see another res comp from OG Seed here. And AB deciding not to do that. They're going to try and rely on their Psylocke and Punisher. Oh, OG with the scouting prior, just in case they want to change anything. Cool use of the portal, but here we go. The brawl is on site. 1 for 1, pick for pick. And there's the res immediately from KQ. Now, we saw KQ in their last series absolutely shit on everybody as a Hawkeye. So do not be surprised if we see KQ switch onto that Hawkeye, because it was so dominant. And a nice early routing from maybe Tuzi just going fucking bananas. I don't know if you should have given Tuzi this Psylocke. I think we saw this in AB's first series. Tuzi just going absolutely ridiculous on this Psylocke.
Might not have been able to go for the Captain America for the side of Welsh Mania, but can still play that Venom.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it because it's a little bit different the way they're doing it. I'll explain it in a minute. So KQ immediate switch to the Psylocke. They go, nah, I cannot play this Star-Lord into it. Nice bit of pressure here from Tutu. And there goes Tuzi over the top. Not really getting much. KQ does finish off Tutu eventually. But it's just overwhelming ult economy. Just an overwhelming ult economy. Look at that. Sloppo. Not dropping the cloak ult on the bottom as well. And just walking over it over the top. They're going to try and stagger a little bit. And you can see that that's what they're doing with the Mantis, right? It's so funny watching them do this. It's so funny watching them do that. And a nice little stagger there on 6 as well. So lots of early percentage here for AB.
20% go for free.
Yeah, Toot's gonna have Feast of the Abyss. But where's your damage?
And Slubber just sitting, building up that ult again. Already up to 30%, even though they just used it. Lots of ults here for OG Seed. They've got 5 out of 6, so you've got to use that ult economy now. And here they go. Nails with the cloak. Invis to stall it out a little bit. Here goes Hachi with a big Agamotto. But they are inside. They still get the picks. And it looks like OG are going to use those overwhelming ults just to take this team fight. But this is the swing of Marvel Rivals. And I think this is what a lot of people don't get about this game yet.
The most impressive fact is
so now what if you look, OG actually did a phenomenal job there not to overcommit ults, right? So this is really good for OG because traditionally if you overcommit your ultimates, then AB is just going to come back with 3 or 4 while you've got 1. And they've got 99% already, so they're just going to walk over that team fight and win the game. But OG have done a really good job of not overcommitting. And here they go. They commit some others. The Emma trying to hold them with Tuzi over the top. But Abu gets 2. Oh, that's huge actually from the Emma. She gets 3. And this is a really nice routing. And OG looking in a really solid position now, actually. AB do not have any ults to speak of. Nost is about to get theirs. Sloppo's about to get theirs as well. So they're going to have the combo of the cloak with the Punisher over the top, which could be enough to walk over the fight. But look at what OG Seed have. Lapsy with that revival. And that, if they position it well, that could completely overturn the 2 ultimates here from AB. So this is still anybody's game for sure. But they need to touch right now because AB are getting it. KQ gets that mirror match win. Sloppo over the top, just like we talked about. Getting that double. I love it when I'm right. Here goes the revival. Just like we talked about, getting the triple. The question is, can OG Seed get back in here? They use the cloak ult to get back on site. This is still anybody's fight. No ultimates. KQ has one. Welsh has just used theirs. Welsh goes down. It looks like OG are actually going to win this fight. They get 2 pickoffs. They've got 2 ults to work with, and it looks like AB are just going to back out of this and take the final fight. Tuzi gets killed. Oh, or kills themselves, more like to reset. And here we go. 80% on the clock. They're going to TP in here with Tutu to get back on site. They've got an Invisal. They might have an Agamotto in the middle of this fight when that Invisal goes down.
Yeah, they don't know what the strange is. They've got to go for
no revival, no support ults yet for OG Seed. Oh, that's huge from Hachi, though. Oh, that's massive from Hachi. Tuzi gets a kill, though. They don't capitalize on it. Lapsy revives themselves, and here goes Tutu with an Eye of Agamotto themselves. But Hachi gets the better of it. KQ over the top gets the kill. Oh, but AB coming back with the 2. Here goes Tuzi. Oh, Tuzi's done it. Oh, Tuzi's just smurfed that last fight to win it for them. Holy shit, bow down. Do not give this person Psylocke. Tuzi just absolutely slammed it. They're going to touch, though. This is not over. Tutu getting that early kill on Lapsy. No res here for the Adam, so they can't come back in on it. They're targeting Tuzi pretty hard. He's still alive. Stays up. Tutu with another kill on Hachi. This is looking really good for AB. Two getting the pick off. Oh my god, this Psylocke is smurfing. And AB hold on for point number 1. Oh! Crazy endgame fight. That was huge from Tuzi. Huge, huge, huge. This is why the Psylocke was banned.
No matter who takes this.
Hi, Sean. Welcome in. Milky, thank you. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the, I don't know whether you shouted out or something, but I appreciate you, dude. Thank you.
Because Tuzi on the Psylocke.
Crazy from Tuzi.
Right now, the numbers that Tuzi.
Yeah, they're desyncing respawns loose. So if you see them keeping one person alive at the end, they're making sure that they're making sure that they have to delay their respawn, so then it takes them longer to be as a 6, right? Because Rivals comes down to a numbers game a lot of the time. If you have a 5v6 advantage, you're more likely to win. So it means you gain more percentage by making them wait. You'll see it quite often. And that's why you'll also see people throwing themselves off the map, because they're trying to make sure that they can respawn quickly rather than try and stall out and stuff like that, which you'll see in lower elo. Enjoy it, Law. Let us know how it goes. Welcome in, Sean. It's lovely to have you. Lapsy. I don't care, Yanni. I'm giving them my own names. I don't give a shit. The same as I do with everything. I'm giving them my own names.
They need to know where the Punisher is so they can disengage cleanly.
Early positioning here from AB.
They can just keep that forward position.
There's Tuzi over the back. Oh, gets 2. Oh my god, look at this guy. Holy shit. I promise you, Tuzi is never getting Psylocke again for the rest of this tournament. If you're facing this team, AB, and you look at these comps, he is never getting Psylocke again. Holy shit.
That's when the final judgment can come through, but it wasn't needed.
KQ with theirs. Let's see if KQ can do the same on the other side. We've got quite a few ults here, including an Invis ult. And OG about to have all 6. So you've got to go. There we go. Everything is getting popped. Tutu over the top. But Sloppo with this Punisher is just railing them all down one by one. And it is a wash. This res comp is not the play here, OG. You are just getting steamrolled. Holy shit. They did only use 2 ultimates, so that is great from OG. But here we go with another stagger. They still have 4 to work with, so they didn't overcommit. I think they already saw the fight was lost. The 29 and 3. Unreal. What do you mean ult charge doesn't reset? What do you mean?
Anybody to be dealing with, and really they're able to shine because of the support and the resources.
And Slobber just taking this point up top. There we go. Nosh drops it immediately. As soon as KQ goes for that ult, Nosh drops that straight away. Hachi with a nice Agamotto on the back, but look at the supports pocketing each other. You're getting no value from that. KQ trying to get this Punisher up top.
Unfortunately, it's not really amounted to.
But look at the Invis pocket. KQ getting no value immediately. Close-out was there to save him. Big res though. Can Lapsy sort this out? KQ Hachi getting another couple of picks. They might have held this now with all of the ults dropped. That was a nice res. The 1v1. KQ gets it in the end. And they do get the point OG seed, but they used everything for that.
99%.
Everything.
They've got final judgment. They're going to have invis boundary, and they're just.
And here AB are looking to TP straight back on. They don't want to give it. They want to fight straight away. Sloppo's got theirs. They might wait for Closar because Nost is not even close to an ultimate, so they might wait for the invis here to get theirs before they pop it. Tuzi's already got a pick on that Adam Warlock. Oh, 2-2 over the top with a triple. Oh, that's a huge Agamotto. Sloppo just goes immediately over it. And that is all done for AB. That is a domination over domination game mode. 2-0 from AB. And Tuzi, Sloppo. And let's not forget about the rest of the team here. It's very easy to call out the DPS because they're the ones that get the pick. But their supports, incredible pocketing, making sure that those DPS didn't go down. And that's strange. 2-2 on the strange. So many incredible multi-man Agamottos off the back of it. Huge.
That's a very familiar screen that we've been seeing.
Woof! AB looking strong, and you need to rethink here as OG.
Insane performance coming on through from him. 52% accuracy on that Psylocke as well. Slowpo 30 and 4 as well. Both of the duelists.
Yeah, I think I want to watch as a Psylocke player because I love playing Psylocke. I think I want to sit and watch Tuzi and get some tips because this guy's a menace.
Slowpo with the Punisher turret just all the way away.
Ugh.
On that high perch tower.
That's shotgun to the face.
Gets pressured as KQ on the Psylocke detaches himself from the fight.
So here's the question for OG. What else have you got in the tank, right? Res comp, which has been proven to be pretty strong the last couple of days. Not working for you. I think first step, you got to take out that Psylocke, right? You got to take out that Psylocke. Step 2, what have you got to play into Human Torch? Because my prediction would be that if Tuzi doesn't take Psylocke, they're going to take the Human Torch.
It was just his left click. It was just a lot of these fights and clean engagements. KQ's had a fair few as you see it.
KQ was real good.
It really
they tried.
Feel like Tuzi just completely took over.
Yeah,
it's really hard though once a team have the ult economy advantage, right? We saw one good fight from OG where they kind of overwhelmed them with the ults, and KQ got a couple of nice picks. But KQ was having a really hard time because these supports were doing like Nost and Closar were doing such a good job of sticking on each other and not getting isolated.
With the damage boost option.
Whereas Tuzi was just running around their backline, right? This triple support comp, the res comp with the Mantis and the Adam. It's just free pickings for Tuzi, right?
All businesses side, but the thing about all business is that they position perfectly for the
dominant first game
and the second stage of the fight. A lot of the time when they knew that things like the Dance of the Butterflies would be up on the side of the enemy, they would have everyone stacked in Eternal Bond except Slowpo, who at the beginning of that fight, before it even began, would have ziplined to a different position, and he would have been up on the Punisher turret to make sure that he was just continuing to chunk those shots and stop anyone from picking up any form of space. We'll have to wait and see whether or not they can answer back, or if it's just going to be a full shutdown after this short break.
Cool. Good game one. Good game one. After that performance, I have a feeling this might just be a walkover, chat. This might just be a 2-0. I hope that Peps and Quad give us a game. Because, yeah, that was a bit of a wash. I'm not sure about a jacket. What, Moxie's? What are you up to today, Luna? You're not streaming today, no? Right. I was going to explain this to you, Woot, right? You were asking about how it works. So it's pretty simple. You can see it here. The top 8 teams from each region, right? So that means 4 from Group A and 4 from Group B are the ones to progress. So lower bracket final and upper bracket final. All of these 4 teams from Group B and all of these 4 teams from Group A will progress into the playoffs playing next week. The grand final is, and the upper bracket and lower bracket is mainly for seeding because of how the playoffs look. So if we go to the playoffs here, which is going to be next week's finals, basically, it's about seeding. So if you win groups, it means you get to play against number 4, so the loser from the loser bracket final, right? So it just gives you, it's like seeding for the next stage. But obviously anything can happen here, you know? So yeah. That's how it's going to work moving forward. I hope that makes sense. I assume they're going to do a 3rd and 4th place. They'll do yeah. Or if they 3rd and 4th will just be, so the winner here and the winner here goes to 1 and 2. Then I assume, yeah. And then the loser of the upper bracket goes down into the lower bracket final to have another chance at the grand final. So whoever loses the lower bracket final will be 4th. No, that doesn't make sense. I'll figure it out. I need to, my brain can't do it right now. Hi, Visions. My brain hurty right now. I'm in a food coma. What have you eaten?
We'll continue on in the
I like her jacket.
Lose are going to have to come back and fight their way back in next time. So for OGC, there's a lot of pressure, right? Like, you're invited, you're almost seen as the seedling team. That's why it's called OGC, the academy squad. Young players that have a lot of promise. Wanted to make use of the opportunity of being invited here. All Business, a really good showing in the championship with a 3rd place finish and even taking a map off of Virtus Pro way back when, I believe. Showing that they're not just a flash in the pan, that they deserve to be at the top end of EMEA, despite the fact that we haven't really seen that much of them since, right?
Yeah, showing as well why you banned 2Z Psylocke, even though Luna was out of rotation because of the
have to ban Psylocke
coming through from OG Seed. 2Z showed why you still fear the Psylocke even without that strategist pocket. And if you're trying to put all of your resources into dealing with the Psylocke, that immediately clears the way for Slowpo on the Punisher to get whatever he wants done. Those two duelists work very well together in that vein. It's also another reason why Storm and Punisher tends to be a package parcel deal that we tend to see coming on for in terms of duelist lineup as well. So headed into this, I'm really
all right, game 2. Let's see what adaptations they make.
Coming in through from OG side is
I'm expecting a Psylocke ban.
And the Psylocke.
The ban is Love is Love.
Choice of
a Pride ban.
Seed attacking side.
Love wins. Love is love.
Both teams.
Happy Pride, yo.
Line with a Magneto. This is not where we would expect a Psylocke ban to be coming in. But it does feel like you mentioned it before, right? Like every other team.
Okay, Emma save. Probably another Emma save here.
Psylocke enough to take it out. OG Seed, if they've done their research, which I know
because I don't think 2Z needs to sit on this Psylocke. 2Z's got quite a few different picks, so
they have a plan for
if they're forced to ban the Psylocke, you just. I
haven't quite seen it come to fruition and executed well yet.
Yeah, I mean, we saw
you just take out some. It forces them to
Mantis and Cloak and
give you something else, right? Like a Cloak or a Loki.
A lot of coordination involved.
There's the Psylocke ban.
There it is. Already
there's the Psylocke ban, and they have to do it here. So I wonder if there's going to be a Loki save here instead. There it is. So this is the danger, right? This is what we talked about. If they have to ban the Psylocke, which is what they've just had to do, they've been forced to ban the Psylocke, which means that Loki is available because of the 1-2 here. So now they're probably going to have to ban Cloak because they've already taken, or Invis, for the Strange maybe, but it's given them Loki. So you've got rid of 2Z's Psylocke, that's great, but you've given them the Loki, which is so strong, you know?
Whatever 2Z's gonna play.
Get to play Psylocke, he's gonna be on the torch more than likely.
Yeah, we've, just quickly, we've prided up Bruce here. If you see Bruce behind me. Bruce is all prided up behind me as well, so...
More stuff. You don't have the Magneto for the shields, you don't have the... Yeah, I mean, everything that is involved in this draft, even though some of it is very common, is... Don't give
and there's the invis save.
The ball, essentially, isn't it? Like, don't let 2Z have any form of sustenance.
I don't know what you ban here. Wolf, yeah, Wolf, Punisher, any of them are good. Psylocke even. All of them are good.
Give them Wolverine either, so...
It's tricky here for OG because I think you had to do that. I think you were kind of forced into that situation. You know, it's the lesser of two evils, right? Do you give him the Psylocke again, or do you give him a Loki?
So many different characters. As all business, it looks like they wanted to remove the Wolverine because they wanted to put Toot on the Groot, so that we have the Groot.
Yeah, so that makes sense if they're planning on playing the Groot here on Hall of T'Challa, which Groot is very good
OG Seed are going to have access
on this map.
Punisher alongside the Storm, just like their opponents. But they
they're playing Convergence.
That Invis woman on the other side.
Have they changed it?
Is going to have a little bit more value in terms of
I thought map 2 always had to be Convoy.
Much going to be focused on that Punisher.
Maybe I was wrong on that. My bad.
Really looking a lot at really last 2Z.
We stand Gay Bruce. We love Gay Bruce.
Some of the stuff he's able to do. Slowpoke was also incredibly impressive. And now,
yeah, I've got a shit ton of pride stuff over here now.
There's a lot of synergy.
I bought like a big pack, and I've just got a shit ton of pride flags and shit now.
Just the amount of time they are able to practice.
All right, game 2.
Finish might be able to put a bit more time, maybe even a couple of resignations in for the real jobs if other opportunities are available. But OG Seeds, their choice of map, their side.
I might play some Rivals today. How are we feeling, y'all? I either have a break for a few hours, or we play some Rivals in between the two series, in between the two regions. Oh my god, straight away, KQ going in with a shotgun. Ooh, that's a really nice TP on that high ground. They get immediate picks, and that's just a straight side take. Toot just cannot walk in here. That's a straight side take.
Definitely had the bright moments.
Oh, the TP is late though.
Gonna have at least a bit more support from Six,
yeah, that's an instant back out. That's an instant back out.
We just become best friends.
Not quite working for all
Hi, Shay.
Away from it, just having to back out of this fight.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Smelling blood in the water, honestly, able to keep things swimming.
KQ, pop in.
So much space on this second.
Pop in on this Punisher. Getting these shotgun picks. And look at Hachi. What is he doing up here? Just being really annoying stood up here as the Strange. Forcing them to like sit back. This is giving them so much room on the ramp though. And they've decided to ignore him and push forward. Six gets a nice pick on Toot. And the Storm ult in the back. There is the cloak ult down. Oh my god, they're just popping everything right now. Here goes the Goddess on the other side. And the cloak ult immediately down to stop that. So you force that out, but Six gets the mirror match kill. Both cloak ults are used, and the Loki ult is used as well. So 2Z is just free here to steamroll, and that is a full back out from OG Seed. Nice defense. Really good ult cycling. It is what that comes down to, honestly. OG pull the trigger with the Storm ult, force out the cloak, and then defensively you just have the advantage, right? Because you can pop yours slightly later, and then you can hold that Loki cloak ult as well for the secondary. And just really good ult cycling. Do you do cosplay? I don't, but I should. Have you got cosplay in mind? I don't have the body for cosplaying right now, but maybe when I lose some more weight, I will. Oh, huge from Toot. No follow-up though. They do get the invis ult down as well. And here goes KQ, but look at the back out. Such a good Delta split, but Hachi takes advantage. Gets a huge ult on the back line. Oh, that's such a good read from Hachi. Holy shit. Understanding that they all Delta split for the Punisher role and that they were all going to be grouped and Hachi just goes in and clocks them. That's such a good game read. Love that from Hachi.
But all business are in a much better cycle of ultimates right now. Tuzi and Closer are both going to be hitting Daz at the exact same time.
Yeah, so this is probably AB probably going to do a nice pushback here. Drop that cloak ult, drop Tuzi over the top. And I like this. It forces their hand. I like this from 6. It forces their hand. They've got to pop it all. So that looks, I'll explain in a minute, but that looks like a really dumb play, but it's actually super smart from 6. So it looks like a dumb Storm play, but what it does is it baits out that cloak ult. It then forces Tuzi to use the Punisher ult because you need to use it in combination with the cloak to make sure that Punisher doesn't go down. So they've forced their hand to use a few ults. And now they can do the same back, right? KQ's got theirs, Nils has got theirs. And they're just going to cycle it and run it straight back to them, right? And we might see Sloppo do the same thing. We might see Sloppo try and bait it out. But here we go. Nice pick just before, but you see the back and forth here, right? KQ going in now getting a triple off the back of that Cloak Punisher combo. And you can see the push and pull of this game.
The Portal looking to try to catch off and stop all business from actually contesting this.
But OG Seed are still pushing throughout all of this, so this is really nice for OG. This is much better for them. The portal block as well, they're going to get it most of the way. And Hachi in the back again. Sloppo does get one, but look at the front line. It's all gone. And honestly, this was really nice game read from OG Seed. That was a really, really nice game read. That's something that you don't really think about in ranked, right? When you're just playing your ranked games, because you're often not communicating enough to coordinate at that level. But we can see it, right? Watching from this outside perspective.
The other entrance where all business are trying to come from.
So just really nice understanding and ult cycling from OG to win that game. Simply a game of economy at that point.
But here, a map down.
I feel like this is something that the Punisher brings over anything else, and why it's so popular, because it just comes down to like the timing of your ult usages just wins the fight auto, right?
Very much on the back foot. It's going to be hard to not only get to the end of the map, but
unless you can mass Delta split, like
left on the clock.
Yeah,
these Punisher ults just like solo win these fights.
Portal pickup of A. Or is it potentially a full
do you cosplay yourself, Shay? Is that why you're asking? Or would you like me to do a cosplay?
In terms of the angles that the attacker side have to walk up.
If I was going to do a cosplay right now, I'd probably do Fat Thor.
When you're up against a Storm, the incoming spam damage is absolutely
embrace
insane.
the belly, you know?
So a lot of these teams mitigate it purely by just teleporting behind and onto the high ground to just push the defense off of it. This time around,
they're waiting for the TP.
Should be able to use the regeneration domain.
So they're probably sure right now that TP is going to come behind them. In the same way that OG did to them. Yeah, in the same way that they did to AB in the first round. But they're actually going to walk it in. They're going to save a TP for later if they need it. This is tough though. Look at the position that KQ has gotten ult already. 28 seconds, by the way. 28 seconds for a Punisher ultimate, by the way. What the fuck is this hero? They're gonna walk it in there, and we see the combo. KQ trying to stop this from happening, but look at the focus. They're making it so hard for him to get value. But there goes the picks off the back of it. They used everything to stall out from that Punisher ult, and they got nothing left in the tank. And that's a good hold. Oh, Slopper though. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait, Slopper might have just solo done this though. This is a bit messy now. But I think they've finally staggered it enough. Hachi can go down though. Oh, KQ with the shotgun over the top. Oh my god, AB. That was so big from Sloppo on the Storm. They got the key kills and stalled it long enough for them to get back in here and make a fight of this. Nice pings from Welsh. Sloppo again getting a double kill. And 6 not really getting anything from that Storm ult. And Hachi, where is Hachi? Why is he up here? Holy shit, he gets the support though. What is he doing? I love that attempt. If he gets both of them there, he could have won that. That was crazy. Hi, Picasso. How we doing? I've not done the Fuse cosplay yet, no. I'm not very good at like cosplaying. It feels like a lot of artistic skill and stuff that I just don't have.
Gets so much pressure on this ammo from that Punisher turret on the payload.
Hi, Sam. How you doing, buddy? Here we go again. Big Eye Agamotto from Tutu. Oh my god, these strange ults are just insanity in this game. I think this is why indirectly we're seeing so much prio put on invis, right? Because these stranges, they're not high enough prio to take away from an Emma mag, but these Agamottos are just game winning in some of these series.
Now, however, it was pretty much even on times for all business.
So AB get route 2, lots of time on the clock. This is a really good showing from AB. And I think potentially this might be looking at an OT.
For the third, fourth time, even potentially over on this defense.
Look at Sloppo. They're putting in so much work, and here goes the Cloak Punisher again. And look at it. This is just an instant team fight win, isn't it? Like, there's nothing you can do into this combo. The Cloak ult goes down. You cannot burst this Punisher, like, through it. And he just walks over you, and you cannot fight it. Hi, Caleb. How you doing, Picasso?
Moment that Sloppo hits Goddess boost, Tuzi comes through with the final judgment, and just the way we saw OGC barreling through C with a
and KQ does not have their ult either, so they cannot respond in kind. Here goes Sloppo over the back. The invis ult is already down, but it might not be enough. Oh, that's huge! Oh, Tutu is smurfing on this strange.
OGC do not have the place to recontest.
Oh my god. 3:21.
3 minutes 21 to 2 minutes 59.
Huge showing from both teams on the attack.
Experience coaching and
the defense just cannot hold on this site. They're really struggling.
Like the maps that tend to finish out the most that you actually are able to complete consistent.
Not this one.
Not this one. That's good to know.
Not this one. It is.
So what do you do? What do you do as AB? You got a good amount of time banked, but you are on the defense again, and you kind of got steamrolled a little bit last time.
You have to have captured A pretty much off of first fight, either a teleport play, or you managed to take the high ground angle by walking full side left and win out the brawl, and then you never get stopped on B. If you ever get stopped a single time on B, especially
I think as OG, I feel like you have to...
A minute minimum out of, and then the same applies to C. If you lose a single fight on C,
I'm gonna quickly refresh chat. It might give me an ad, but I think we're desynced. Yeah, but it's only 15 seconds. We're good. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, I've got to sit here with you with it. Okay, might be, but I think we're desynced a little bit. We should be in time for the round. Here we go. So, it looks like Tutu is actually prepping a counter portal, understanding that they're probably going to want to do this. with 2 minutes on the clock.
Only 20 seconds difference. You had such a good showing on that first point, but when it comes to any other plays, the portal...
They're not going to pull. Okay. So they're going to save the portal here.
Out of all business's book, not wanting to use the portal play straight away, but they're going to get jumped on by...
I like this from OG. Take that initial fight.
Yeah, so all business were actually setting up...
Give yourself that out if you need it as a desperation measure at the end. But they're just going to walk up here.
And potentially take the Strange down when that Strange portal was being cast. As it is going to be a
Hachi getting low though.
Hachiko going lower and lower and lower. As unfortunately,
I mean, look at this wet noodling in the front line.
Means that they have diminishing returns in terms of space that they control.
And there we go. That's what they were waiting for. They were waiting for the cloak to build up their ult and walk it on. But 2Z, Closal's got theirs as well. Nost has gone down, which is huge. And Hachi, I love this. Getting in his face. But there goes the cloak into the Punisher. And here goes 2Z. There's one. They get two.
There's not going to be enough. 1 minute left on the clock. OG Seed.
Really nice from OG, though. How did they win that fight?
Not really needing it, actually. They were able to just win out the fight in the end.
How did they win that fight?
Business's way, but Chico has been taking some really nice fights and making...
I need to watch that back. I don't even understand how the fuck they just won that.
You wanted there with the final judgment.
Hello?
As well, being able to come with that eternal bond. Like OG Seed
did someone take out 2Z? They must have done, right?
But if anyone from OG Seed goes down when they have that little space, it all falls apart. They were banking on the cloak.
And now we've got it on the flip side. KQ's got theirs. They don't have the cloak, but they do have Lapsy if they want it. And there we go. Here goes KQ on that judge jury. With the Emma over the top, you cannot stand into this. You just need to get the fuck out. The Emma, well, trying to stall a little bit, but is going to go down eventually. What are the fucking pop-ups? I hate those pop-ups.
It's going to be purely overtime now. No extra sort of time going to be given. The two just waiting on this angle, looking for a...
So here's the question. Hachi, look at this angle. He is looking for a big Agamotto. Look at this fucking angle right now. He knows it as well. Oh, they just did it exactly the same time. Both strangers. I think. Slopo trying to stall out in the backside.
Slopo is still making sure that OGC don't gain more ground.
But man, OGC pushed this to point 2. Oh, this is a really nice attacking OT. Even just getting 2 here is mega.
And all business just have to win one singular fight with a final judgment and eternal bond to pocket it. It definitely feels like
here we go. We got the 2Z close out pocket. But KQ's nearly got theirs as well. No ult. But here we go. 2Z throwing that down. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, 3 goes down. And I think that's going to be all she wrote. Huge hold in the end from AB, but listen, OGC got 2.
With only 2 and a bit minutes for all business,
it's big.
That feels like
it's big. One ult economy win fight, and OGC take this.
Incredibly quickly. They did pick up A incredibly quickly, but it's
so I feel like as AB, you need to get this first point ASAP, so you're gonna have to portal immediately.
If you use your teleport to
I think you've got to TP straight up.
And you don't win the fight, that teleport is not going to come back for the contest time exactly. So it's feast and go big, go home. If you try and throw your eggs into the basket of an early TP,
I mean,
that is the hill that you might.
But then if you lose the first fight and then you TP back onto clutch it, you're still in OT for the remainder of that second point, and all OG have to do is win one team fight off the back of it.
This isn't the grand finals.
This is a tough spot to be in AB.
If it's these 2 teams, I would be shocked, but
it's a tough spot to be in.
They're both promising prospects. All business just trying to show a little bit more that they are more than just a 3rd place finish in championship for OG Seed. They are a team to be honestly respected at the top level, and that is a good attacking side. They held on that first point a little bit longer than all business did.
Slopo's doing really good work though on this storm.
It really does feel about how you take these fights. Once we get towards the end here, you might see a lot of overextensions, a little bit of brashness.
No, they don't go for the TP.
Trying to put
I think that's smart
as soon as possible.
It does make sense.
They have a lot of experience in other games. Have to take it.
It's a safety net, right?
Here.
Like they talked about.
Well, a lot of experience.
I would have liked to have seen them gone for it, but I understand why they haven't.
They're gonna go just like OGC, mirroring all the way around the back. Now it's a race. Who hits Eternal Bond first? OGC actually
100%,
sends their
yeah.
strange player up to take that high ground to make sure that they don't get grabbed out by force physics coming through from Invis.
There's a lot of damage going down. Keep an eye on those cloak ults. Right now, CLAIR is winning. Keep an eye on those ults. CLAIR 78, super close. 2Z also 75. And there goes CLAIR, immediately pops it. Nils on the flip side, but they get Hachi before the ults go down. So this is a 5v6. It's now a 5v5 as 2Z goes down. But 2Z did not use the ult. That is super important. Slobber goes down as well to KQ, who also has not used their ult. Here's the Agamotto from Toot. Kind of a whiff. Hachi TPing to get back on. Big fade. Big fade from the cloak. And here goes 2Z. And I think that's going to be it for AB. They do get point 1. But look at the clock, 50 seconds. It took them a while to get this point. So OG back out knowing that, hey, we've just got to win one fight here. One fight.
The one thing that finished all business's attack, but no. And 2Z gets to come back.
Welsh nearly with that Emerald. Huge zoning tool.
He's got the final judgment, and he's got enough players to be able to pocket him through it. OG Seed, though, have a final judgment.
Can KQ single-handedly win this game off the back of a Punisher ult?
20 seconds left. They cannot afford to get pushed off of this payload. They do not have the time bank to fully regroup.
CLAIR Nos, though, both looking. Nice angle for the Emerald. Is actually going to ping a lot of them. Keeps them well back, and they're going to get a good amount of push up to this ramp. 2Z, that was sketchy. Super close, but here goes the cloak with KQ over the back of it. CLAIR with the counter cloak ult. Is it enough? They need to stay alive. KQ's is done, but they do get 2 kills. Oh, the slam on Toot to stop the Agamotto. I think that's won it. Oh, Abu with the slam, I think, has just won the game off the back of that play. Oh my God, Seed with a huge hold. What a clutch from the Emma. Huge from OG Seed. Yo, we have got a series.
We go the distance, and I
feel
like the pick ban system is probably not going to be changing
huge.
In the slightest.
The timing was milliseconds on that one.
Both of these teams have
it was so close.
Play styles in terms of just pocketing. Pocket your duelist. Your duelist will win you the fight. It's all
1-1. OGC coming back mega in that game.
Duelist ultimates are going on.
Take a bow, Abu. Take a bow. 68k healing. 62k.
To better give their team space to properly take that fight.
Let's just pause this so you guys can have a look at the scoreboard in full right now. 70k damage blocked from Hachi. This guy is a demon of a Doctor Strange, to be honest. Demon of a Doctor Strange. Slowpo did well, I think, on the Storm. But the healers, man. 30-9 on this Invis with 62k healing. Absolutely absurd behavior.
Both sides now, all of the stress to
good
go
stuff.
Into this final map of whether you're making playoffs or not. And for all business, it's really been good showings.
Good stuff.
It just felt that one, 2Z, didn't get the same level of freedom as he got on Krakoa.
Yeah, Hachiko
I wonder what map we get for 3.
Was able to really take advantage of all
I think OGC are going to look at that as well, right? And they're going to say, hey, the Psylocke was the right play. Ban that Psylocke out. We can mirror match the rest, and we can play against the rest. You know, the Punisher mirror was pretty much as expected, right? The ebb and flow. The Punisher mirrors.
Even here
but
in these
yeah,
moments, we were getting to see
Hachi on this Strange was a monster.
Of the Eye of Agamotto forcing all businesses' hands in terms of, okay, we've got to divert resources away from Tuzi to making sure that we are actually alive to heal him when the time comes for final judgment.
I think this is, you know, part of the reason why we see Emma, you know, such high prio right now with the mag. The play potential, as well as just the stability that she offers, is so strong.
Had the better sustain in terms of just regeneration domain.
Yeah, I mean, they let the Loki through and they still won through it, so like credit, you know.
Had to be able to
kudos.
Because it's just pumping out so much healing prowess.
We get to go to game 3, homies.
Such a good job of just removing the Loki doppelgangers that we never really got to see the Loki find the value.
Especially when you're like saving.
How you doing, by the way, Sam?
Like, that's
you okay, buddy?
Key thing. Fine margins separating both of these two teams. We'll be seeing exactly where that third map is going to take us. We knew that these games were going to be close. For OG Seed and all business.
Hi, Generic. How you doing, bud? We are back on tournament time. Yeah. We are back with tournament time. We've still got a game left in this series, and we've still got another full series to do before the end of this. And I think that last one's going to be a banger too. So good timing. Has anyone been playing much of the Battle Matrix, the TFT mode? I feel like it was like kind of fun and novel, but I don't know if people are like committing to it a lot. Unless you're super into TFT in general. It's a fun mode, though. I like that they're doing this kind of stuff. Were you working today, Generic? What day is it? Thursday? Yeah. Love wins, chat. Love wins. Always. All right, we have got a series. My usual lates. Oh, as in you were on late last night. And then you slept, you mean? And you slept late? Oh, as in you're waiting till 8 as the late shift. Sorry. Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Let's have a little peruse. Let's see what people are saying right now for Rivals. There's always some fucking wild shit on here. Oh, yeah, we get new pink Venom skin. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I feel like the meta is actually dive right now. Excuse me. I mainly play ranked, and I usually linger around GM1 to Selly 3. From what I've noticed this season with bans, it actually becomes a huge dive meta. Who are the best counters for dive? I wouldn't say dive meta. I'd say like higher skill players and like if you're in higher lobbies like Celestial and Eternity and stuff, I think naturally people are just mechanically more skilled. So they are more likely to be very, very good on dive heroes because they do take more mechanical skill to play. But I'm not sure I would say that means the meta is in general dive. I think it's like, it's the skill level that they're playing at, you know? It's already out, is it? Was the update today, Picasso? Because I haven't checked. I was gonna open Rivals after the EMEA games to check. I want the Jeff with the shoes emote. Yeah, I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't know the meme that it's in reference to, but it is super cute. Dude, this is so funny. That's so funny, dude. Wait, that's during the game as well? Like, he just can't kill him, so he sits there? Dude, that's so funny. This is kind of a toxic spawn, isn't it? I've seen Groot walls and stuff, trap people in there as well. Just make sure we are ready.
Call it a day in terms of the healing that you can do, plus the primary being able to pierce. The players are stacked up.
Perfect timing, Nick. Oh my god, it's like I'm a genius. Man, I'm fucking incredible. It's actually crazy. Here we go. Round 3 of game 3. This is it.
Where the Loki came in and absolutely just cushioned the final judgment.
What you mean is game 3.
Yggdrasil's path is going to be the end of the
road.
Fuck it,
shut up, Nick. Game 3, let's go.
And the vetoes, I feel like
Emma save probably.
For OGC, you found the answer with the Psylocke ban, but
I would imagine they stick with the Psylocke ban. I don't think you want to give Tuzi that.
Almost chess moves to make of like, okay.
So it's probably going to be a Psylocke ban here from OG with a Loki ban on the flip side.
I feel like you have to save
otherwise,
the Cloak and Dagger is the problem for all business. They have to save the Cloak and Dagger, which does open.
So there's going to be a Cloak save or Loki save, sorry. Oh,
like
Loki, shit, yeah, of course.
Not the Doctor Strange, the Captain America.
So this is going to be a Cloak ban into Cloak save, probably?
That's going to get insta-banned out right now, then.
I mean, it should be. I mean, isn't this...
Maybe they go invis. No, they go invis because of Tuzi Torch. So all business is still going to get a premier strategist.
Oh, we are on Yggdrasil path, so it does make sense, right? That's a really good call out from Moxie. Tuzi is most likely going to play Torch because we are on Yggdrasil path, and this is the best Torch map. You don't want to give him an invis to also hold that Torch down, and they give invis for themselves if they want to run a Torch themselves.
The Loki, like you were mentioning,
so that's an interesting innovation on it.
Being able to ban it out at the end, that's an advantage in itself, no?
Yeah, and it's gonna be a Cloak and Dagger as well coming on for.
Yeah, so I was wondering whether they were gonna do the triple support Ultron with this.
For your torch,
with this torch.
You are still going to have good heals on your flyers. The one major thing
just because Torch can output so much disgusting damage
so
that you don't need the double DPS.
Strafing around the pack, and we might actually
he can pick up a lot of that legwork on Tuzi here.
This duo squad to flank around the back of the Ultron and the Torch, where the Torch gets the imperative patch, which is then going to give the AoE heal to both the Ultron and the Torch, and you can try and break around that first corner of Yggdrasil.
This is the convoy map we're playing, by the way. It's not this one.
A lot of attacking teams
this is the domination Yggdrasil path, which is dog shit and we hate it. So we are playing the convoy.
Provide enough of a threat that the defenders are forced to say, hold on a minute, we can't take
I know the maps can be super confusing because the same name of map
really feels
applies for multiple like game modes.
Trying to get LeBron the ball with 2Z and slow.
But here we go. Let's see.
He's going to be able to try and do
game 3
adjacent to that for the most part. The triple support for all businesses defense side they chose, so OGC.
Yeah, looks like OGC to also triple support into this Ultron. So both are running Ultron here. Makes sense on the map we're on.
Flying in the sky.
Yeah, it's going to be greedy on the Mantis, trying to match wits with closer on the Cloak and Dagger.
I actually like what OGC are trying to do, right? Mantis, I also think is a good answer into a Torch. Because you can, between all of them, they can output a lot of pressure on this Torch. But you just, this is what I mean. We talked about this earlier, like, the movement speed, you just can't, like, catch them. You can just play this corner, and you cannot get round. So these DPS just cannot do anything about it. And there's the first one. Hachi tries to get some value and just gets nailed.
Right on top of him, descending back to the spawn room, which OGC,
we do have ults starting to come up. Mantis is about to get theirs. 6 on this Ultron has got theirs. Triple support ults for OGC. But on the flip side, Slopper's got theirs. Tuzi's about to get theirs. Nosta's got theirs. So I think they're just going to go and pop. But huge from Slopper and Tuzi on the other side. Both Ultrons popped at the same time. But the difference being Tuzi goes in with Sloppo on that backside. So they just win out the fight. So what happened there? 6 goes on AB's backline to try and burst the supports individually, but has no support because look at the rest of the comp, right? There's no support for that Ultron trying to get those kills. Whereas Slopper and Tuzi team up, do exactly the same thing on the other side, but just way more effective, right?
To really get the most out of the healing, to get the most out of the damage, and Tuzi's not going to let this slide. The combination is definitely there with the final judgment.
Here goes everything, but look at how they're playing this. Oh, really nice pick off though from KQ. Fuck! I don't know why he keeps buffering chat. Huge Eye Agamotto.
Used on the overside now from Hachiko. He gets stunned just as much as the stun came out from him. And now Psionic Seduction used on this attacking side for OGC.
Nice from OG. Instant TP. Holy shit. Instantaneous TP. Oh, he's going to counter TP. This could be so fucking good. Oh!
No, he's not.
Oh my god, they get through. Oh my god, how does he not go down to that portal? What? What? I love that attempt from Tutu though. Holy. Not from Tutu, from Hachi. The absolute instantaneous portal as soon as that fight was done. I'm not sure if they can actually recontest this with any value. I mean, they are here and they're whittling down the time, so maybe it's worth it just for time wasting. One sec, chat.
Silent Seduction used, but it's just Welshmania here. Used to really stall, but it's not going to do all that much. Top Business having to quickly reset. There's a couple of players that went up to try and rush back and help Emma Frost as quickly as possible. They don't want to be caught in no man's land now. The OGC have got things moving. They were very good at being able to do this for the second and third point.
Pillows!
And his final judgment is trying to copy that winning
I just got some new pillows delivered. It's very exciting.
Yeah, OGC.
All right, KQ over the top. Oh, AB are getting rooted.
They lost that positioning on B.
OG are doing a really good job of pushing this forward. Look how aggressive they are.
To make sure that they gain even more ground, push all business all the way back around so that when Tuzi and Slowpoke try and peek into this next fight, it's going to be a
oh, these pillows feel good.
Not getting to see the target of focus that they want, or it puts them directly into the crosshairs of KQ on this Punisher.
Fuck, these pillows are so big. I'll deal with it after the game.
Play into the back, and it's going to be utilized. The CC immunity keeping the cloak and dagger safe for the duration of the.
Here we go, close that drop down. Hachi with another huge Agamotto on the backside. Oh my god, this dude is insane on Strange. Holy shit, this guy's a monster.
Chico's had some fantastic moments on this Doctor Strange. I mean, both of them.
Dude, what the fuck? Hachi is a monster of a Strange.
Would really like to play him as much as possible. So
dude, this stream quality is so fucking poor, man.
Halo's still moving, almost gonna get
it's so fucking poor.
Checkpoint. And the Doctor Strange holding back this fight. It's still going to be a contest coming in for Welshmania. In fact, he found himself a...
Oh, good contest from AB, though. They get back in. Oh, huge from Sloppo.
There's all business. Holding on.
Oh, really nice from Sloppo to push back in on that. They might actually be able to hold OG out here. There's only 1 minute on the clock.
Very close to being.
Yeah, they've got final judgment. The problem for them is that they don't have good strategist ultimates to keep the Punisher alive through, and it's potentially going to have to be a combination of Rage of Ultron and Soul Resurgence, as Welshmania with the Freedom Charges got all of the confidence, the ultimate to bail him out if he overcommits.
Welsh looking at the back line. They are just going to pop everything here. There goes KQ with Nils as well on that Mantis, but look at the fucking Delta split from AB. This looks like a really good fight for them now. Welsh goes in, gets the Mantis. Bullying this backline. KQ with a nice response on Closar, though. Oh, he's just bullying everyone in that room. This could be a huge Emerald. Look at this zoning. 100 charge as well on Tutu.
Keep things trucking on.
Abu with a nice kill on Slubber, though. That could be what they need. Look at Hachi. He's looking. Oh, what a slam! Are you kidding? Mid-air? Tutu making sure that Hachi cannot get up and over, but look, they are getting picked off. They might be able to push this. The kills, Abu, Hachi, these two tanks on the front, get the kills that they need, and they do get to point 2. Saved from OGC. These two tanks are monsters. Huge attempt from Tutu there to grab Hachi mid-air. All they do is stall it out, though. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Hachi's looking. You can see already. He wants it. 3 ults. Tuzi, Nost, and Closar, all with the ults on All Business. Only one support ult with 6 on OG Seed, if you want to call that support ult. And here they go. Tuzi over the top with the cloak ult down. This is going to be an absolute rout for sure. But it is early. It is early. 45 seconds on the clock still. And they didn't overcommit. They just used 2 ults. Nos still has theirs. Sloppo still has theirs. KQ not quite there with the Punisher yet. But they do have 30 seconds, and Sloppo just calls it. Tutu and Sloppo just call it over the top of the fight. There goes 6 with the counter Ultron ult. And Hachi! A big ult, but really nice counter to knock him down. No follow-up on that Agamotto. Tuzi gets the kill on 6. I think they're going to hold it here. Tuzi with the double. Here goes KQ. They need to go big, but look at the back out. Immediately, they just walk backwards as a team, and they get nothing. Emma playing that pillar like it's their life, and it is. Goes back in and kicks, and they get nothing from that. Tutu with the slam. Tuzi over the top, and I think this is going to be a full hold from All Business unless we get something big here from OG Seed. Abu does have another ult, 99% nils with a good pick on Tuzi. This could be what they need. They might be able to hold this out. And there goes the Emerald. Lapsy as well gets Welch. Wait, OGC can do this. All Business have blown their load and they've had to back out. OG can still push this forward.
Where's the follow-up damage? It's going to have to be up to
Closar's got their ult with Tuzi over the top. This is what they're going to need to hold this final point. Here we go. There goes Closar with Tuzi over the top. But oh my god! Closar just gets railed by 6! What a beautiful shot from the Ultron. That could be what they need. Ultron ult over the top as well. Slopper with an insane pick on that cloak. I don't even know how that happened, to be honest. They're still stalling. Sloppo on the backside on this Ultron as well, popping away. The Invisible Woman over the top. And there goes the Loki with the Emma. It's all to play for. KQ now popping that Punisher or some really nice pinks from the Emma. Tuzi gets KQ though. KQ's out, but Hachi on the backside gets 2. Tuzi gets a triple. And Tuzi goes bananas to hold this for All Business. Can he survive? He's been looked at, but Welsh is picking them off on this ground. And Tuzi with a mega hold to keep All Business in this game. 2-0 for OG Seed. Woo! What a fight.
With no time available to them at all. And for All Business,
man, that was a game of inches. That was a game of inches.
Now that they go onto their attacking side. I would say for both of these squads, like, maybe it's the...
I cannot do that all the time, by the way, chat. My voice hurts already.
Excuse the pun with just how like young these players are. And All Business just not able to put in the hours that they were able to do previously because life's got in the way. But for both of these teams where it matters,
what a fun fight.
Intuition, their team play, when they don't have
one thing I will say about
is stellar.
one thing I've learned from watching Marvel Rivals these past couple of weeks and watching a lot of it is there are some crazy moments in this game. The way that these games play out and these end game fights, you know, in OT just get so fucking mental. It's really enjoyable to watch. It's really fun to watch.
Able to disengage safely without stagger picks coming through against them. They're even actually able to throw a veil of light.
All right, let's see how they adjust.
Over towards Tuzi's torch at the same time to make sure that the frontline core just doesn't get to take any space, and just plays like that, allowing them to just
don't get baited by the rocket.
Not let OGC start running away with momentum every single time. It looked like they had an in on that last point of Idris.
So no changes really. They're just gonna try and execute better. It looks like.
Condition has been set. Can all business push the payload to that point? We will have to see. They're going to try and...
I feel like this is a hard first corner to push through. Oh, Tutu just goes straight in. Look at Welsh on the backside. Snaps that sleep back onto the Mantis, which is really nice. Just pressure, but look at what that pressure does. It pushes them forward round this corner where they were set up. So Welsh stalking on this backline, allowing the space for his team to get in, and he's doing it again. Look, he's just making them turn around, and in the meantime Nos gets that pick on Hachi, stays alive as well, and here goes some ults. Nos and Tuzi could double up here. Sloppo as well over the top, and there goes the Invis, but they're just going to pick off this Emma who's isolated on this front line. There goes the Emma. They do have a TP in, so they can come back actually if they choose to, but they might not. They might just decide to call it because they are kind of being held out. Do they last minute jump? Here they go. Last minute jump. KQ has an ult. Does he decide to pop it? Here he goes. Oh, but they get him. Tuzi was ready for it. They pop it with the cloak ult as well. And Tuzi knew it was coming and immediately gets the counterpart. KQ using that ult to no avail. That is a feels bad. And AB walked this first point.
Point A picks on up in such a speedy fashion. They've got so much time. They can forge ahead, remove this first corner.
And they've got the ult economy advantage as well. Tutu Welsh, both with theirs. Hachi, not too far away from an Agamotto. This could be big. Look at this cap. Welsh is looking. He's stalking. He's creating so much room for his team.
Ultimate rotations have been good. It's actually going to be the silent seduction.
And there we go, the seduction from the Emma. And there goes Hachi on the back line. He gets a huge one, but he doesn't actually get the pickoffs. He gets seduced in the middle of it and just ends up circling around. That's really nice from the Emma. I don't know if that was meant, but super nice. And Nos and Slowpoke clean up the rest of this fight. And this is a tough one for OG. I think you got to back it up now. So unfortunate from Hachi.
But Slowpoke's cutting through them. Closar's doing the same. Tuzi's having a go as well.
Super clutch from Tutu.
And for OGC, having to hold on for 4 minutes.
Playing out of their mind in this series, Tutu, to be honest. We've been talking a lot about these DPS, but these tanks.
That's going to be copying an eternal bond for sure. If they even get the opportunity to get the bodies onto the point.
Switch into Jeff for a quick speed boost that spawn to try and get them to counter. And look at Welsh, she's already targeting them. Tuzi pops the ult. Immediately targeting KQ, who again just gets full sent on as soon as he pops that Punisher ult and cannot get any value. And I think they've identified a winning solution here, AB, and it's working every time. KQ pops it, try and gets that Punisher ult teamfight win, and Tuzi on the counterpart just goes, nope, we're going to pop Cloak on top of it as well, and we are going to run you down, and that's twice. And the immediate swap to the Human Torch.
But it feels like with how fast they picked up both A and B, this team is unstoppable right now.
This is looking real good for AB. 4 minutes on the clock.
Over, but honestly, I think
this is a notoriously difficult point to hold on, though. Idrisopath.
Slowpoke not too far away from having
sorry, he's into push into.
Tuzi,
a nice early pick though on Hachi. And Sloppo over the top. Oh, this is a wash. It's a wash. It's a wash.
The All Business kill feed is just lighting up with OG seed names.
OG have no ults. Lapsy with 1 in 5%, but that is all that they've got. All Business have 3. They've got the ult economy advantage. They've got the time advantage. This will have to be one hell of an insane fight from OGC to hold on here. KQ switching to the Psylocke. But Sloppo is just putting in so much work on this Ultron. And here goes Tuzi on the Punisher, cleaning up the backside of the fight. And they've got nothing. And that is a 3-2 for AB. That is a 2-1 in the series. An AB move on. And that is the last that we're going to see from OG Seed. But a really, really nice try. They really tried, but they just kind of got washed in that last map. 54 and 6, another MVP from Tuzi.
I think for this team to go on and
this DPS is a demon.
At least with a top 8 finish, continuing on with the form that they had in the championship, showing that they are
a good showing from AB though. Flexible.
Never again. They mean business, and even with the meta changing, a team that is only able to practice a couple of hours a night in comparison to a fair few hours from a lot of other teams, showing that they're still like this old dog can still do new tricks.
All Business, what a performance it was too. They had some amazing plays coming out.
Sloppo looked really good on this Ultron as well.
Rage of Ultron, making sure that OGC found no value, but it really was just the pocket puncher difference coming on through for their attacker side. Like Welsh Mania.
I mean, I kind of feel bad for Hachi, man. Hachi played like out of their mind to try and hold them in.
But there was just no follow-up.
Hachi's a player to watch, y'all. I'm gonna say that right now. Hachi's a player to watch.
Catches too, but everyone on OG Seed's side is just turning around, having to deal with a Captain America.
What a series!
There's no bodies, there's no
hope you guys enjoyed that one.
Damage. So when we swing into the part that follows after the Eye of Agamotto, suddenly that Strange is behind enemy lines next to a pocketed Punisher and a Loki and a Cloak and Dagger.
We're just gonna wait. We're just gonna listen to the interview, and then I'm gonna take a quick break for a few minutes. We'll run some ads. I'm gonna take a quick break, top up my juice.
See,
get ready for the last series of the EMEA right? in day
Tuzi
1.
Was the one with the picks. Tuzi's final judgments were the things that allowed All Business to come on through with such an insanely fast time bank onto Yggdrasil path. But every single person
how'd you put
in
work on Strange?
It was a full 6-man job.
It's what we talk about a lot with these very high-level teams from watching this Ignite tournament. What it comes down to so much of the time is when there are too many problems to try and solve, right?
That when they try to go after the Punisher in terms of burst damages.
Marvel Rivals is a game of adaptation, right? It's a game of trying to figure out what they're doing and work around it and adapt. When there are too many problems and when teams have too many players that are an issue on certain picks that you just can't deal with, they tend to just like steamroll over teams. And you know, you look at a team like AB, and I think this is why AB have kind of come out on top. You know, you spend a ban, you deal with Tuzi, and you're like, we've got to take this guy off Psylocke. But then, and he was MVP both performances, right? Put up an insane performance. But then you ignore all of the other incredible picks, right? The support's putting in so much work. The Ultron from Sloppo was crazy good. You know, so you can't deal with enough problems to like take the fights, you know? We see it from teams like Sentinels, for example. Sentinels is a really good example because everyone across their team is fucking demonic, right? So there are just too many problems to try and handle in one go. And you only get, you know, the draft is great, but you only get 5 bans and 2 picks. There's only so much you can take out in a game with what, 37 heroes now? That's only going to get harder as more and more heroes get added to the game, you know?
So every single time it went down to a Punisher versus Punisher, Tuesday had the better break.
Was the volume okay in that game? Could you guys hear me over the game? Because I feel like the game might have been a bit too loud.
As we now know that it's going to be all business versus low.
ABL9 is rematch is going to be a fucking banger, dude. We're going to get this one tomorrow. There's going to be a fucking banger of a game. They played each other in the original elimination upper bracket stage, and AB eked it out in a very close series. So this is going to be a super good rematch series. I'm looking forward to it.
To keeping a Punisher alive,
because it's an elimination. We're losing either L9 or AB.
Game as well. It's a little bit of that kind of seeding thing for groups, and let's say if Virtus.pro actually are able,
that's gonna be a super good series.
Top their group.
We're starting to get to the point, and this is what I've been looking forward to as well, even more. We're starting to get to a point where every series is going to be fucking awesome. Because the teams are kind of being whittled out, right? So this weekend, most of the series are going to be fucking incredible to watch. Playoffs, even better. You know? So the games are only going to get better and better over the next 2 weekends.
We have Zenost actually for the interview as
Hi,
well.
Mima.
So, I think we've sort of given him the unofficial MVP for this one, Moxie. So it's nice to be able to talk to him. First and foremost, Zenost, congratulations for making it to playoffs. Showing that like a third place finish after championship going into this event, you must be pleased to show that you are like considered like a legitimate team and that people should really put some respect onto you guys, right?
Yes, we're happy we won this. We were really practicing a lot this week, and after the second game, we were like a bit nervous, I think, but then at the end we all did our best and it worked out.
So did the game plan change at all? Because something that we really weren't expecting was the fact that Tuzi's Psylocke managed to make it through for the first time, actually, the pick and ban stage. Were you guys going into today expecting the Psylocke to be taken out?
We were expecting it to be taken out, and that's why we've practiced a lot with playing without it, with the Loki and Punisher and Torch and stuff like that. In the second game, we kind of didn't do the last ban that we did in scrims, and I don't know, I think we got nervous maybe like the tournament time.
Oh, that's interesting.
And the last game we did what we wanted to do in scrims, and it worked out well.
What was the final ban that you did on Halls?
Oh, sorry, Nust was on Cloak.
We banned Wolverine, which
no, they were on Loki. I thought they were
all in scrims. I think we just got too scared there for our Groot because we were planning to play Groot.
And I think for this map, the final one, you went for the Cloak and Dagger, right? So you put a lot of stock onto you like playing Loki. The third map showed exactly why.
I'll talk about it in a
second. There seemed to be a lot of really good ultimates, a lot of regen domains, just being irritating as per usual from a Loki player. What wasn't working on Halls of Dajalia? Because OGC did a really like good attacking side. You both put up really good attacking sides, full stop, but they just managed to push it literally over the line.
Yeah, I think we were losing the old fights. They were winning with the Cloak and Punisher ults, while we weren't really getting as much value from it. And at the start of the round, I got picked off, for example, on the first attack they did, and they got like an instant point cap. Then they just rolled us over on the second point, and we finally stabilized.
Good identification, though. They realized it very quickly.
The old fights, I believe.
So, as a strategist player, you actually get like sort of the first-person POV into having to keep up a Punisher through a final judgment, because it feels like the meta a lot of the time is coming down to which team gets more value with the Punisher ultimate. How exactly does the team go about coordinating final judgments in such high-pressure situations?
Well, we make sure, obviously, we have something to protect the Punisher, like a support ult, for example, and then both of the supports also protect him, like heal him. The only basically.
You just
and,
pocket,
like,
right?
Him up because
the
he's
way to win the fight.
Condition. He's what we want to carry us to the victory. Yeah, and the tanks shield him. Like everyone is playing bodyguard for him.
I mean, it's probably a good strategy, I suppose, to keep people alive that way. But I did think for the final question. We haven't seen that much of you guys in like third-party tournaments or other stuff since the championship. Like, what do we sort of know about you guys? Because I spoke to a couple of you today briefly, and it seems to be like you all know each other previously from another game, that some of you have like jobs and sort of like real lives that you've had like esports careers in the past, and now you're sort of almost playing for fun. Like, what does it mean, I suppose? Because you aren't able to practice as much as the other teams, right? That you've only able to put in a certain amount of like hours. This is like a really good sign for the future for this team, right? Showing that even with like the less time to put into it, that you're still putting up really good numbers.
Yes, we only really play in the evenings mostly because we are busy with uni, with jobs and stuff like that during the day.
Hence all business, right?
But we have been a team since the start of this game, basically. And even before that, most of us knew each other because we played together in a game called Paladins, which is also a hero shooter.
Oh, they're from Paladins?
As a team, and we have we're pretty good at playing together, I think. We have like this team play down, and we're all kind of happy that we got to
That's a fucking dead game now, isn't it?
And that it's working out well. Then we picked up Torzi, who we didn't know before, and he's doing God's work on some of these champions.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
I think Susie is MVP nearly every game they've played.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's nice to have a wonderful rest of your day.
Monster.
You too.
All right, guys. With that,
my first initial thought was, what
I'm going to leave you with the casters and stuff.
I assume it was German, but I'm
going to very quickly.
We need like a collection, I think, of like the pro players.
I'm going to very quickly take a break for a couple of minutes and just grab a drink before this last series of the day, because I think this is also going to be a banger of a fucking series. You don't want to miss Peps versus Alcu. Both of these teams have been super fun to watch.
Predictions of how well they can
so it's going to be super good.
I'm
going to run an ad for a couple of minutes. Go grab a drink, grab your snacks. They're going to hit a break in a second anyway. I'm going to go deal with my pillows, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and I will answer all your questions and stuff. Hi, Paulie. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
We will be back in a minute. To see, but speaking about seeing, there's something else that you guys are going to want to get your hands on so that you can see in game. This is amazing. The cosmetics team at Marvel Rivals absolutely do not miss. And this one, yet again, are two absolute stunners. Iron Fist, Binary Fist, and Moon Knight's Phoenix Knight bringing the heat will be available in the game score when you wake up tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Not quite available yet, but I mean, with all of the stuff, you've got the drops that are available on these streams. You've got the bubblegum Venom skin that was added in the other day. So plenty of options to be either working towards in battle passes and stuff like that. Obviously, just watching these streams. If you've been watching all day, you probably have earned it at this point. But if you haven't quite hit the 8-hour mark, I can promise you that this next series is going to be one to keep an eye on that isn't probably going to last 8 hours on its own. But you never know with these teams. Peps versus Alcancia is the final best of 3 today to see exactly who's going to be our final team making playoffs. But that's going to be after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Look who just showed up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the
Okay. Okay, we have drinks. Dope. How we doing, Bolly? Hi, Phoenix. How you doing, Mima? I hope you're well. My Asquire is so easy to do big total damage and blocked or healing. That's a hard question to answer. I think it depends on like the compositions. It depends on the type of map as well. You know, things like if you go all the way on domination to all 3 games, you're obviously going to have bigger numbers. Healing numbers, it all comes down to, you know, if you're taking a lot of damage, then you're going to need to do a lot of healing. But if you're kind of steamrolling, your healers are probably not having to do as much work to keep everyone up as they normally would. So, yeah. You mentioned other games. Not really. I mean, apart from the fact that Paladins is a dead game. I'm pretty sure they've stopped supporting Paladins now, right? Didn't they officially come out and say they're stopping supporting it? But even between like Rivals and Overwatch, even if you see them as like direct competition, a competition is only a good thing, I think, for a lot of these, in some respects, right? What's the old saying? Competition breeds innovation. I think that the same is true for gaming, right? If people are enjoying playing Rivals, it might mean that they cross over and they're like, hey, if Rivals season is shit, hey, I'm gonna try Overwatch. Or vice versa. If they're Overwatch players, a lot of them came over to play Rivals because it's a similar game. I don't think NetEase cared that much about that kind of stuff. I don't know. Maybe they do. There are companies like Nintendo who are really like fucking they're dickheads about their copyright stuff, right? Nintendo is probably one of the most egregious, disgusting gaming companies in how ridiculous they are about their property. Like, it's so fucking stupid. How they are about it. So fucking dumb. I fucking hate Nintendo, if I'm honest. I won't really support them in any way. I think they're a fucking dog shit company. So, this is how we're looking right now going into this final game. AB L9 for the lower bracket semis tomorrow. What's our first game tomorrow? So it looks like VP and the winner of this game is going to be the first series tomorrow for the lower bracket semis. Then we've got so we're doing 2 lower bracket first, 2 lower bracket semis. And then the 2 upper bracket finals will be to close out the day, with it finishing with BPP and 0. That's going to be a great day tomorrow. That's going to be a fucking dope day tomorrow. Yeah. It's going to be sick as shit. Cool.
We have 1 spot left when it comes to playing for playoffs, and we've had some
Team Peps,
crazy series so far today, ending on one of the most
Nintendo fanboys, the
I
worst
think,
console
when it's
fanboys.
coming to Team Peps and Al-Qadsiya.
I think, like, here's the thing. I think Nintendo make good games. Like, you know, there's a reason that they're so... People love them so much, right? Because you've got such huge IPs like Mario, Sonic, Pokemon. Is Pokemon Nintendo exclusive? Maybe not. But they got like massive fucking IPs, right? But they're just like, I wouldn't care at all, but they're so fucking anal about their property. Like, to the point where I was talking about this like last week or earlier on this week. They were banning YouTube channels that were playing their games because they were showing their games on a YouTube channel. It's so fucking dumb. Like, do you not want them to show your game so that more and more people... Like, they need to embrace content culture. Like, whether you hate it or like it, right? Like, we've got to be honest about this. Whether you love or hate what streaming has done to gaming, and a lot of people will argue that streaming has ruined gaming, what it comes down to is streaming is popular, and it is very popular for a reason. People love watching streamers. They love watching content creators play games. They love getting people's opinions on games and stuff. That's just the landscape. For better or for worse, however you feel about it. And it's only going to get progressively more important as traditional jobs and our traditional ideas of working start to go out the window with AI, right? So you need to be able to embrace this content culture and embrace the people who are showing and displaying your game. And I feel like Nintendo are just falling so fucking far behind that. Completely.
Or maybe Luna, and just sort of have them be the
however you feel about that.
70% of the picks that you'd usually have. Now you have to be a lot more diverse, I think, with the characters that you play. And for Hardest, he was terrifying, I think, when we saw a lot of the Bucky back in the Invitational. For Alcadia, an organization that's sort of known to get more and more involved in some players like Milk Boy and Lindstrom that have come from other teams. This does feel like it's a mad scientists team that's been put together of some terrific players in the scene.
In the game.
Yeah, Helis actually said that he was meant to be a coach, and then he became
okay, guys, this is going to be a fucking banger. I'm excited for this one.
Tilt was a player that he's known and played
OBSCUR have been so fucking fun to watch.
So they've already got really
Helis on this fucking Wolverine is demonic.
Back when they were both substitutes for Team Cats, which was Team
Maluki, expect Maluki as well to sit on this Mantis.
And then we also have
they played Mantis like I think every game in their previous series.
A DPS
Hi, Copy.
Another game franchise. Then
how are you?
When he came over to Marvel Rivals, he picked up the role of Vanguard, and he was actually one of the first players who was playing for and Captain America. Making it really, really hard for a lot of these teams to hold their defense.
Does anybody know, are other streamers having the same issues that I am with the quality?
They've got some really good pocket picks coming on through for that side too.
Has anyone been watching the games with any other streamers
like,
that watch fighting
pretty apt thing to be having going.
Are they having the same quality issue during the games or no?
Like a melee character as well. So Wolverine was his chosen character that sort of expected to be played in previous games, but
I'm trying to pull up a couple of my other monitors just to see if they're having the same
the
thing
way
in
that
the
pick
games.
bans have been working. Like Wolverine, we saw in that last series being banned out, but we haven't
I
seen
don't know
how
if
much
that's
play
just
of it,
going to make
at
mine
least
worse
specifically
though.
today. Do you think that changes now that we see Helix in play?
Yeah, I definitely feel like Helis is maybe going to try and take us the route of the Wolverine. He's been one of the original players who took on the mantle of the Wolverine. There were like 4 of them at the beginning.
Alright, chat, let's get into this shit. Here we go. Game 1. OBSCUR Team Peps. This is going to be such a fun series. There are so many incredible players on these teams. If this is your first time watching these teams, Helis is the one to watch. On OBSCUR in the bottom left. Maluki is also one to watch. Milk Boy is a demonic Emma Frost. Hardest is a fantastic Punisher. Leaf is fucking fun as shit to watch as well. So
really just
there are some people to watch out
so
for.
Far halfway into the pick ban draft. But Loki banned out.
So nothing out of the ordinary here.
Just a mirror of the Lunar Snows.
It looks like they want to ban the Psylocke. Pretty standard mags into Emma's Loki bans.
I guess.
Ooh, the double DPS ban.
Can be very scary.
Helis not going to get that Wolverine. They are not going to give him that. And no Psylocke.
Yeah, Alcadia Helis' Wolverine is definitely
I'm good, thank you, Carpet. Do I have a little bit of a delay?
Up onto the table. Beetle, though, has been able to
I think I'm ahead of others,
America currently in play. As Team Peps are also going to be able to prioritize
We'll do a quick
refresh
refresh in a second.
For a triple strategist lineup there. So it doesn't matter that they've lost out the Loki. They might
so they saved the Ultron.
Like Dagger,
so it looks like Peps are going to commit to this to a triple support Ultron
comp. They're not going to be able to have the Luna But one thing that Alcatzy are going to be able to
and they save the Punisher. No surprise, really.
Seems that that's like the sensible choice, really. If they don't go for the Punisher here, it's like.
But they also haven't banned the Punisher, so they don't need to. Peps have got the advantage. They can chill.
Like an outlier here? Is that sort of standard?
Mag.
It's not.
Alcatzy have got Punisher and Mag, and Peps don't have the Magneto on the other side.
Most of it, yeah, has been like the mirror of the Emma Frost. But last week we did have a lot of the alternating.
Yeah, we have not had a chance to see Mag yet today, which is slightly worrying.
It's that strong
that they give them Mag here. Let's do a quick refresh chat, see if we can make sure we caught up. Sorry, we're gonna have to sit through an ad. Fuck me. But I thought it was best to do it now. Yeah, no Mag for Team Peps is big. That's big.
There are many kinds of death. Some are better than others.
So let's see how this plays out. Sorry about the advert, everyone. I'm just trying to make sure that we're on par.
Players all
okay, here we go.
So
we start on Hell's Haven. This has been pretty much, if it's not been Krakoa, this has pretty much been the go-to domination.
And if the Cloak and Dagger is mid-dash, suddenly you don't have the ability to duck teleport out of the meteor hurtling straight for your face.
Do not get baited by the penny rockets and jets that are happening right now.
Potential lean towards the Magneto pick that's coming in.
Who do you guys think is going to win this? Who are we going for? You want Peps or you want AlQ? Who we think is going to get it?
Abound for one
I'm good, thank you, Carpet. I'm good.
Going to be on
Lovely
Doctor
to see
Strange
you.
to begin with, to just go for the portal play. Kai is going to be doing a very similar thing. We've seen some really nice Doctor Strange that Aya Bagamoto plays, and for these two, you're expecting a lot. The counter portal was actually going to be used to try to cut off exactly where Team Peps were looking to fight from. But nothing really came of it.
Guys, it might be. Is it
by
me?
the way, Larry has committed. We have actual.
So let's talk about the comms here. Larry is committed to this Jeff, which is hilarious. Hardest going on this Winter Soldier. Oh, just immediately a lovely pull-in as well. A lovely couple of kills. And they're just Peps just walked over them. This triple support comp with a Jeff.
As they all came through from a very small
and look at Jeff, 72% already.
You're looking at
he can absolutely cook on this
because he has just been healing up all of this trash damage that's been coming
what?
From Alcatzy.
I love it. We've not seen Jeff be very successful so far.
The skies, Larry just being able to pull people out of dodge might actually.
And we see healers going for this Human Torch.
So far, Kaya just wanted to try and make some headway, but he gets sort of interrupted, cut up by Team Peps, who have managed to take this fight really away from the point. As it's
There's an angle from Hardest though.
The third point, really.
Looks like they're going to try and run them down, take this high ground. Here goes the Jeff.
Lidstrom's going to be used. It's Jeff also.
Oh, that's so nice from Kaya, though. That was so nice from Kaya. Okay, it's not just me, chat. It's not just me. It's fine. Everyone is having the same issue. That's fine. I just wanted to check. Alright, here we go. Maluki. Healer's popping that supernova as well. Oh, they're just going everything. Kaya, Tilt, the whole kit and caboodle. They're surviving really well though, Peps. Only Leaf or Beetle finally goes down, but only 2 go down after all of those ult pops, and look, Hardest has theirs. I think you let them have it, and look at your ult economy.
Now it's just 82%. The Peps have managed to get onto the board.
Hardest has been sitting on their ult. Milk Boy has theirs. Maluki Lindstrom over halfway.
Could have done things a little bit more acutely than they did.
Larry close to theirs as well.
Survive, though. This next fight, Hardest is the only one really for Team Peps with a win condition, but that can be shut down quite easily by the Meteor M hanging above Pep's head, with the threat of if they try to follow up from that Winter Soldier's ultimate opening things. Alcatzy are also making sure that they have their back to the point so they can drop down.
Oh, Milk just gets picked off. And there goes Hardest over the top. He needs a reset. Doesn't look like he's going to get it though.
He doesn't even need to utilize the full duration.
Healers finally goes down with surviving on 1 HP for so long.
Yeah, resets. Not really needed, but the fight is still good.
Damn,
now.
Nice 1v1 from Beetle. They've been forced to use the invis off the point though, just so they can walk in. This is going to be tough for AlQ. They need a touch right now.
taking a lot of the damage with it, but the elimination not quite there.
Pep's dropping the mother load. This is Tilt needs to go fucking massive right now.
Into the Jeff pickup with the ult. He's only managed to grab one, but he's going to pull him into the fire and flames regardless. They have both.
Oh, Larry doesn't even try, dude. Larry just spits him the fuck out and dies with him. That's so funny.
How much Team Peps are trying to knock them back, but they're still fighting, clambering on to these two vanguards.
This is really nice from AlQ though. They're still in it. But this could be big. Oh, Beetle's gonna cut off the back as well. Oh, but Tail gets a double. Oh my god, AlQ have actually held this monstrously. I'll be honest. I think Larry kind of threw that. I think Larry kind of threw that. There is zero reason to just fucking send it over the side there.
Finally having the space where this composition really shines. Heelless on this torch is going to be so annoying for Team Peps.
Beetle hardest with ults up.
Get through the gauntlet of poke pressure that the torch is
Maluki is a monstrous mantis when they play it. Surprised they're not, actually. Unless they just swapped.
Trying to keep up the pressure onto the Strange so he doesn't get the confidence to go for it. A good sleep onto Heelless means that the Strange is going to be stabilized by Larry.
Oh, he saw an angle. Oh, the Strange is getting bullied like a motherfucker, though. Oh, Milk! That's such a lovely timing. He heard the Agamotto and just went straight for it. That was lovely from Milk. Oh my god, they get aura. Oh, Larry gets two, but instantly railed. I mean, at this high level, you're never getting a Jeffel off, are you? You're never getting a successful Jeffel. Unless you get like 4 or 5 of them, it's not going to happen, is it? All Q with an insane comeback in round 1. We've seen them do this before. They're so good at never giving up. You can never count this team out. You can never count this team out.
Expects Jeff strategies. Gone is
huge.
The duelist flank Jeff that you would pair up with a Captain America and a Psylocke.
Listen, I love the Jeff. I do. I love Jeff. I think I love other picks like this. I want them to do more spicy picks.
Damage your opponents. But
I don't know. I don't know. That Jeff didn't really feel like it got any value on that point.
That's all they need for the crossfire, for the amount of
I also think Jeff is much harder to make work on this one. There's a lot less places for you to like throw him off, right?
To be able to overcome.
Eli's taken a lot of the attention before. We've just played the melee characters, some of which were in the pick band draft. This Human Torch, along with a combination with Justice Invisible Woman, really getting a lot of
Leaf going onto that Wolverine.
This was Alcacia last time.
This signals to me that they're just going to leave Heelless alone, and they're going to just try and focus on everybody else first.
Simple, straightforward option to try and
they're going to try and deal with Milk and Kaya.
On the Invis Woman now. Looking for the force physics to deny a connection from that Eye of Agamotto. We've also
they've got early pressure though here, AlQ.
Out comes the Wolverine.
Oh, what knocked him back? Was that push from Maluki? Because he did not get that kidnap off. Was that Maluki with the push? Nice try on the Agamotto. Does miss, but good pressure. There's Kaya trying to kidnap, but again, he gets out.
Nothing's really being done. You can see
how this Wolverine though. Leaf gets caught out. Here goes Tail over the top side. You need to get something here, Tail. I don't think he is though. The counter ult from Hardest is good. Oh, the Agamotto is so good from Beetle. Oh my god, the Agamotto is so fucking good from Beetle, and he just wipes them. Dude, you can never count them out with a Strange in the mix.
They didn't really all amount to all that much.
true.
Woof.
But this enclosed space can be both good and bad for the Torch. If you're in control of the space,
they get the early pick on Leaf on that Wolverine, and they still manage it. That's a crazy fight.
Playing into retake, though, that ceiling fan is going to be very annoying in terms of the space the healers can
How do you
find.
walk in here, those LQ? Do you just walk in with Lindstrom, I think? You take the Lunar and you just walk in with it?
Gonna have the fate of both worlds, but we need to see Healers' POV. He's already all the way around the back, but that's
oh, he gets him. Leaf gets Healers.
And Leaf is playing anti-air Logan.
How the hell did he get that? We need to see that. I want to see that POV. Observers are throwing. How did he get Healers?
We know that Leaf is able to do,
but they still can't walk it in.
Whatever type of duelist shows up.
Lindstrom's been sitting on this ult for a long time. Healers is about to get theirs. Kaya's about to get theirs.
Each of the roles, and Aura Steel are not too far away from having the
but Peps already have 3 prepped and ready to go. Aura's not too far away from theirs either.
Stops at 50%. Stops at 60%. Force comes out until everything has settled, and now out comes the Punisher turrets.
Tilt with the ult. Do they just blow and go?
That final judgment. Lindstrom with the fate of both worlds can look for the damage boost, but they have
Leaf tries to get it, and here we go. Here's the blow and go. Tilt gets 1 straight away. DRP gone down. Milk gets Larry. This is really nice from LQ so far. And I think Peps are just going to walk it back and save their ult economy for the next fight. They've got 89%, so that's really good for Peps. I think they just walk it back. They have 4 ults against 3. They have the advantage.
They might be kind of happy that they've got to 90%, but it was 82% on the last part. Yet again, Alcacia just having this resurgence in order to take these fights later on.
Can you guys hear me over the casters okay or no?
Doesn't want to overdo it, just trying to bait out some of these like shields, the mitigation, the things that are going to stop him from connecting nicely onto these.
Here goes Hardest.
The Hardest is the one that's just holding.
Oh, this Johnny though. He's wasted so much time of Hardest's ult. Healer's putting in God's work right there. The reverse Agamotto. Kaya gets done. Healers has come back in after that. Oh, Healers with a hero play if they win this fight out. Leaf does get Maluki, but Milk trades. Is it enough? Larry with the ult straight down. That's big for Peps. That might win them the fight. I think that's won them the fight. That's a massive, massive ult. And Peps take it with a clutch cloak ult to finish.
Fitting the theme of today, Moxie, of just very
1-on-1
series, full free map.
This is going to be a spicy motherfucking game 3.
Maps to start us off. It's ending on the Eldritch Monument. And so far, if you have to lead
God, do I hate this one. God, do I hate this map with a passion. This fucking 3rd point has been the bane of so many of my games.
Over on a Human Torch, might consider swapping over to the Storm from the Lux.
Yeah, Storm is going to be able to have that goddess boost as we're going to be seeing. It's Punisher versus Punisher. It's Pocket versus Pocket.
I like Storm on this one. There's a lot of cover to play around with the pillars. A lot of height to play from as well.
One side has the Magneto to be able to use Meteor M to stop the final judgment from the other team. And suddenly, Larry for Team Peps, they might not have the Magneto, but they've got
a couple of ults. I feel like Lindstrom was sat on that ult the entire half, no? They just kept getting picked off and could not get a Lunar ult off. Is that the same ultimate from game 2? Lindstrom's having a bit of a mare here.
It feels fitting that they're going to be the ones
they're watching. They're waiting. They're going to get behind them.
Might be going for an aggressive tempo play before the final judgment finds its footing.
There we go. Lindstrom finally pops. And Team Peps just back out and give it. They've forced out the Lunar ult and they say, hey, we're going to give it for that. That's fine.
It's the fact that support ultimate was almost just ushered out in this engagement. Final Judgment's going to be the real thing that Tilt wants to get out early, not realizing that the support ultimates aren't
here goes Tilt. No support although to save him. He's just got to keep going, but look at the positioning.
And it is translating into eliminations for them.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Aura Stealer isn't able to put the invis boundary down in time.
That's so tough.
Was plummeting and did not reveal the receive the heal.
A lot of early pressure here from OBSCUR.
Team Peps were patting themselves on
Peps
the
have used the
back,
TP as well.
With that aggressive TP at the beginning, they'd been able to force to split Lindstrom.
Maluki about to get their ult. Kaya not too far away.
It's not enough. They don't have the damage to
Beetle close. Beetle needs to go big here for Peps.
Team Peps this time around, though, should
Beetle needs to go big here for Peps.
Final judgment, and Larry's got an eternal bomb to make sure that they find
VP game was a stump. VP just rolled them completely with a res comp. And here goes Hardest. He needs way more value this time. Gets Kaya, but Helis gets Leaf on the flip side. Hardest get 2.
Finding the majority of the picks.
Finally, Peps get a little bit of momentum. It's not all done for yet, though.
Peps' side. Meteor M gonna go in, seeing if he can find a particular cover.
Oof.
And he tries to wait out
the fade
from the cloak, but not quite able to get much damage.
OBSCUR are still holding this point, though, and the percentage is still going in their favor.
Terrific work.
Peps need to take this point because at the moment, all of this contesting is so good for OBSCUR. It's going to be 99 for OBSCUR before they can take this point, even if they win this fight. Storm looking for a big ult here. Oh, the turret nearly saves Tilt. That's such a good attempt. That was so clutch, but it wastes all of Leaf's ult. And it looks like they are finally going to get this side, but it's 99.
And unfortunately for Peps, the writing might be on the wall in the next fight.
Tilt, Maluki, both with ults. This is going to be so hard to do. Hardest does not have theirs. Beetle does. DLP will probably likely have theirs. So here's the question. Peps, can you survive Tilt's Punisher ult? If you survive this ult, you are in with a good shot. If you can't, it is GG and you are out of this tournament. There has never been a more important ultimate for you to watch.
What picks can come through early. DRP taking a lot of this initial damage.
If Hardest can get theirs, though, 95%, it looks like Hardest might be able to play with it. Here goes Tilt.
They really don't want to be taking the final judgment coming in.
They cannot find it. Hardest with a triple. He's got a quad. Oh my God, Hardest just got a 6K to carry them through. Holy shit, Hardest just picked everyone on their back and just fucking smurfed it. What?
For Team Peps time and time again.
What?
They've had that wall back pushed against a wall. Milkboy now.
Leaf nearly got theirs. Healer's got a Storm ult. No support ults to back it up. Aura is close though. Milkboy can use the media to take that out. And Leaf could be so free here to win this game for OBSCUR. And there she goes. Both Storm ults popped, I think. And Leaf goes, no thank you. Helis does the same. Gentleman's agreement. They both say neither of these are going to work. And that's both used.
Really able to
Milk and Kaya both sitting on ults. Lindstrom not too far off. This is going to come down to it.
Another Hardest 60% on having another final judgment, considering it was only used about, what, like 60 seconds
Hardest
ago.
is going to get it before Tilt.
Look, if you can get Lindstrom to use that Fate of Both Worlds early, that would be major. Alcacia now pretty much...
It all comes down to this. Kaya with an Eye of Agamotto gets pushed out, though. Does not get anything from it. Lindstrom's down. Milk, he needs to get pick off with this. The shield is there from the invis playing out of their mind. Beetle gets a pick. DLP gets a pick. Oh my God, Peps are going to do it. Beetle gets another one. Larry down with the cloak ult. Hardest going over the top. Peps have done it. Oh my God, OBSCUR have been rooted after a 99%. Hardest with the hardest carry of his life gets game 1. Holy shit.
That Meteor M in that last fight blocked
Invis. Let's talk about Invis in that last fight. Smurfed it.
Because we saw the
smurfed it.
We saw the dark teleportation. But there's a moment where Peps don't know if they
no shot Peps get game 1. That was looking so risk.
Outthink the Cloak and Dagger's utility.
Aura Stealer with an unreal fucking performance. Let's just have a quick look at this while they're chatting away. 54k on Larry, 45 on Aura. But it's the usage, the clutch timings for Larry to use those ultimates on 2 points. Lindstrom, I feel Lindstrom was having such a difficult time staying up. Beetle and DRP getting in their face of these supports and making it so difficult. Maluki as well. And you can see it from the numbers, right? These supports had a bit of a struggle bus.
Up by the bootstraps in the final fight. They really didn't have all that much. Just a couple of ultimates in a dream to hold on to what looked like an unrelenting, unstoppable force for Alcazar. But I think when it comes to like the players, you're looking at Team Peps and you're kind of going, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think Leaf had a terrific
Peps with a huge comeback.
Hardys naturally is going to be the one to be watching over on this Punisher. It suits him to a T. And Helis had to.
I don't know if you can give him Punisher.
I think was silenced a little bit on.
But then you've got to, like, you know, it's a give and take. If you give them the Punisher, what do they get for it?
Second point, Alcazar, the second that they had to play into retake, they were playing split. So even though you have the invis coming on for, you don't have the LOS of the invis with the Guardian Shield application. The only thing
dude, Hardest went just so fucking bananas in that last fight.
Any element of healing if you're out of LOS is the idle aura coming on through from the Luna, which is only 35%. It's
how does Cloak work? She seems like she does a lot, but I can't figure out her util.
You've got every single time Helis on the torch pops up on that side lane trying
that's a big question.
Cloak's force everyone's attention to pivot and deal with the
Cloak has a lot of different like
yeah,
usage,
we are giving,
right?
Certainly we're giving you some cinema, right? You've got 8 hours that you need to be watching if you want to get that.
We'll quickly jump into a practice range while we wait for game 2, because we're gonna have a few minutes anyway.
We're gonna see exactly where Alcazar wants to take us for map 2 at the very least after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
While we're just on break right now, we'll quickly throw over to Rivals. I also want to test out the Thor real quick. Come on. Oh, I might have to download shaders though. Ow, fuck me. Fuck me. I'm assuming so. If I've had to download it, Yanni, I'm assuming that it's live. We're going to test that out real quick. Because they said the 19th, so it might have been like late last night, which is when they usually do it at UK time. We'll have a quick nosy when we get in. Seems we've got 5 minutes now before the next game. I've not opened this game for ages. This feels weird. Ow. Come on. This is funny. We'll deal with all that later. I'm going to buy that later. We'll deal with that later. Let's quickly hop into practice while we can. Before the next game. So you just press it again to cancel. So you can do it pretty immediately. Hang on, let me turn this shit down. Hang on. You can do it pretty fucking immediately. That's crazy. Like immediately. I don't think that helps with like button mashing So you're going to have to be real careful about like double or triple clicking Thor's Awakening. So the idea of this obviously is like, right, you jump into the back line, wah-dee-wah, you pop, you go, and then you go, no, I need to get the fuck out, right? But then obviously you don't have the Thor Force, right? So the only way to do that realistically is either to hammer. So let's say we're jumping in on the Luna here, blah-de-blah-de-blah. We're jumping in on someone. We get the kill, blah-de-blah. We get a kill, and then we go, fuck. You got to hammer and then get out, right? Is probably the quickest way. Or if you're next to them, you could also E cooldown, but the hammer throw is a much quicker cooldown, right? So you'll probably want to use that. So you go like this, and you're like, fuck, I need to get out. Pop the E, go. Right? I think the hammer is also just quicker if you're quick fingers. But that's such a huge quality of life change. Oh my god. It's just the Thor Force you don't have. So like, it's why I quite like the change, because it's not like you can insta-do it and get out unless you're quick enough with your cooldowns. Because you don't get the full Thor Force back during the timer, right? Once you cancel it like this. So you have to use something else to give you that Thor Force back. Which is quite cool. Unless... Can you just melee? Oh, you can just melee, actually. Because the Awakening will set your hammer alight to give you the Thor Force, you can actually just melee and get out. Which is probably way, way easier, right? So you do this, and you're like, fuck, you melee, and then you get out. That's huge. Sorry, let's very, very quickly just talk about Cloak, because I think we're going to get back into it in a second. I don't play a huge amount of Cloak, but basically, you have the two sides. This is like auto-tracking healing, which is nuts, and it does damage. So this is already a crazy, like, heal. Then you got a bubble that you can lay down, which does a crazy amount of healing in and inside of it. You got the wall, which heals and then increases the amount of healing you've got. Then you shift into Cloak. You've got this, which increases the damage they take and blinds them. And then you do a shit ton of damage. So the basic premise is Cloak and Dagger just... They have so much versatility and so much utility. It's crazy.
You can find opportunities of hooking
but we'll talk about that
multiple
more
players
later.
with the Bionic Hook.
I was very
no
aware at the
surprises.
time.
Team Peps are actually going to be removing the Wolverine yet again against Alcatia. So he
game two.
denied one of his normal duelists that he is
Nothing out of the ordinary yet.
What do Peps try and save? Do
the
they
Wolvie ban
the
though is quite interesting
no,
against, I guess that's for healers.
Ultron.
They're going to save the
Ultron. They tried a little
Ultron.
bit with the triple support.
We're going to Symbiotic.
Heaven, but it was with a Jeff. It was a little bit...
I can see it. It's pretty good on this map.
I wouldn't say that that's why they lost the first point at all, but Alcatia
And then
at
the
least
Cloak
able
ban.
to remove the Cloak and Dagger, which
Punisher
was
save?
Annoying for sure, but
Psylocke save, I love it. Yes, lock it. I actually love this, dude. Lock it. I love it.
A protection
yes,
for
yes, 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 yes.
Alcatia would be interesting as it gives healers
No!
more
They're just going to ban the Psylocke now, no?
Instead, probably more sensibly.
Or are they using that to bait them into the Psylocke ban?
Luna is actually going to force Team Peps now into having to ban a couple of different things. Kaya is known for playing the Captain America on symbiotic surface. He played it literally season 1 before a lot of teams even discovered that Captain America was very strong, so I'm not surprised to see it go. But what that does leave on the field
oh, good, Ricky.
is
Much
Luna
loves.
And Psylocke. And given the fact
That
that
sucks, I'm sorry. You can always DM me if you need it, you know that.
Psylocke
I hope you sleep well. Enjoy your last day tomorrow.
Is your go-to
and then your consequent freedom afterwards.
To anything in the sky.
I'll be here.
It's looking a very dive-centric Is Captain America specifically very good on symbiotic?
Yeah, we're gonna have some spicy stuff here on symbiotic.
Very strong ultimate with freedom charge, being able to deny a lot of breakpoints from the other team.
Spicy symbiotic.
Utilizes a third strategist ultimate, sometimes a fourth strategist ultimate, given your composition lineup. And then also the fact that, as we saw in the previous series, where like Welsh Mania is going on,
Game 2,
and just being an absolute menace of a Spider-Man to JJ proportions. You do not want to be a backline strategist player having to deal with a Captain America who's literally getting to reflect back all of your CC projectiles at you.
What they settle on here.
I think Kaya was looking to be picking up the Venom, at least what we saw tends to.
So Healer's going onto the Human Torch with that Ultron. Triple Healer makes sense. Oh, Beetle gets milk.
Throw off Milk Boy off of the map.
Oh, we haven't seen a portal kill for a while. And then Alq sitting on this like dive confidence attack, right? The Venom to make this space, and I imagine Till is going to get in with Kaya and just bully the fuck out of this triple healer strat to try and make space for healers and milk over the top. So we see them taking this high ground. This is super common, taking this high ground point. It literally gives you a lot of cover to poke and prod with.
Yeah, it's the
and I think we're probably going to stay pretty settled, to be honest, until we start seeing some ults come out.
So far was Milk Boy falling off of
I think Ultron is probably going to be first here. DRP walking up. Just saying hi to Psylocke.
Time has been bought. It feels like both teams are almost flirting with each other so far and how these engagements have happened.
Attila's got good position here on this Psylocke.
Quite on the board just yet.
And there they go. They're going to hunt both supports in the back. We don't see that right now. Hardest does get Maluki on the other side, though. DRP gets 2 as well, and that is a rooting. Kaya gets 1 in trade, but I don't think you're getting any more from that. And I think Tilt is also just going to try and die. And a good first hold from Peps. Giving 1 tick away.
Not for the heat that he's bringing, but the flashlight that he's able to shine onto Tilt's position every single time.
They're going to have so many ults as well, Peps. Peps are about to sit on 5 ults.
Leaf has immediately been able to micro-pixel perfect
if Peps win this ult battle, they are going to look really fucking good. Tilt trying to build theirs up.
Slowly but surely is building up to the dance of the butterfly.
Oh, DRP just picks off Helis again on this mag. Absolutely demonic pickoffs. What is this?
Any way of stopping Peps from just walking forward and taking a better numbered fight on main.
Oh, they're just pushing. They're just rolling him. They're just rolling him. I think Peps need to walk it.
Basically backing Alcatia into a corner.
Do they want to try it? They are pushed very far out.
But nobody's gone down to force a full reset. It is just that
but look,
ultimate. They can just sort of sit up. You can
5 ultimates for Peps. Everyone apart from Hardest, who can build it up pretty quick, already at 15. And then full 6 for Alq. So this is going to be an ult dump right now. There we go. Everything is dropped.
There's the dance of the butterflies into the backline from Tilt.
DRP goes. Doesn't get a kill though. That's big. Beetle gets a pick. Leaf gets Helis, which is big. Kaya with a trade on Beetle. Oh, Lindstrom with a nice freeze. Kaya gets Leaf. This is good for Alq. Forcing them all back.
They're trying to see if they can push the point a little bit more.
Kaya needs to be careful. He's kind of stuck in here. Gets out.
Yeah, but they just
and that's really nice from Alq. That's just an ult dump. But really nicely managed. It doesn't really matter if you die right now. You've got the point. And you force out more ultimates.
Really bad news for Alcatia, a composition that needs space to be able to work with.
Helis switching onto Winter Soldier.
Find these engagement spaces to jump onto Team Peps' backline, but by losing that fight now, they've got to walk out of spawn all over again.
I think I need to take a break after this, by the way, chat. I don't think I can stay on and play. It's pretty exhausting doing all of these games.
It's just going to be denied.
You see the Team Peps are backing up. That's a hard decision for Team Peps to make in that moment, to give up the point, but to just keep some consistent contest happening to stop Alcatia from snowballing really up to this choke. So much more time is
Tilt does have the ult, and the invis ult is down. Aura doesn't have theirs yet, so there is a timing here for Tilt. There we go. Oh, such good identification from Tilt. It's so easy for us to see it, right? Because we can see the percentages, but that's pure feel. That's pure feel.
falling over like dominoes.
And that's really nice from LQ.
That momentum you were talking about.
Really
perfect
from
Tilt. Perfect.
Here as well. CLAIR on the
how's your gonging, Law?
Making sure that everyone gets tethered up and held in the dance of the butterflies so that no one can tag out of it to not eat one of the damages coming in from those slashes. And now with Alcatzia finally finding the
you can see how aggressive they're holding as well here.
Fight already set up. Kaya on that high ground, already on that wall, looking for the dive opportunity, wanting to be able to utilize.
My energy levels are starting to fade a bit. I need some food.
Have to be vigilant. Venom has been able to stop Peps as well, fighting around this corner. It's up to
Milkbud drops it with Venom going in the back.
The Venom Soul Resurgence going to be invested.
Gets a ping. Leaf over the top though. Here goes Healers. Oh! DRP just smacks him in the face and says, nope. No, thank you. And Leaf gets Maluki as well. Nice defense from Peps. Kaya is causing a lot of problems on this Venom, though. Gets a double kill on the back. He is causing... Are they actually going to win this fight off the back of that? Wait! Tilt over the top of it? They actually win that fight. Kaya has just fucking smurfed it. How did he do that? What?
It's got out of control.
Yeah, now that he's got the space, he's starting to run away.
That was insane that they do that. Great end fight from OBSCUR.
Sight is perfect. Belief to be able to scout check out where the silo goes from.
Give me a headache and my vision is blurry. That doesn't seem like it worked. Is that what's supposed to happen?
A little bit too close for comfort. Hardest keeps looking back.
Dude, CLAIR again in this back line.
And he gets grabbed.
Oh, Hardest is so low. They do get Hardest in the end.
And he gets taken down.
Just as he was about to have that Rage of Ultron online, just to combo it to take some of the attention away, might open up space for Beetle's Eye of Agamotto. Invisible Boundary also might be able to sneak in.
Dude, they need to deal with this Venom.
Unsuspecting Alcatzia
Larry's already used the ult. Aura does have theirs, and Hardest is about to get theirs. They're about to get a lot of ults, Peps, actually. So maybe they can hold this. But look at Tilt diving in this back line, already going for it. Oh, tried to get Healers again. Supernova around the side, but this Emma is making it difficult. He doesn't want to get pinged. With the Lunar Snow as well, keeping everybody up. Here goes the damage boosted Venom, doesn't get a kill.
Not really getting
Healers over the top.
Damage over on the Feast of the Abyss, but the follow-up is there.
Oh, this is looking good.
He has the Kraken's impact.
This is looking good for OBSCUR. I think they're going to get all the points.
They're just holding on for dear life,
but they have brought them down. Oh, Tilt smashed him. If they can get them to overtime, this is big anyway. Leaf switching to Spider-Man? Question mark.
Captain America Hardest actually moves on to the Hela just to have any pick potential. Without the ultimate cycle coming on.
Oh, Tilt is just like Tilt is so fucking free. And they get all 3 points, OBSCUR, after a bit of a shaky push on that first point. Can Peps do the same?
We saw that too.
They're going to need to if they want to 2-0 the series. I'm just going to quickly change my pants. Hang on.
Too separated from Hardest on that Ultron. He was taken down immediately. As Alcatzia, that last fight, that true fight before the stagger picks come through from the side of Peps, they knew that win condition. Kaya with the Feast of the Abyss, he doesn't find the picks, but what he does do is get the health buzz low enough so that Healers' Kraken impact is the thing that really pushes the payload home.
My pants, I'm in trousers, by the way. I haven't just shit myself or anything.
Have been really well rotated. The Team Peps, they didn't have the kind of...
Did you enjoy it though, Lo? Was it fun?
A 4K or a 5K like
would you do it again?
In fact, it was like fairly quiet. One final hit that's actually coming from Hardest kind of goes to show, like, yeah, he's on Ultron for one. Like, we haven't seen him over on the Punisher.
Okay, Peps changing over to the Punisher.
It does feel like that real like impact to just turn a fight around was missing with
Tilt though, 18-1 on this Psylocke. Look at this Psylocke do damage.
in comparison to the Torch, who fell a total of 5 times. So you can see when they were able to stop the Psylocke from really playing the way the
That's all right.
point A,
You've done good. You've done good.
The second that we went into B and C until
you can do a workshop to learn how to gong.
That's when Peps lost control of that situation. Like you said, Maluki.
You must have enjoyed it then.
As well. Their ultimates have been so good. Maluki actually
they're going to go for this aggressive TP.
Because of their Invis woman, Heal told me.
We've seen a lot of teams do this. Just, oh my god, instant pick on Lindstrom. Oh my god, that Luna just got deleted. How do you deal with that?
One of your main strategists as well means that this whole from Alcacia is
Tilt does get 2 though.
Not only evens up the numbers, but actually gets the advantage. Cena's going to bring Rabia.
Wait, Tilt is kind of just smurfing this, no?
Absolutely sending it through Kaya.
Tilt literally sent himself for Beetle's own strange portal to get the.
Oh, that was a really nice pick from Leaf.
We're playing away from the portal.
Oh, what a dive.
Gets taken down by Leaf without that Psylocke. Kaya's
they are capping though. OBSCUR are giving it them.
Above that high ground position,
they're gonna fight the end here. Both Invis ults down. No other ults after this though. So it's gonna whoever gets theirs first. Oh, Leaf smashed it. Leaf got a really nice pick on hardest.
To be able to take control of the situation.
Really good shield.
Not hardest, healers.
Leaf after he gets caught by the Carbon Crush. And we were sort of saying that Team Peps needed a little bit of that.
Oh my god, OBSCUR just popping everything. OBSCUR just popping everything. Hardest is going, gets Kaya. Cannot quite finish this Luna. Finally gets them, this is huge. Looks like Peps are going to get this first point pretty quickly. 4:50 on the clock. This is looking really solid for Peps.
Picking off these Alcacia players.
Yeah, something to note as well. DRP throwing that meteor at, not at Lindstrom.
Dude, Leaf is going fucking bananas on this Human Torch.
Around the corner of that cover, he knew that she'd be looking to Guardian Shield.
Healer's trying to match it now with the Human Torch as well.
Try to pick Maluki off instead. As Team Peps now will be able to put themselves up onto that high ground angle, and it is quite literally.
Guys, I'm so excited to try my new pillows tonight.
Oh
my god.
So that when Alcacia try and reset themselves into a position, Healers gets taken down immediately to the
Healers is having a mare. Having a really hard time on this defense. Tilt just goes for the Punisher straight over the top. They do group to manage to save everyone. Clutch to get back to each other, honestly. Oh my god, the Supernova is putting in so much work.
Find the backline of Maluki. There was a real problem for Team Peps when it came to
I mean, Leaf is absolutely smurfing this game.
It's looking like they're able to match in a similar
I also would really like to point out DRP here, and this is one of the reasons I think Mag is so consistently banned. DRP has been silently picking off everybody in this game. This left click, right click pin into left click combo that can just one-shot these squishies. Like, DRP is putting up so much work as this Mag. I wonder if OBSCUR will look back on this and think they made a mistake in letting them have that Mag.
From the fight with that damage has been able to build up the final judgment into the Invis boundary.
Oh, nice push. Again, DRP getting tilt. Like, oh, Kaya goes big though, but gets taken out immediately. I mean, what do you do? 4 minutes 20 on the clock. DRP is a monster on this pick. We have been talking up Beetle a lot because Beetle has been putting in some crazy strange performances, but DRP has been a goddamn rock for this team consistently.
A little bit of time added if they can keep just interrupting Alcacia's resets. It can stop things from progressing.
And Larry as well. Larry with some crazy pushes on this Invis. I think this is why we're seeing so much Invis prior, right? And why the Invis is going up in valuation.
Onto the Rocket Raccoon.
These game-winning pushes and stuff are wild.
Ready to start this fight. There's the Meteor M. Trying to find
nice Emma shield. Tilt just gonna pop that to kill the Rocket, and they're gonna push him all the way back.
not enough.
I mean, technically, they've only got one. DRP is back from the rocket res. They could look to push back in here. DRP getting another pick on Lindstrom. Just these individual picks are insane. The Invis goes down to try and save DRP, but just a second too late. And it looks like Helis is going to look for the back here with nothing to save them.
And now it's up to Helis with the Omega Hurricane to put a stop to the shenanigans of Pep's side.
Very weird fight. You've got the Bira back to block DRP back into the engagement. They were trying to stall him out. He's able to get a pick. He goes down, but just as we see,
Hardest is up.
Boundary,
doesn't have a support ult to keep him up though, so
just behind on time. The Hardest.
I mean, look at this damage. Like, what do you do? What do you fucking do? Strangers trying their best to stay in their face. That's a big Agamotto from Kaya, but there's no one else to follow. Now it's Tilt's turn, though. Watch out for Tilt.
That is absolutely churning on through. The final judgment available for Tilt, though, could be a nice counter-attack if Team Peps are overcommitting.
Lindstrom does have the ult. Watch it go. They're going to double it right now. Lindstrom's just going to pop it and go once they're ready. Here we go. Watch out for Lindstrom popping that cloak ult. Tilt's going to go over the top immediately as soon as that's down. But I think they are trying to whittle down the time, right? They don't want to commit it too hard. And they're going to do it right now. There goes the cloak ult as soon as it's popped. But Leaf and DRP immediately get 2 picks. Oh my god, DRP is smurfing. And Peps do it with a good amount of time on the board. They get a lot of extra time on the board. Woof.
To go first, Alcatia not wanting to risk the ire of that Magneto fall.
Excuse me. I think by some miracle, if all Q win this game and take it 1-1, I think you have to ban the mag.
About 2.5 to work with. And whilst
I think you have to ban this mag from DRP.
You can't say that Hardest, Punisher, Leaf, Torch isn't the way to go. And especially it's given so much freedom.
Do you think I'll be able to have a nap in between?
They did with the Ultimates was delicious from Beetle and DRP.
For those of you that may be your first time here,
maybe weren't just expecting that synergy to come through because
it's lovely to have you all. If you do want to follow, it'd be awesome. If you just want to lurk, that's totally okay.
It's fine to throw
DRP 26-6, by the way.
I mean, DRP just getting Magneto through the
we are doing this all again tonight for the America games, which are also going to be some fucking bangers. So if you are a night owl and you're in your, you know, time zone, our time zone base, or if you're from America, come and join us tonight. We'll be doing all the America games too, from about 11:30, with the first game starting at midnight. If you're going to miss any of them, head on over to my YouTube and sub to my YouTube. I'm putting most of the games on there. Or at least all of the semis and finals will be on there, as well as all of next week's playoff games. Ooh, spicy counter portal. Spicy counter portal. The NA games are going on until 5 a.m. roughly, depending on if there are some close games or not. So it's roughly until about 5 a.m. And then we come back and do it all again tomorrow, and then again on Saturday, and then again on Sunday. Kaya with a really nice pick after the choke, though. Already used the rocket res. Hardest is farming the ult.
Yeah, Team Peps very much playing full on the defense.
Hardest is farming like a motherfucker, and I think they might be able to hold this down if they can get their ult up. 81 already. Watch out for this. Larry goes straight down as soon as they get it. Hardest pops it immediately. Kaya does get a pick, but goes down to Hardest, and this is a Delta split. Rocket res, rocket beacon gets taken out. Helis in the back corridor. Helis is going to get some big value. Gets 2. Till gets another one. That's a nice take from OBSCUR. That's a huge take from OBSCUR. If they can hold out Peps in OT from getting that first point, OBSCUR can win this.
At the very least,
it is not
exactly what
over.
to do here.
They also have an ult economy advantage. Tilt did not use the Punisher ult. No support ults to keep him up, but it is there. And they must know, whoever is ult tracking for this team, they must know there are no support ults right now. Invis used it immediately. Rocket used theirs. So you want to pop this as soon as they look to pressure you, right? DRP trying to get an off angle. They're holding this high ground, just peppering them from above, making it really difficult. Huge push. Wasn't even a question. Larry just throws it in his face. Here goes the Emma. Oh, they are just fucking legging it around the corner. Look at him. Look at them. They're going to get up and over the back of them. This is bad for OBSCUR. This is bad for OBSCUR. The Hurricane over the top is massive. Beetle gets a double. That was such a nice movement from Peps. Holy shit. They saw it coming, and they dipped around the back, up and over the top, popped back down on top of him, and took the team fight. That was such incredible team movement from Peps. They moved as a team. Like, not a single person was left.
Glad that it didn't get a little bit
so nice. That's what we love to see from these top tier teams. The coordination, the communication, just completely in sync.
And if this first point is a good hold from Alcacia, it might not even get that far, and we might find ourselves on a third map.
We can very realistically find ourselves on a third map. If Peps, like you said, let anything get out of hand in terms of ultimate economy, if the defenders are able to find a first pick against the attacker,
they can do this though. OBSCUR can hold.
The poke fight goes
it comes down to Hardest. If they can take Hardest out when they ult to try and stomp over that team fight, OBSCUR can hold. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. For Peps to get that first point and walk it forward. Peps look great, but it is not over. Helis is having a rough time though. Helis is having a toughie.
Team Peps trying to take as much as they can from the armors and the extra tidbits and trinkets, I suppose, that you would get from the Penny Parker rocket combo. And just a potential,
here we go.
Looking to be a portal play, but we've seen this a couple of times. Set up the portal to try the turret to.
He was starting to portal, but I like this from OBSCUR. Oh, Hardest gets tilt though. That's bad. Oh, that's real bad.
The tilt has gone down early.
That's real bad. They might just send it on this one.
Still in spawn, which meant that he was receiving the healing and could fire through the teleport location that Kaya provided, so that tilt was taken down, and Alcacia don't have a rocket. They're down the Punisher for this fight. The floodgates have opened. Peps
oh, this is so bad. Hardest is going to farm the fuck out of this ultimate, and you're going to not have anything even remotely close. Look at this, 82%. Hardest is just going to pop this as soon as it's ready, and he's just going to go. Look at him, 98. Watch out for it. He's got it. He pops it. He goes. Leaf gets Kaya. This is already done. This is already done.
Finding Kaya as well, so that main Seraphim shield is not going to be.
I don't know how they fight this at all. Hardest has just gone fucking bananas. You've got nothing left. Peps, take it. Here's the question, 1 minute 23. What has OBSCUR got in the tank?
Because now things are moving.
One team fight can make or break this.
Yeah, Alcacia didn't turn the other cheek. They did not.
One team fight.
The fight had run away from them. They invested in this boundary in that one. And unfortunately, they're not going to have it.
Or a Leaf. Both got ults. Helis is about to get theirs. Lindstrom does have a Lunar ult to stall it. Less than a minute on the clock. They're taking this aggressive position. Tilt has theirs, though. Lindstrom and Tilt are going to look to combine here. DRP with the Media M ready. It's going to come down to a fight. No TPs are going to be available for after this. The push is used though.
Just over 30 seconds for Team Peps to make this.
Is Beetle tracking that cooldown? Here goes Leaf.
Bring us to a map 3.
Looking to force out ults here. Helis backs up with theirs. Aura's popped the rocket ult.
or a stealer.
OBSCUR are giving them so much room. They're giving them so much room. It's right at the edge. 10 seconds left. Now they decide to fight it. Tilt goes, Lindstrom goes. And look at Peps hiding in the corner. The media is blocked. Oh, they get Tilt. Helis gets hardest though. This is still all to play for. Lindstrom gets Leaf. Oh my god, have OBSCUR done it? Hardest gets a nice. I don't think they can stay up though. I think the healers are not here.
Potentially back into a neutral position.
Oh my god, they're still in this.
Just battling on, full charge Maelstrom, bursting out damage, but not leading into.
Everyone is playing it so safe. This is make or break right now. If Peps win this fight, they win 2-0. And OBSCUR are out. This is the last fight potentially. Helis has gone for the magic. Beetle gets Kaya with the Wolverine. Oh, and I think Leaf has just smurfed it with this Wolverine switch. Magic is in their face, trying to hold it down. Does get Larry, but then goes down. DRP, hardest. Tilt gets a trade. But I think it's too much. Peps have done it 2-0. I don't think there's a TP in time, and Peps take it 2-0. OBSCUR are unfortunately out of this tournament, but what a performance. I have loved watching this team, and I hope we get to see a lot more from this team in future tournaments. But Peps take it 2-0, and hardest on this Punisher is a fucking problem.
99% versus 99% right at the end, and here the overtime push.
DRP on this mag is a fucking problem.
Good times put up, but still not good enough as Team Peps really getting a feel
huge performance from Peps.
The likes of Hardest and Leaf really shine with the way that the draft pick phase is going.
A good showing from OBSCUR though. They put up a really good fight. They put up such a good fight in this map. And they have fought so hard throughout this tournament from the very first. I think all of their games have been 2-1s apart from this one. OBSCUR have fought so hard to stay in this competition. But as is the nature of competition, we have to lose people, right? But keep an eye on this team. This is a fun team to watch.
But all Cats here to try and take down. They know how quickly Hardest builds that final judgment. They could
Peps are looking solid though. Peps are looking so solid.
And then we've got DRP coming back on the Venom, Leaf on the Wolverine.
Hardest is an absolute monster on this Punisher. He is an absolute monster.
Open for that defense to hold on, and it hinged on Invis boundary being built up. Maluki was 72% when he got taken down.
This is sometimes what it comes down to though in Marvel Rivals, right? I think that's why, you know, sometimes and I do this all the time, right? I'm super guilty of this. Sometimes you'll look at a game and you'll be like, I don't understand why I've lost. I don't understand what more I can do. But when you're in it, it's so much harder to see it from an outside perspective, right? But just like the way that you build the ult economy as well can make such a huge difference. The timing of your ults. You know, we see it in these high-level games where skill, you know, doesn't mean nearly as much as maybe your ranked games, right? Because everyone is skilled. It comes down to your timing, your game read, your game understanding, your communication, your adaptation, your split-second decision-making, you know, whether to pop an ult or not.
Just have the burst damage to take somebody out, and then it always felt that after DRP would get that first elimination,
I don't know about you guys, and maybe this is because I know the game so well.
And an org that I want to see more for sure in Marvel Rivals.
It's a really enjoyable game to watch, like from an esports perspective. We talked a lot about Rivals potentially being really difficult to make work as an esport because of how chaotic it is. But the way some of these series goes, it's really enjoyable to see it. But I don't know if that's just because I play a lot of Rivals. From an outside perspective, maybe it's very different because you've got no idea what the fuck you're looking at.
Come through off of the portal exchange. I think we do go that map free because it would take
let's quickly refresh before the interview. And then after this interview, we are going to call it for the EMEA stream because it is already 9 o'clock. I need to try and have a nap, have some food, play catch up a little bit before we do this all again tonight for the Americas. So I'm gonna go to the shop, sort my pillows. I got some like firm hypoallergenic pillows, and they're massive, and I'm super excited.
You probably hold on for.
I've had really like, not to go off like on a super crazy tangent right now, but I have had really shitty pillows since I moved in here. Right, I bought some pillows and I had no idea what I was looking for. Right, so I got some soft, like super soft ones, and they've completely fucked me. They've been so fucking terrible. But I've been like so exhausted most of the time. I've just let it be, and I've been like, oh fuck it, I don't want to spend any more money. And then like a few nights ago, I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm just gonna get some proper nice pillows, because I'm a side sleeper, right? So I thought getting some really soft pillows is the way, but I'm a side sleeper.
Your opponent
so I need that firmness, and I didn't understand until I sat there and watched and like spoke to ChatGPT. Oh, actually Gemini this one. But I was sat talking to Gemini about it, and I was like, what type of pillow do I need? This is how I sleep. What do I need? Do I need down? Duck feather? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to have? And now I've got some really nice ones, hopefully. We'll see. I haven't tried him yet. I'll try him tonight. Or I might try him now while I have a little nap.
Given the fact that
and I'll let you know.
We're the first team that took a map against Virtus Pro in the first place.
And honestly, could have.
Guys, we have got some fucking banger series tomorrow.
I think they played
Rad Insomnia, incredible series. Peps VP is going to be fucking dope, man. Peps have proven themselves time and again. Peps is going to be a fucking dope series as well.
Against Insomnia GG as well. So we will see.
Dude, we have got some great series this weekend. I'm excited.
Tomorrow, we're looking over to Group A.
Rematch. All business L9 rematch. Fuck yeah, dude.
And then Berber
the only one I'm not sure about is the BBP Z10. I'm not sure how that map's going to go, or how that game's going to go.
Team Knuten sort of admitted himself that they feel a little bit underestimated.
Because like Z10 have looked crazy good. They're just kind of stomped, right?
Be thinking and feeling, especially because Enzo
but so did BPP.
One that beat them first.
So that could be an amazing series, but it's hard to know really.
For the taking.
But for Zero Tenacity, they took down.
Do you want to see my pillow? Shall I bring you one of the pillows and show you?
Business have a very similar playstyle to Berber Patapim, because Berber Patapim put a lot of real value and resources into one of their duelist hypercarries, that being Tanuki, who I know if you've come from following the NA region, you're going to know Black Panther.
This obviously doesn't have anything on it, right? It obviously doesn't have any of my shit on it, but it's big. Look how big this pillow is. And I have 4 of them.
Really get to see it all that much in the
and it's nice and firm, you know?
That they played before the Invitational, Tanuki's Black Panther
it's firm but soft.
The hearts of every single player that encounters
I don't know why am I bragging about pillow, dude? What's wrong with me?
Teasers almost of what exactly Tanuki can do on the Black Panther. So no doubt there's going to be opportunities, maybe just an ace up the sleeve potentially for later in the tournament. As right now the teams have solidified themselves. It's seeding now to play for, at least for the rest of this week. You have playoffs next week though, so it's not as if we're in this period where there's not going to be much happening. There's definitely teams.
Tomorrow is upper bracket finals and lower bracket semis for both groups.
It's just continuing on the momentum.
Saturday is then BO5 lower bracket finals.
4 games that we saw today.
And Sunday is grand finals.
But we do have an interview ready.
BO7, I believe.
For Team Peps, we're actually going to be talking to DRP, the Magneto extraordinaire. First and foremost, congratulations for qualifying for playoffs. It was a good result, but honestly, I guess
yeah, dude, DRP smurfed
where do we even sort of begin, Moxie? What is the thing that stands out to you the most to ask about?
I can send you the link, Woot, if you want.
Second round of
I'll put a link in chat for both of them.
Who decided that you would use the strange teleport to have a better angle into theirs?
On Clinton?
Yes.
I think it was a call from Artist or Beetle, but I'm not sure, to be honest.
Those are the links if you want to go check it out yourself.
We were kind of ready that they will TP us. So
for the EMEA and Americas. There's also 2 other regions, but they're smaller than these 2.
I think on both the maps that we saw in this series, it was a bit of a slow start for you guys. Trying
the mag stun is
is
too long, dude.
Obviously,
in my
over
opinion.
on the first domination map,
that
and
mag
then
stun
the Ultron
is crazy.
dedication from Hardest that after he swapped over to Punisher, things seemed to go a lot more swimmingly. Could you talk us through like what the initial goal was with the Jeff, for example, on the team, and ultimately?
Oh, I forgot that Peps did a Jeff.
Hardest over on the Punisher all the time because
I forgot about the Jeff.
He tore through people, obviously with your help as the Magneto as well.
I mean, the first map, it's domination, right? So we just try to do a push comp with Jeff and just like Emma choke. We just go full coin. I mean, with Form, with Jeff Bubble, with Mantis damage boost. So, I mean, it didn't really work, so we kind of swapped up at the end. But I mean, that was pretty much the goal, just to go in and kill them all.
So a lot of the time we see you guys, it goes down to the absolute wire with so many overtime pushes that you're either able to win or lose. How exactly is the team environment? Like, what is required from all of your players to make sure that everybody is able to keep fighting in overtime?
I mean, you just gotta be locked in and focused. If you're not focused, you cannot really play. We got it 299 and then we just fucking...
The RP is so French.
We just stay focused, winnable, guys. Stay focused and
just fucking focus, dude. What do you mean?
I remember the initial Team Peps team was very good at this in the Invitational, just taking those kind of long fights and holding on. As somebody that's like not completely new to the team, but wasn't in the Invitational, what is it about this team of Team Peps that makes them so good in these like last-ditch attempt fights? Because they're able to survive, they're able to find picks and coordinate stuff really well. You had a really good combination, I think, with the Doctor Strange ultimates with the Meteor M right at the end of Clintar. Like, how are you able to do that in those high-octane situations? Is it like the full French-speaking aspect, or just that everybody's more vibes?
Did he really just say they're good because they're French?
No, I mean, for example, at the end, he just beetle the task.
Because what, they can talk fast?
I had my ult, so I mean, I knew that the cloak would ult for beetle, so I just preferred my ult and we killed them. I think it's a lot of calm, it's a lot of, I mean, being focused, a lot of calm, playing for the win.
A lot of calm?
I think honestly everything can happen.
Oh, a lot of calm.
Since you've won, we know now that your opponent is going to be Virtus Pro. How are you feeling going into that matchup, especially given the fact that we saw Virtus Pro lose to Radon and have such a dominant performance 2-0 today?
Oh, bye. Uh-oh. Technical issues. Uh-oh.
I think we lost his audio. I was panicking there because
I think lost his audio.
Oh my god, my heart, because I got these headsets yesterday and I was a little bit like the cable's a little bit wonky, so I was like, hold on, I was just trying to pull up whatever VODs I had available.
That's
but
so
yeah.
funny, dude.
I mean,
did they mute him because he was swearing so much? Is that why?
The ability to just shut down the server immediately.
Literal silence, yeah. Virtus Pro pulling
dude,
the plug
that's
is like,
so
I don't want
funny.
You revealing anything. Like, we're gonna see you. In
I
the
don't know how
tomorrow,
they feel about cursing. I don't know if they're
back.
like if they give a shit about it.
Yeah, we'll get it back. We'll finish off that question because I think it is a good one, Moxie. So, hopefully we can hear you again.
Okay.
Sorry about that. You hear me?
Okay. Yeah, okay, hear you now.
It's sorry, it's my bad. I did something bad.
You're okay.
So, it's okay. What was the question again? Sorry.
Do you have anything that you're feeling headed into your match against Virtus Pro? Because obviously we've seen Virtus Pro take their first loss, but then earlier today, that's apparently motivated them because they had such a dominant 2-0.
I mean, I don't think VP is ready to lose, but I mean, we're gonna try our best, so I think we're just gonna prepare for it and try our best and see how it goes. It's gonna be our match.
It's gonna be a great match, I think.
Yeah, you'll keep sort of pegged down, I think. Also, Team Peps were the team to first ever take a map against Virtus Pro, so you never know. Might be the first team to eliminate them from a tournament at this stage before we get to playoffs. So there is that. Thank you very much for DRP. Congrats again.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
See how cracked you were on the Magneto, and honestly,
yeah, his mag was
not gonna let you play
disgusting.
that anymore in the future, from the looks of it, unless they want to go for the Emma Frost instead. So, congrats again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Alrighty, homies. Alrighty.
We've had.
So
not
with that,
all three mappers, one of which the Virtus Pro game was probably
with
the
that,
fastest. And
I think we are gonna call it there for today. Well, at least for the EMEA games. We are going to be back. I'm going to take a short break now. I'm going to go get some food, run to the shops. We're going to be back in about 3 hours. Well, 2 and a bit. More like 2 hours now. So we're going to be back around 11:15, 11:30, to sit and chill for a little bit before we have the America games tonight. And this is what we've got in store for you tonight. Ego Death Shikigami. This is going to be a great game. Ego Death was so fucking fun to watch. Look out for a Black Panther in this one. They have an incredible Black Panther player. Jobless and FlyQuest. Again, Jobless is a no-org team, but have been doing pretty well and are really fun to watch. Sentinel, not Sentinel, Citadel. Shroud NTMR. So Shroud X and NTMR are going head-to-head in their elimination, and Citadel and Techie are going into theirs as well. So we'll be back to watch all of those this evening. If you can't join me this evening, we're going to be back tomorrow with the other EMEA games, which is going to be the lower bracket semis, All Business L9 and Virtus Pro Team Peps, and the upper bracket no, not the upper bracket final. Yes, the upper bracket finals. Yes, the upper bracket finals. So we get BBP 0 Tenacity, Rad versus Insomnia. It's going to be a banger. VP Team Peps and All Business L9, and that's going to be tomorrow afternoon. So come and hang out for those. If you missed any games, you can find them all on my VODs here. I've been streaming every single one, apart from Sunday nights America games. And we are going to be putting all of them on YouTube as well. So with that, we're going to go say hi to someone. Do you guys have someone we should go raid? Have you got any friends we can go raid right now? Rather than me raiding the same people we always do. This was on the longest BRB. I was gonna sit and play some games for a couple of hours, but I'll be honest, Luna, I need food and I need to go to the shop, so I'm gonna take a short break and come back. Law. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Man. Let's go to who haven't we raided for a while? I don't want to go and raid someone new because I've got to fuck off really quickly. Do any of you guys, do you have someone to raid? Anyone got some friends online? We can go raid Anne. We haven't raided Anne for a while. What's Anne doing? DBD? Oh, you guys like DBD, right? Let's go say hi to Anne. All right, homies. There's your raid massage. If I don't see you guys later on for the America games, thank you for hanging out. I hope you've enjoyed the games today. More drops tomorrow, I believe. I don't know if it's the same drop. I don't know if it's the magic drop all the way through, but I think we've got drops on all week until Sunday. So I hope you have a great night. Follow me on socials. Follow all my socials right now. Do it. All of the games are going to be on YouTube. I super love you all. And I will see you guys tomorrow or later tonight in a couple of hours. Hi, 7th. I appreciate you. Also, go follow 7th and Luna right now. Go click on their things right now and follow them. Because I can't do a shout out. Do it right now. I love you guys. See you later. Bye. Go show Anne a lot of love. We like Anne. We like Anne. Bye.